we have ourselves some pretty great games. It's going to be a real good one. Now, all four of these teams we're seeing won their previous matches, which means that they're all pretty dang cool.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. They are pretty dang cool. We got Arial Rise versus Toys, and for our second match, it is going to be. Let me check this once more just to be 100% sure. It's going to be. Yeah, it worked versus Intense. There we go. NTNS, whatever you want to call it. I think this first match coming up, Ariel Rise versus Toys, is one thing I specifically wanted to talk about. We know Ariel Rise to be a team that's pretty acclimated to the T3 scene. If you don't know Ariel Rise, you're definitely living under T3 rock, is what I love to say. And Toys is kind of in the same vein, right? They've been around for a pretty long time, although not the biggest team in terms of performance and in terms of notoriety, but they still have a pretty big name and a pretty big, presence under their belt. So keeping that in mind, we do have some big changes on each rosters. We got Ariel Rise switching out Gunner for, I believe, something like Hunter Cash. We got Toys switching around the roster quite a bit, notably for N Dubs and Golden, from what I've been told. Personally, I haven't really seen these two teams play in my first person understanding, so don't really have too much to analyze on them, but I do know that they're absolutely amazing teams, and I'm hoping that, their skill against one another will be, insurmountable.
Oh, absolutely. So, yeah, we did get to see both these teams play last week. At least I did. I got to saw Ariel Rise. They played against Dallas Vendetta last week. It was a very good match for them. They were able to take a 7-3 victory on the map of Cafe. Now, they were missing someone. They didn't have Woods. He was doing something, so they had somebody come into sub. But now, obviously, like you said, Gunner is going to be taken off of the main, it seems, or is what we've
I
maybe been
believe.
hearing. We'll see how that flies. But I mean, honestly, Ariel Rise has a great roster right now. You're looking at Woods and Og. Both of them come from the legendary Degeneration team who took down PogChamp back when PogChamp was pretty much unbeatable throughout the entire old ESA season. They had gone undefeated, went to the playoffs, all the way to the finals where they faced off against Degen, and well, Woods and Og helped their team take the victory against one of the scariest teams in T3 we've ever seen. Literally a CL team that came down to feed upon the weak. And at the end of the night, it was a tremendous game. So a lot of respect for Woods and Og, but you've also got some amazing players just from the base team of Ariel Rise. You've got Dami and as well as Whitlock. I'm interested to see who comes in for Gunner if they're not going to be having him. But that being said, Ariel Rise is definitely a squad that you have to look at and just have to give some respect to.
Oh yeah, definitely 100%. You're right. They have roots, placed in different areas of the T3 scene, even maybe a little bit T2 scene, but together, I want to see how well they can, play as a whole team, how their communication is going to work, and generally the team chemistry between them, because we know historically that their team chemistry has been pretty good. They're well known for that, and they're well known for being able to have those executes on the map and be able to pull them out and transition them into wonderful matches. So that's what we're going to hope to see from them tonight. Now, on the side of Toys, like I had previously said, there has been a lot of changes in their roster. So from that, we're going to be expecting a little bit more of a switch up. We're not going to be seeing as much team chemistry on the battlefield. It's most likely going to be a little bit more mechanical play, but I'm also going to be expecting a certain level of strategy, and on top of that, a certain level of comfortableness with your team that goes a little bit beyond what we normally see in T3 because these players are so experienced. Other than that, I don't really have too much on Ariel Rise and Toys. Now, if you want to go talk about our second matchup of the night, you can go ahead and do that for us.
Oh, absolutely. So for our second matchup of the night, we mentioned before, it's going to be It Worked and Intense Gaming, NTNS, whatever it is. So last time we saw these two teams, I actually didn't get to see NTNS. I saw them a long time ago, but It Worked took on Black Mamba last week, and well, it definitely worked for It Worked. They went on a tear, winning in a 7-2 fashion on the map of Oregon. Had no problems whatsoever. They looked absolutely phenomenal, finishing off the latter half of that game 3-0. They just blasted through that last half. So it were definitely a squad to watch out for. I know they kind of came in as the underdogs, but they might be leaving as the over cats or something. What's the opposite of an underdog is a great question. But for Intense, they as well, I believe, won their game. I think you saw that, right? That was against Nemesis on last week.
Oh my gosh, now that you bring up Nemesis, yes, it was against Nemesis. And speaking of Nemesis, right after that match, or at least, in the subsequent few days after that match, there was a lot of players dropped from the team. They've been switching around their roster as well, but yeah, I saw the NTNS versus Nemesis game. It was pretty brutal, I'm not gonna lie. Nemesis didn't really hold any type of skill level to what you had from. Yeah, it's true. Honestly, I'm getting some feedback here, but they really didn't. There was just, it wasn't that Nemesis was necessarily bad. It was just the fact that NTNS or Intense was so amazing. They did everything right. They didn't have a single issue with their executes. Their defenses were superb, and really Nemesis couldn't keep up with it. That's kind of the general consensus of what I saw, but I mean, if you guys have any different opinions, feel free to express that. But honestly, NTNS versus Nemesis was a done deal match for sure, and I'm hoping that, especially in this second match, we're going to be seeing the same thing from NTNS for the fact that they are such an amazing roster, and I want to see them keep up their skill level and have that performance be top tier.
I absolutely agree. I mean, yeah, with all four of these teams winning their previous matches, I think it puts a lot on the board to try to keep that record going early on into the season to really establish your dominance. Excuse me, is there's something to be said. They definitely are going to be looking to make this 1-win streak into 2, 3, 4. Who knows how far they can go? So I'm really excited for these matchups. But yeah, with Arial Rise Trust Only Squad, our first game should be really exciting. But you know what? Without further ado, let's head on into the bannerinos of the maps and see where we're going to be playing tonight.
All right, so let's look at this. I'm going to be expecting from Arial Rise, well, actually, first map looking at is going to be Clubhouse, but I'm going to be expecting from Arial Rise something that suits their gameplay style for sure. And the same thing with Toys, right? So I guess, if we wanted to backtrack and look at how the maps are, we could definitely make some assumptions as to how each team plays. But these map bans are going to be coming up pretty quickly here. In succession, we got Clubhouse, Consulate, Theme, Coastline, Villa, Cafe, and Oregon. Oregon, the decider being, and the other maps being banned out. So in this best of one series, it's going to be indeed Oregon.
Alrighty, so Oregon is the map that Trust Only Squad played on last week. They won 7-4, but again, Oregon has come into the map pool as definitely one of the meta maps. We see it a lot. It's up there. It used to be the T3-3 was Clubhouse, Cafe, and Villa. Oregon has definitely stepped in there. I'd say taking the place of Villa. We'll see if that's going to be the case in the future, but especially in a best of one kind of situation where it just narrows down to one single map. Yeah, it's we tend to see a lot of the same maps in the pool. It seems there's definitely a preference with the players, and that's fine. We want to see their best games, and their best games require Oregon Cafe over and over again. Then by golly, let's do it. That being said, Oregon is a pretty exciting map to watch, despite seeing it a lot. It's very interesting because it can go very defender-sided, but also we've seen some attacker-sided Oregons as well. It really does depend on how the teams are playing, and with Arial Rise and Toys, I do expect this to be a great match, but who knows, man? I've seen many a blowout in my days.
Oh yeah, no, I totally agree with you. In the point of Oregon being in either attacker-sided or defense-sided map, I think honestly, there's a little bit of a polarity there. It's like either extremely attack-sided or extremely
free. That's right. TurboTax Free Edition is free.
The lasting cologne scent of Old Spice Dynasty helps get you off your couch and into the driver's seat.
Extremely defense-sided. It's how each team really plays it. And I guess Oregon is all about utility consumption. It's all about pacing. It's all about getting to the point as quick as you possibly can. And getting to the point doesn't necessarily mean getting to the objective. It just means being able to play out your time very well. And like I said, pace, and also be able to get your little games, your little tiny objectives done so you can get to the main objective, which is either, doing an all-out team deathmatch or getting the plant going, whichever one you want to call it. But idea is that you definitely want to get everything done as quick as possible, and you want to be able to get the frags on the board, get a good player advantage substantially, and then you want to be able to transition that, take it to an execute, and win out the round. As an attacker, that's what you do, but as a defender, I definitely would say, it's going to be the opposite of that, right? You want to slow down the pace as much as you possibly can for the attackers. Not only that, but good roaming strategies. I think good roaming strategies can be very effective on Oregon. Some teams elect to do more of a turtle strategy, which is something I like to see because, it's kind of out of the ordinary from what we do see from teams. Because, what is the normal thing you want to do to slow down a team, right? It's going to be roaming. Normally, yes, you do see that, but I think the way that turtle strategies work is, you're giving up that map control to the attackers, but at the same time, the attackers have to go to you. They have to attack you. So it allows you to hold those very tight-knit crossfire angles, and also allows you to hold a lot of different bits in the objective that can be extremely useful, like choke points, things like that. So kind of keep that in mind. But yeah, I know I've been going on a tirade entirely about Oregon and how you're supposed to attack and defend it. So that's just kind of my bit about it, really.
No, I agree. I feel like Oregon can sometimes be compared to Clubhouse, and Clubhouse, I guess, I don't know, it's definitely infamous, the SSG strat, the massive roam. I definitely see there's a good benefit to that. It's a good counterplay if teams are playing into that, but I think with a more turtle strategy, it can be a little bit more consistent, perhaps, because you don't have those loose ends. You don't have a roamer who could absolutely go off or could absolutely get destroyed. That being said, we are heading directly into the game, my dear friends. Arial Rise taking on Trust Only Your Squad here on Oregon. The map bans have finished. Now the operator bans will begin. What are you expecting for our 4 good operators to be sitting out here? Who do you think's going?
I'm going to say something along the lines of a hard breacher like Habana or Maverick, and definitely Thatcher for the attackers. Yeah, you got Thatcher being out. Thatcher being out, once again, we all know this and love this. He's just the universal crutch ban. Entirely, 100%. And I think for the defenders, I'm going to go with Mira and or Malusi or Wamai. Yep, Habana. Definitely going to be the second attacker out. I think Habana being out rather than Maverick definitely denotes a bigger reliance on wanting to keep those hatches intact entirely. And I'm going to say for that reason, Toys is going to take it to downstairs first. You got Mira, she's also going to be banned out. Not too big of a surprise, yet a very logical pick. The same thing with Thatcher. Like I said, those 2 operators are extremely universal, and they have a utility that is just timeless and is super effective, and that's essentially why you want to be able to take them out of the game, and definitely not their 1.5 scope. You got Valkyrie, though. She's going to be coming off the board for our last pick.
Good operators off, pretty standard though. Hibana definitely with their changes, those X-Kairos now able to be shot out in pretty much whatever fashion you want them to, 2, 4, 6, any way about it. Makes her pretty strong, like you said, when it comes to hatches. Hatches only needing 4 of those X-Kairos, charges to go off to blast it into oblivion. Means that on maps where hatches are important, like Clubhouse and this map, it can be often seen for her to be banned out. Leaving the Maverick up, however, is going to allow for some extra Maverick tricking to be going on, which does mean that in a sense, it's not going to be as easy to, just stop people from opening walls. A good Maverick tricker can tear through anything. And honestly, that's one of the reasons I see Maverick as one of the best hard breachers in the game. The dude can make any size hole you would possibly want. He's cool. I like his hat, and he's got some nice nades to go along with it. So let's see how Jello can run with the Mavi boy here. Like you said, Toys starting on the attack. Ariel Arise opting to go downstairs for their first defense. Oftentimes, you look for a 4-2, win rate on your defensive half. You want to win on usually basement and kids' dorms. Do that twice, lose one of your offsites, and you're good to go if you repeat that operation, a duo. And I'm excited to see that's going to be the case for Ariel Arise. Toys played on this map last week. They look strong on this map, but Ariel Arise, such a great squad. Now, if we do notice, Gunner is in fact on the squad, so I don't know what kind of information we're being fed, but it was all lies. So good to see Gunner here, as well as Woods and Og. Got Whitlock and Clorox coming in for the roster and Ariel Arise.
Actually, yeah, I think he's subbing. He actually posted on his Twitter that he was taking a break or I think retiring from Siege entirely. So
Okay.
kind of some Siege T3 drama for you to put in the mix. Yeah, just a little bit. No. So I kind of like how Toys is playing this, right? They're electing for that Freezer-esque push while retaining the split idea where they can go to either bunker, they can take it to the tower, or, they could even go down something like, I don't know, the main stairs. I don't know. You get what I'm saying, though. But I like how split pushes work because they give you that level of pressure to the defense to keep them on their toes and to keep them uncomfortable, just enough time to where you can get an execute rolling before they even see it coming. Absolutely huge because Toys needs to get any type of edge that they can on Ariel Rise, with Ariel Rise being such a big team in T3. You got Slasher, though, he's going to be taking a little bit of damage from the heavy hands of the Aldo with the Maestro on play. That's definitely going to be a noteworthy engagement because 9 times out of 10, it's going to happen again. Chances are with the attackers winning that out, especially with Maestro being sat in the same exact position. Although he is going to be jumping down and kind of taking the angle backwards. No, he's going to be jumping back up, but there you have it. Cabicon, he's going to be killing off the man of Clorox. So that's freezer control for you opened up. Sorry. I'll give it to you. A
bit of a TK coming in there too. Jello finds Og, but loses a teammate. There's Slasher onto Gunner. Things falling apart down to a 2v3. Whitlock trying to claw his way out of this. Woods and Whitlock, 2 W players, left alone. Still a lot of time, though, left for Toys to make their final execute with Jello, Cordell, and Slasher all on fairly decent HP. Slasher looking a little bit rougher, a little worse for Rare, but there's Cordell taking down Woods. This might spell doom for the Smoke player. Now, traditionally, I see Woods on Smoke. Whitlock taking that mantle, and, well, I don't know if he's going to be able to do this. 1v2 was able to tear it down from a 1v3, but the buck might end here on such low HP. There it is. Jello shuts him down, and Toys off to a tremendous round 1 victory.
I think the split execute was well executed perfectly. I don't think there was necessarily any issues with the way that Toys played it. I think there was a little bit of issues on the side of Ariel Rise with the way, especially that Clorox held the freezer there. He kind of kept on jumping up and down, and it really became more of a predictable spot for the attackers to see him in. And eventually, the attackers are going to gain control of freezer if they apply enough pressure to it, and there you have it, Throughout time, they were allowed to find their way into freezer, they won the gunfight, and they essentially took control of such an easy place to take control of. And it didn't necessarily help that Clorox was in that really easy spot to get him out of. Other than that, I think that Toys really just had better mechanical ability there. They were able to win out their gunfights more effectively, and hey, that might have been a result of good intel. It might have been a result of them just being able to walk in and say, hey, I'm taking this and you can't say anything about it. So I think overall, though, Ariel definitely needs to change up the way that they play Laundry, in essence. Not quite sure how they're going to do that, because overall, they did have a lot of things they did right. It's just the tiny little things and the little engagements that they had with Toys is where they went wrong.
Yeah, those micro conflicts definitely add up to the picture.
I like that word.
Threw that one out there. Micro conflict.
Micro conflicts. I like that word.
Oh man. Toys did a really good job that round. I mean, you look at the kill spread, all of them were doing work. Matt Bonger the only one to not grab a kill. It's because Jello stole his kill. It could have been a team ace, but that's okay. Tremendous job. And Whitlock was really the only seemingly,
All you got to do is dish a drink, and your taste buds.
Sounds like happiness.
So many feels.
All the feels.
You do the shimmy when it meets expectations, and the head nod is I'm perfectly satisfied.
Sonic Ultimate Drink Stop.
The new Lexus IS. All in on the sports sedan. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
force of denial there. Was able to kill 2 of them, but unfortunately 2 is not enough. Og already ready to go. He's on that bit of a roam with the Jaeger. Remember when Jaeger was a 3-speed? Used to be one heck of a speedy boy, but now has been knocked down to that 2-speed, but gaining an extra little piece of armor. He's now a 2 armor operator, but we'll see if he can do work. That 416 has always been a tremendous weapon, and he's going to be trying to hold off and stem some of the blood that might be coming as Toys starts to make their moves. Looks like we do have a couple of boys heading in. They want to go through the attic. And right now, they're definitely waiting and ready. Matt Bonger playing the Zofia. Attic is going to be open. He wants to feel like someone's going to be coming after him. And with that drone intel, Toys definitely doing a great job of putting some drones around. He'll be able to know if someone's trying to sneak up on him.
All right. You're definitely right on that. We know that flank denial is a huge presence, especially on Oregon, where flanks are so often held and, well, executed well. So there you have it. There's Gunner. He's able to get 1 kill, the slasher off the board for you. But you got Jello. He's making his way into attic, making the moves required for him to get the frags and to get the presence up on top floor. Now you got Cordell. He wins the engagement between him and Og. That's a headshot for you as he sends his way up main stairs. And Jello, he'll get 1 and a double for him. That's a 2v4 scenario for you already at the hands of Toys. Whitlock, he's on is very much lonesome. He picks up 1. Will he get the next person? No, he will not. That's Gunner on a double kill, though, as he's making his way right back to the objective from main stairs. Jello, he gets a TK. Oh, no. I know, it's crazy, but he's got less than 25 health, so in a situation where Gunner goes up against Jello, question is, who's going to win that? Most likely Gunner. Even if Jello is able to get a few shots off of Gunner, chances are, he can shoot his shots. He can probably win that out. But it's really all up to Jello at this point. He has to get the diffuser down in order to secure the round and to secure the post-plant scenario. That leaves Gunner having the ability to push in, play extremely aggressive, but Jello's going to try to bait this out once more before trying to peek out Gunner. He knows that Gunner's sitting in the attic area. He's going to peek him out. Gunner wins out that engagement, and that is the Defenders to win round 2 for Arial. There you go.
Okay, so, that TK feels bad. That's 2 rounds in a row that I believe Jello has felled a teammate, and they would have had a much, much better situation had that man been up. So definitely a tough one there. I think Toys could have had that for sure, but a good job from Gunner to stay alive and keep fighting there, able to win his team the round. And, for all we know, that could come back to haunt Toys at the end of this. We'll see how it plays out, but really good job to actually get in there and take that win, because they needed it. To win 2 rounds in a row on the attack feels super, super good for the defense. Not so peachy. Heading now back downstairs to laundry supply we go. The basement did not end very nicely for Arial Arise, but a change of pace may be on the wind here if Jello continues to frag out on the enemy as well as the teammates. Combined, he's got a massive 6 kills within 2 rounds. He's dominating, but yeah, unfortunately, 2 of those kind of hurt his team a little bit more. So Jello certainly getting some nice frags out there, but at what cost is the big question. Arial Arise have some people showing up. Gunner and Whitlock, both them with 3 kills. The rest of the squad has been rather silent so far, so we'll see if all that is going to continue. Will it just be a Gunner Whitlock show? But if I had to guess, I think the rest of the team is just about to get warmed up. The question is, Toys, are you guys ready to keep up with that?
Right. Well, we got round 3 coming in way for this match. One thing I definitely like about Toys is the fact that they don't get scared away by a simple presence in the room that they're trying to attack. It's more of calculated aggression from them. They take the aggressive play just the right way, where they use aids like intel and utility, something that you're supposed to do as a T3 team to, you know, push forward their agenda for that specific spot. And so often do you not see teams doing that, and they get mindlessly fragged out because of it. And I really like how Toys does that because it's so eloquent and it leaves little to no collateral for them. So kind of just putting that out there for you. We did see that little bit of round 1 in the engagement in Freezer between Maestro and Ash. So I'm kind of hoping to see it once again on Laundry and Supplies. Interestingly enough, Toys, once again, they're going to go to Freezer.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, heading back downstairs, they do, for Arial Rise, switch off of the Maestro. They bring out, once again, that lovely Malusi, trying to slow things down a little bit and get things tied up, but we'll see if that's going to help them out. Og with a beautiful peek, takes down Cordell with no hesitation, annihilates him, but Slasher's there for the refrag, takes down Clorox. More will follow shortly, I imagine, but the 4v4 looking pretty good here. The reinforcement going to come up onto that J bunker wall, making sure that nobody will be able to sneak their way through it. Woods still chilling out in the freezer. Gunner, on the other hand, is in the laundry room. MP7 in hand. The MP7 that won the last round after it came down to that 1v1. Now some flashbangs going to be poking in. Zofia doing a little bit of work here. Still with a minute to go. Time not terrible yet, but Toys definitely has to think about how they want to make this happen. What a move there. Matt finds one, but Whitlock with the refrag avenges Woods, taking the Bonger down. Still in the 3v3. Very back and forth for this round, as it's more of what we expected from these two teams. Beautiful shot from Jello. Takes the head off of Gunner with just ease. Didn't even see the man, but he certainly did. And now poised to push in. Advantage certainly into Toys' spot here, but there it is. Just like that, Capicon and Slasher will end the lives of the two remaining Arial Rise squad mates, and with that, Toys go up 2-1.
Right, Toys with another extremely aggressive and very confident play going into their hands. Once again, something I did like from them is the fact that they don't get scared away by the presence of the defender. Rather, they go into the fire. You know, they don't run away from it, they go into the danger. Something that, once again, we don't see a lot from T3 teams. Normally, you know, if they see that there's a very excited presence of a specific operator or even a specific number of teammates in an area, they'll elect to go a different way. They'll try split push, they'll try something else that will hopefully cut off or even surprise the defenders. And Toys just isn't up to do it. They don't want to have to deal with that, so what are they going to do? They're going to do the same exact thing, and it's going to work out the second time in a row. See, that's when you know Arial Rise truly does need to change something, is the fact that something works for Toys, not once, but twice, successively. They didn't change anything up with their strategy. They didn't make it, you know, anything out of the vanilla from what they're doing. It's just simply the fact that Arial Rise doesn't necessarily know how to deal with that calculated aggression, and they don't know how to get enough presence in a specific area and adapt during, not after, but during the round for Toys.
Absolutely, I totally agree. I mean, it's always kind of a bad situation. You know, warning flags, you know, a red alert has to go off when teams are successfully attacking sites over and over again, especially on Oregon, because you do want to shoot for a 4-2. And at this point, Arial Rise is going to have to win 3 rounds in a row just to grab that 3-2. Trust only your squad off to a tremendous start, and a lot of it is at the hands of some great teamwork. Jello certainly standing out as a real fragger right now with a 5.0 KD, but the rest of the team is there helping him out all the way. And it's certainly showing that Toys is a squad to look out for. They are definitely here to play. Arial Rise don't have their full squad right now. Dami has family issues, I believe, is what we heard in the chat. But I mean, still with Toys having some new members, Matt Bonger and Slasher haven't really seen much of them before. They're doing very nicely within the first 3 rounds. Now that being said, we have a minimum of 8 rounds to be played now, and that's if Toys just absolutely sweeps the floor of them. There's a lot of time for Arial Rise to try to get set, but Toys off to the races so quickly there, and some shots coming through. Slasher trying to find, looks like it might have been Og taking some pretty good damage there. Now, on a kitchen dining room defense, it can be difficult because a lot of things happen. It's very easy to open up these walls. Og actually flanking upstairs with minimal HP. Oh, he looks the wrong way. The man's right behind him. No, that's his teammate. I have this Whitlock. I'm blind. So I do have control of upstairs. I'm dumb. And let's see how they do that.
You're okay. I've done worse. I've done worse as a cast.
I'm all about my bars and flows. Trust me, I take my time.
People would consistently ask, how did you get your game to look like this? I taught people how to create their own game style.
Welcome to the Black Girl Gamers Online Summit.
What do you mean we don't play video games? We are out here.
I think that people have realized the power of impact that gamers have.
Black, beautiful, blessed.
Try to get mad, everybody wanna keep up, don't you know I move too fast, I'ma zip right past, drip all on my swag, why you tryna size me up, you don't wanna try your luck, hot as a stove, what did you know, burn like coal, yeah you know I go, way too hot, yeah I really too cold, I'ma keep going till I hit my goals, better get back when I'm in my zone, do it for the ones that I know back home, did it myself, they ain't put me on, but you go back if you hear
that. Believe me, no, but you kind of touch on something that's really important for this round, which is the fact that top floor control is essential for a lot of attacking team strategies, but right now it doesn't seem all too essential for Toys in the way that they're taking this, right? They're not having those post-plant angles being held, as we see that the post-plant is going to be happening, right? They're not going to have the post-plant angles being held from above, as rather, Arial Rise, they're going to try to take control right back of the planting position. You got Matt and Cordell left up on the, respectively, seems top small tower and bottom small tower. Gunner's going to be taking a little bit of damage from Matt, but question is, are the defenders going to be able to play their cards right? It doesn't seem like it. You got 3 kills going up on the board, all from the likes of Matt and Cordell. A 2v4 scenario turned to a 2v0, all from individual engagements in that huge lack of communication. You can see that that's pretty evident looking back at that post-plant scenario.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's insane.
That was a clip, man. That was insane.
That's a clip.
Sometimes with Siege, the end of the round kill cam will just be like, you know, somewhat diffusing. But for that, we saw many people dying. That was insane. Oh my goodness, what a great pickup was Matt Bonger. Absolutely throwing out bangers with that. Lovely Zofia killing everybody, it seemed. I mean, they were in a big disadvantage heading into that post-ban situation. It was a 4v2 in favor of Arial Rise, but somehow, someway, Cordell and Matt worked out of it. Like you said, some blunders on the side of Arial Rise cost them a very important round. Now they will be unable to secure a 4-2. The best they can possibly hope for is going to be a 3-3. Toys right now are looking very, very good and very scary. So for Arial Rise, they have to figure something out. And you did mention that when this map is attacker-sided, it tends to, you know, trend that way for both sides. But, I mean, the way Toys is playing, they're just seeming to outclass Arial Rise in this situation. With Matt going off now 6-3, Jello 5-2, 3-3-2 for the remainder of the squad. Only one of them not going positive. They're absolutely having a great game. Arial Rise, in a best-of-1 situation, you cannot allow such a good start to go to your opponents. They're going to have to put in double time to get their way out of this predicament.
And noting the fact that only one person is going negative on their team, that's their support player.
Mm-hmm. That's
absolutely crazy that only the support player on their team is going negative. And I think really half of that is the round disparity, right? Because toys have more rounds won equals more frags for the team overall. And the other half is just the fact that they're such a frag-centric team. They're an amazing team when it comes to that mechanical ability. I mean, you're right, they do outclass Arial Rise, not only mechanically, but strategically, because you could tell Arial Rise is almost confused by what Toys is doing. They're almost caught off guard, essentially, by the way that they play this game, and it's not necessarily anything new that we're seeing from Toys. It's just they have such a variation in their strategy just about every round, and the way that they execute things that, you know, I guess it comes as a confusion for Arial Rise to deal with.
There's a nice kill. Slasher actually got a slash onto somebody. Took down Og, but Whitlock will be able to find that kill. Cordell there to find Clorox, but Whitlock is keeping them in this. Cabicon falls to him as well. Whitlock's certainly somebody to look out for. He is a tremendous player. And, you know, Arial Rise have been a great squad, but absolutely, at this point, Toys look very, very good. However, 3v3, this is doable, in the realm of doability for Arial Rise, and I think it is a pretty big round to win. There's Gunner with a nice kill as well. The guys they have up right now for Arial Rise do seem to be the real big fraggers right now. Gunner and Whitlock have been tearing up Toys when they're not being torn up themselves. But less than a minute to go. The advantage is in the hands of Arial Rise. We'll see if Matt can do anything. The C4 says, no, you cannot do anything. Jello now left alone, so low on the HP, but he's going to try to fight out of this. Makes it a 1v1. Does he do it? It's Jello versus Whitlock. Whitlock 7-4, Jello 7-2. The big titans of the matchup going head-to-head. It's going to be Whitlock finding the shot onto Jello. Only needed one to put him in the grave, and that's exactly what he found. A tremendous job from Whitlock to put his team in a little bit of a better situation than that.
I talk about proactivity and reactivity quite a lot, especially in Oregon. I'm not sure if you're keen to this conversation that I normally have, but proactivity is essentially, you know, adapting during the round and even staying a little bit ahead of the competition and staying ahead in intel, staying ahead in what they're going to do, kind of predicting the way that your opposition is going to work. Reactivity is more of, you know, you're reacting to what they're doing, you're kind of taking rounds to adapt to what they're giving you. You don't necessarily know entirely what they're going to do, but you know that they're going to do it in some way, shape, or form that you are going to expect. Now, I think that Arial Rise, for the most part, they're reacting. I think that they're not necessarily a step ahead of Toys, but that's not necessarily to say in this situation that it's a bad thing. Because if it were a bad thing, then Arial Rise, you know, I guess they wouldn't have won that last round. Simply put, because they had to react to what Toys were doing. They had to react to what they were going to do on that top floor push the first time around. They don't necessarily know what Toys were going to do. So, I think that Arial Rise reacting is a good thing in this specific situation, but it's not going to hold out very long because you kind of have that level of predictability or, you know, predicting the opposition if you want to win these out, especially because right now they are down 2-3. And, I mean, Toys, you know, not necessarily doing anything super different, just tiny variations. Whoa! Bringing something new and completely different as I was speaking. You got Whitlock going down as a result of a huge rush strategy from Toys. Flurry of kills, you got 3v2 already off the board, is 3 for Toys. Diffuser will be put down in a ninja plant situation. You got C4s being pulled out. Matt's gonna pick up one, although he is down by the C4. You got Gunner as well. He'll be collecting on that C4 kill. Gunner will be killed as a result, though, from Cabicon. You got a 1v1 situation here. Intensity is high. Everything is gathering at the moment. The diffuser will have to indeed be disabled by Woods. He's going to try to bait it out at the attempt of getting Cabicon to move in. and maybe even be able to outsmart him just in that position. You got Woods trying to move around, rotating, get the upper hand on Kabakon. However, he won't, and that's Kabakon to win the round for the attackers.
Oh my goodness. I mean, just as you were talking about the...
I know. I was talking about the
reactions versus predictions.
The reactions versus the predictions. I know. I was going into a big tangent, and I mean, I guess that's a way to transition it. I took the round away from you. I took away your thunder, though. I'm sorry.
No, you were killing it. That was, I mean, I was speechless. That was a great job. I mean, yeah, I think that was a perfectly timed segment to talk about that, because they definitely did not predict the rush coming in. You saw Whitlock still trying to cancel out the shield animation, and oh my goodness, what a move coming out from the boys on Toys. Oh my goodness, they got in there with no hesitation, and again, Arial Rise were able to find a man advantage, but Kabakon this time and Matt Bonger, both of them working well together, able to find that win. Came down to just Kabakon in that 1v2 down to a 1v1, and Woods was getting gunned down, unfortunately for him. I mean, oh my goodness, a tremendous round for Toys. Securing a 4-2-4, the attacking half for them is just great. Arial Rise is going to have to do a lot of work, and man, I mean, at this point, even your support player is going positive for Toys. Everything feels good for this team right now, and oh man, Whitlock has been a tremendous player. Gunner, again, despite us losing him perhaps very soon, he's doing great for himself, but it's not been the best game for Arial Rise. We can say that right now. Clark still on the 0 just is not what you want to see. It feels bad, man. And of course, you know, it's not because they're just trash players. They're just having a little bit of that off day. And here's Cordell with a peek onto that big tower. We've seen this work before and almost spots out somebody.
All you got to do is dish a drink, and your taste buds.
Sounds like happiness. So many feels. All the feels.
You do the shimmy when it meets expectations, and the head nod is I'm perfectly satisfied.
Sonic Ultimate Drink Stop.
I love working for Amazon. Good compensation.
I love working here because of the atmosphere.
They really help everybody out. The health insurance is awesome here.
I love Amazon for the people. It's the culture, really.
This is a massacre. There goes Og, Cordell bopping the head off of him, and this is just tough, man. This is a bad situation for Rise.
To say the very least. Og being down, that's a lot of utility, but I mean, unnecessarily utility that can't be picked up by the likes of Ash, and most specifically by the likes of Woods. He's got the frags in hand, so can't necessarily, you know, go wrong with getting a kill all the way out from tower. However, you know, it's not the biggest frag that's going to be off on the board as Jello. He will be picking up Whitlock. See, now that is more of an impact frag than Arial Rise would like to imagine, because now that's your ace going down. That is huge for being able to get open those reinforced walls. Walls that actually have not been opened quite yet. And speaking of walls, we're going to have to also look at hatches as a way of play too for Arial Rise. So, not looking good for them, a certain outlook in the round. However, more kills! Oh no, Slasher is going to be picking out on Gunner. He knew that he was sitting on the stairs, and having that 2-on-1 engagement will not only prove to work, but it will begin the collateral push for Toys. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Clorox. He's the last player left alive.
Choked to death on that gas there, and I think he understands that. Not a lot of HP to work with, but hey, he found his first kill. That's tremendous, Clark. You're proud of you, man. Now, if you can clutch this up, get a nice little quad kill under your belt, maybe that'd be a tremendous play. But looking at the HP and looking at the amount of gas canisters being won, the advantage certainly does not sit well for Clorox. He's going to have to do a whole lot of work. And there's Jello off the board. Jello with 10 kills within 7 rounds. Tremendous, tremendous player. And he's going to take a dangerous jump through the gas. That'll end his life. One little huff and puff of that's going to take him out. And that's all it took for a poor man. There's Toys again taking another win. As this one's looking to start to wrap up if we're not careful. Toys have been just almost uncontested so far. They have had a tremendous, tremendous attacking side, and they've transitioned very nicely into their defensive side as well.
Well, the scoreline definitely has something to say about that. You're definitely right on your opinion there. You got 5-2 scoreline, 5 rounds won by Toys, who, you're right, have transitioned onto their defense rounds. 2 rounds won by Arial, who unfortunately have not made a very slick transition onto their attacking rounds. I'm surprised! Blackbeard is being brought by Arial. It doesn't really seem like they're bringing anybody keen to an actual strategy, or more so of a normal meta that we've seen from Oregon specifically. It's more so of, you know, bringing odds and ends characters that are going to get you frags and or as much intel as you could possibly get, give you a leg up on this game, to say the very least. I think Arial Rise at this point, they're a little bit burnt out maybe from this game. We might be able to make that assumption. I'm not quite sure though.
Yeah. It's always tough, man. Arial Rise is definitely a squad that likes to meme on teams. They memed last week when they played for a little bit against Dallas Vendetta. Had a couple rounds where they brought out like a Kavera, just some wacky stuff. But here we're getting some interesting operators. Diana coming out with the Blackbeard. The Twitch has become a little bit more of a meta pick. Just recently, I've seen an uptick in her pick rate, but. Yeah, Arial Rise, I feel like they might be feeling, like you said, a little bit burnout, feeling a little bit like this one is almost in the books, and with 2 rounds, it very well could be. Now, we've seen comebacks from much, much worse. I've seen insane comebacks before, so hey, Arial Rise, I mean, they can still work this one out, but if you're not there mentally, you're not going to be there physically, and there's a shot from Whitlock taking the head off of Cordell. Not a bad operator to ping off the board. Jello now down to the old 50 HP. He's going to try to find the head of the man out there, but instead find himself on incredibly low HP. Arial Rise have a nice advantage in this round.
Question is, will this be the round, or specifically the site for Toys that it was for Arial Rise when they went bottom floor? We're gonna have to see as the rest of the round plays out, but you are very right in your assumption, once again, that Arial Rise, yeah, they definitely have a leg up on this competition. It's gonna have to be Toys that are gonna have to bring something different and get the frags, but oh no! Slasher and Matt, they're gonna add 2 onto the kill feed for Clorox and for Woods. Once again, 2 big players to be taking down for Arial Rise.
It's amazing the way Toys is able to dig themselves out of these situations. That being said, look at the HP of Jello and Cabicount. Both of them added together barely scratched the 20 mark, it seems. So not out of the woods yet, and against an operator like Blackbeard, where damage definitely needs to be dealt well, doesn't look great. Whitlock now going to be down but not out. There's the finish. Slasher finishes him off. That's I just repeated myself. But Gunner and Og now left alone. Slasher takes down Og. It's all upon Gunner. He's done it before, but now he won't do it again. Matt Bonger clears that one up, and despite the initial frag and a lot of damage going out, this is going to be series point for Toys. It's in their favor. It's in their court, and for Arial Rise, things are falling apart quickly. I don't know, man. This would be an amazing comeback, but again, it just feels like even if they did have a change of just momentum, Toys is so far ahead and they've been playing so well. I don't know if they can win 4 rounds in a row at this point.
I don't either. And another angle that the chat loves to bring up is the fact that the sub for Dami, who's obviously the original player on Arial Rising, is Clorox. So Clorox hasn't necessarily been having the best round, the best game of his life. He's, I believe he's going something around 3-8, 2-7, something like that. Point being that he's not doing very good, and for you to be on a fragger roll like that, you kind of need to get your frags, and especially if you do have a frag-heavy dynamic with your team, it's so important for you to actually show up in games like this. I think that's a good factor to look at and a good factor to analyze, not only because Arial Rise is down so bad, but because overall, I think that other people are showing up for Clorox that necessarily shouldn't have to be, right? I mean, you got Whitlock and you got Gunner showing up, which Gunner is technically a sub for Arial Rise at the moment, and he's not even supposed to be in this right now. He's currently a retiree from competitive Siege. Supposedly.
An old man.
An old man, I know. He's a senior citizen. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
it's kind of wild.
It is kind of wild. Gunner is a great player, and I mean, yeah, there's been some great showings from Arial Rise, like you said. Whitlock and Gunner have been tearing people up, but the rest of the team, and now Gunner on the floor already, it feels so bad, man. Woods, typically a tremendous player, going 3-8, not his best game at all. Og, another standout player from DGen, 2-8. Clorox, 2-8. And with Gunner bleeding out on the floor, this could be the final round, Jenna. This could be all over. Toys might take it 7-2. This is absolutely terrifying. Gunner is going to be picked up. He's got his shields as well, which is nice, but body shots are going to clear him out very, very quickly. A lot of time left in this round for Arial Rise to figure it out, but Toys have shown that they can come back from bad situations, and well, they might be able to do that if this round gets a little bit hairy.
Oh yeah. This round's already getting hairy at the moment, right? You got, like you said, Gunner going down. He will get revived, but again, he's got one shield down. So he's got a limited lifespan at the very least, right? And you got Jello, he will be collecting that kill, getting the frag on Whitlock, as well as Og adding on to the kill feed. But you got Jello lining people up for a double kill in a flawless round for Toys as they secure this map of Oregon.
Well, okay, that's how it ends, in a flawless fashion for the Toys. Oh my goodness, trust only your squad absolutely trust themselves to the end of it. Some tremendous work, and
Oh my, looking slick.
Absolutely tremendous. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better game against Arial Rise. Trust only your squad doing work. They take the 7-2 victory, and they have got to be feeling pumped about that one. I mean, it really wasn't the way I thought it was going to go. I expected a long, drawn-out match, but Toys took the reins early on. They said, hey, this is our game, and you're not going to be doing much.
Oh, yeah. They were pretty dominant on Oregon. They were pretty confident on Oregon, and they just outperformed Arial Rise in all shapes and forms. And they kept tight. They definitely kept tight with their structure. I loved how they played on their attack specifically. Like I said, there was very slight variations in the way that they did attack, although the, overarching meta of it was pretty similar each round. Other than that, I think that Arial Rise, especially having a sub, committed to a lot of huge mistakes during rounds, and it costed them all too much. Just simply put. Enough said.
It really, I mean, it's tough for them. Both teams kind of in a intriguing.
ladies and gentlemen, to our second match of the night in our Upsurge League. It's going to be NTNS versus It Worked. I'm excited for this matchup. Are you, Sly?
I'm super excited. I mean, again, with all four of these teams having wins, I mean, it puts some good standards up. I think we're blessed tonight. We have a really, really good setup. So I'm excited to see how it's going to go. Now, you praised NTNS Intense very highly when we spoke earlier. And I would say the same of It Worked. They dominated 7-2 against Black Mamba, did some amazing things on Oregon, which is a map we just saw. But, I mean, they're a great squad. So I'm excited to see how these two match up. Will it be a blowout? Is one team just going to outclass the other? Because, I mean, early on in the league, it's really hard to say if everyone's at that same skill level. Does beating one team mean you can beat another? That's a question we're going to find out. So I'm tremendously excited to see how this is going to go. It Worked NTNS should be a great matchup.
I like the point that you brought up. You are totally right in the fact that, you know, certain teams can have entirely different skill registers over one another, you know. I think that the skills that are going to matter are a lot related to how long teams have been together and how good their team chemistry is. You know, the mechanical skill, the general, you know, strategy, if it's tailored to their team, kind of what they're going to encompass in all of their rounds. And I don't know, I think a lot of individual players and just how they work. That's really a lot of what T3 is all about. It's just, you are so right. It is so hard to weed out if one team is better over the other because you don't really have a lot of experience seeing these two teams being up against other teams in the league and specifically up against each other. So this is an entirely new experience that we're going to be embarking on tonight. And I'm excited for it. I genuinely am. I'm super excited for it. But we're going to be going on to the map bans next. So let's take a look at that.
Alrighty. So in the best of one, of course, we'll have a lot of bans and then one map to rule them all. We'll see what that's going to be. Starting off with the ban, it's going to be the lovely map of Coastline. Coastline, one of my favorites to watch. I heard to play. It's a little bit of a different story, but I mean, watching it, such a frag-heavy map is amazing. Consulate, another map that does have attributes like Coastline, can be very attacker-sided. Once you get the plant down, very difficult to get back up. Cafe, we see it all the time. It's another really meta map, so interesting to see it banned out quite early on. Next up, let's see what we banned for our fourth map. What's it going to be? Oh, Oregon. We just were there, and now we won't be going back. That leaves two maps and a decider. Where will we be heading? I really have no clue.
Yeah, that's a huge question, but theme is going to be our next map banned out, and it looks like we might be going to a clubhouse decider here. Oh no, it's going to actually be Villa instead. So yeah, definitely not clubhouse, but Villa. I like the fact that Villa was picked, not only for the fact that it is attacker and defender sided in its own right, but because each objective is so different and the way that you attack these objectives can be so varied, and you know, you can win a round by doing something entirely different each round, which a great strategy that could be implemented into play in this match, and even better mechanical ability is what we're going to hope to see.
I have not seen a Villa match in a little bit of time. Let me tell you, I'd have to scroll back all the way.
Really?
To like, I don't know how, I don't date my cast, but it was a while ago. It was a little minute. So it's good to be back on Villa. I mean, when I first came into casting, the maps we saw over and over again, Villa, Cafe, Clubhouse, all the time. That's all it was. Those were the maps. And so it's good to be back to Villa. It's nice to come back here. I mean, I remember working with some great casters on ESA. You were there. You must remember Cthulhu, right?
I do. I remember casting with him specifically. He gave me quite a lot of pointers. What?
Yeah, he absolutely despised it, right? I mean, he did not.
Yeah.
We'd do it, and he'd be like, "We see this map all the time. Not into it."
It's almost like he despised the game itself so much, but he just comes back to it every single time. All right, let's get into the game.
Absolutely.
So yeah, we're going to be going on to player bans, and what do we expect? That's the biggest question here. I'm going to say Thatcher, of course. Thatcher, Mira, you know, that's pretty universal. It's pretty common. Question, second ban. what is the second operator, what is the second defender going to look like? I'm going to say Maverick, and I'm also going to say something like Wamai or Malusi again. Thatcher, right? Logical ban. He's going to be picked first. Now this one, this is the varying ban. And it was picked pretty quickly by NTNS, so I'm sure that they have a specific strategy set up behind it. Ace. He's going to be the second operator off. I don't necessarily think that this is anything... They did ban Ace last week? Okay, so I'm getting that from production that they banned Ace last week. So yeah, I'm definitely going to say that this is not anything of a target ban. We know that Ace is a really effective, efficient hard breacher. And not only that, but he encompasses such a huge role on any team. So now teams are going to have to resort to Thermite, they're going to have to resort to Habana, Maverick, all the other workarounds for him specifically. Now, Ace isn't necessarily, you know, a 1 in a million hard breacher, but he definitely has a lot of good utility on his side, and he has that AK-12, so the frag potential is for sure there. And taking him out, it's still a pretty big hindrance for it worked. Now, Maestro, he's going to be the last operator off of the board. I think that's a pretty good ban, honestly. I mean, not something that I was exactly expecting, but a really good ban at that, because Maestro specifically works really well on Villa, because if you think about Aviator, right, it's almost like a square formation, and let's say you have a Maestro camera at every corner, right? You have one at the middle of, you know, highway and lowway, and then you have one sitting in study. Well, that basically encompasses the entire square around Aviator in games. So not only does he serve as a really effective plant denial operator, but he serves as a really effective intel operator. And Valkyrie, however, she will be up on the board, and she will indeed be picked by the defense. So Valkyrie is one of, you know, those other intel operators that's really important to keep in the match. And she normally does get banned out on Villa, we know that. This time, of course, she wasn't, and she was switched out for Maestro, but I think Valkyrie, I think she's going to have more of an influence on Villa specifically than Maestro can. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to having an intel operator on the defense, it's certainly, you have some good options. Valkyrie can be very, very strong when it comes down to having those lovely black eyes. 3 of them compared to the 2 evil eyes definitely gives you some extra information. But the good thing about Maestro is he's really one of the best in-game operators, right up there with Smoke. If you have Maestro and Smoke up at the end of the night, you're looking good for that round. So I see the value in banning either or of them, but I definitely think Valkyrie, when it comes to just base utility, has that edge with the informational gathering abilities of the Black Eyes. Now, also something I want to touch on is the reason I kind of expected to see an Ace or Hibana ban is back before Ace was in the map, or in the pool, in the operator lineup. Consistently, we would see Hibana ban simply because there was a really, really big utility piece on this map, and it comes in the form of the Nitro Cell. C4 absolutely dominates, especially on lower floors, but Storm from Intense already taking one down. It's going to be Millie's dead and gone. Shiba, we learned his name is Shiba, not Shabazz. Chief and I was on him.
Shaba.
He's going to look for a refrag. You'll like the dog, Shiba Inu. Very cute dog. He's the mean dog, but already a nice frag going out from Intense. It's unrefragged so far, so unfortunate beginning for Wake. Let's see if they can climb back into this. Still a lot of time in the round for everything to work out, but having your Jaeger dead early didn't do a great job of the roam he was on, and now they might pay the price in sadness as the time continues to tick down.
Sadness indeed. And not only does Jaeger getting taken out of the round so quickly affect the sadness levels of it worked, but he's super huge for locking down the pacing of NTNS, right? He kind of stops out their push, and he stops out their ability at getting out map control. However, 5 scenario as Ripsaw is going to be killing Wingman, for what it looks like. He's going to be going on a second kill tirade with the frag grenade from below. Very smart move on him to do that. And not only that, but to kind of predict out where that defender might be. You got Shaba, he'll be taking the damage here very predominantly, and he'll be grabbing 1 kill, but wow, speaking of that, Dox G, he'll be getting killed. Shaba, though, he will be going down after a beautiful Nitro Cell kill. Shiba, I'm saying Shiba. Shiba. I don't really care.
We said Shiba last week, and it's actually
right. I want to say Shiba. I want to say it sounds like
because that's what it is. That's what
exactly.
That's
No.
But
but it sounds like you know what Shiba sounds like. It sounds like some sort of Mediterranean dish.
Oh, yes.
Tell me. Okay, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
It does.
Shiba.
I mean, we just had production say it sounds like an operator. I could see a nice Mediterranean operator named Shiba coming in, who's like an undercover chef. He works as a chef, but it's also like a secret agent.
He's like Gordon Ramsay mixed with like.
His utilities. He grabs out 2 pieces of bread, and his execution. He's like. Yeah, exactly. Production just said he gets you with the idiot sandwich. He snaps you. So I would love to see that, man. Because I feel like Caveira has a cool thing where you get to have some intel. Of course, she's not seen at all in the competitive meta, but we need more operators like that. We need a Gordon Ramsay who can come at you with those slices of bread if you're down on the ground. Just instilling fear. It would be great. I would love to see it, but of course, I don't know if that's ever going to happen. Nonetheless, I'm starting to feel like Intense NTNS are a really good squad. I mean, I hadn't seen them prior to this. I was kind of on the It Work train, but I'm quickly seeing that Intense is a scary squad to go up against. I mean, this is very reminiscent of the first round we saw with our last match when Toys took a pretty similar stat line. I mean, Shiba trying to make it not a flawless round was able to do that successfully, but still, NTNS with a tremendously powerful opening round.
To say the very least, tremendously powerful. They executed the roam clear extremely well, and they kept up the pacing in the round, which is something great to know, because they kept it work on their feet, they kept the pressure on them throughout the entire time, and they also were simultaneously...
I'ma get right in my bag. Why you gonna try to get mad? Everybody wanna keep up. Don't you know I move too fast? I'ma zip right past. Drip all on my swag. Why you trying to size me up? You don't wanna try your luck. Hot as a stove, what did you know? Burn like coal, yeah, you know I go. Way too hot, yeah, really too cold. I'ma keep going till I hit my goals. Better get back when I'm in my zone. Do it for the ones that I know back home. Did it myself, they ain't put me on. Don't you
Welcome to the next level.
This phone paired with 5G ultra wideband, wow.
The new Samsung Galaxy S21 is here, and it's on Verizon 5G ultra wideband, the fastest 5G in the world. Available in parts of many cities.
It's not just a great network.
It's ridiculously fast.
Stream your favorite shows in Ultra HD.
I'm so excited about this. Streaming is crystal clear.
Select unlimited plans, get the Disney bundle included, and Discovery Plus on us.
Yes.
Buy Samsung Galaxy S21 plus 5G. Get one on us. Only on Verizon.
Able to get the kills, get the frags, get the execute, transition that into a wonderful round for themselves. Kind of in a longer explanation to what you said, the TDLR, of course, is they just won. It was just an amazing round from them. But Angel, you will be getting the kill on the resident Mozzie, sitting in 90, so that opens up the availability for NTNS to indeed move into 90, high way and low way. But you got Jaeger, he'll be getting a kill, swiftly fragged out for a refrag in the coming seconds, all by Storm. Unfortunate as it is, you're still at a kill deficit for It Worked right now. It's a 3v4, so they're still gonna have to kind of find their way back on the kill feed specifically when it comes to the rest of the round. However, knowing that they're the defenders, it'll still put a very heavy weight on NTNS's shoulders because they have to actually attack. They have to get into the objective and keep that pacing up. Something that isn't necessarily hard for them, but that still overall is a general wall or really hill to climb. But yet Spirit, he'll be getting the headshot on Storm, the man trying to walk into landing all the way from red stairs. A little bit of an intel deficit kind of going on there for NTNS, and a flank gone south for NTNS. Definitely. So that puts us up to a 3-3 body count.
Yeah, looking at the HP of Angel, though, certainly not the most in the game. He's sitting around what Zofia would be at if she was stood. Now, Dakshi, playing as the mute operator, hoping to do a little bit of work here, has that SMG-11 out, ready to go. It's a difficult weapon to master, but I mean, people who spend time using it, you can definitely see the payoff. It tears through people. He's actually ready to go. Some flashbangs actually going to come in now with the change of Jaeger's utility. Flashbangs actually find themselves a home of being used like actual flashbangs every now and again. But there's Angel taking out wings. Actually, with a refrag, does find the Angel of Death. Another Spirit finds Lycos, and this looks very good for it work. They're going to be able to carve their way out of this. If not, it'll be Roberts doing some great work, but with time ticking down, he does have the diffuser in hand. M762 is a tremendous weapon, but it'll be Spirit finding the kill onto Roberts. NTNS don't take the round win. Instead, it'll be It Worked striking back just when they needed to. It's a good job. You don't want to start going down too far. So I think they're going to be happy with how that one turned out. But I mean, initially, this is a very, very close and interesting matchup. But again, it's reminiscent as to how we started back on Oregon with Toys and Arial Arise. It could go either way, but NTNS looked extremely strong that first attack. I want to see if they can follow it up, especially as we go back to AVG.
So I think the overall back and forth, especially of that round, our previous round, was definitely speaking to the communication and the positioning of each team, right? The refrags going off on the board, everything getting collected to come out to an even body count. Definitely something you want to see from each team. However, I think the one issue there for the attack is the fact that they had to get aggressive and in such little time, having such little firepower to their name, right? It was a 2v2 just about by the end, turned to a 2v1 just about, I think, a 1v0 or a 2v0, whatever the case might have been. You guys get the point. The fact that it came down to where NTNS was backed into a corner with their attack. They had to get aggressive, they had to get the mechanical play working for them, and it just wouldn't connect. They could not do anything in that term, they couldn't do anything. They had to relatively deal with the intel side of it. And once again, it also kind of speaks to how It works with their mechanical ability, because, you know, if NTNS is just able to walk into the site and get the kills, we would assume, what's going wrong with the It Worked? Why aren't they able to get the kills that they needed to get? So at least we know that these teams are at a relatively balanced skill register, a skill precedent. And that's something, like you said, really good to look out for, because it will be an interesting game in the coming rounds.
Absolutely. A bit of a slower one. We're about 40 seconds into this round here, and certainly a couple of drones thrown in. Spirit getting aggressive with it. Sheba as well as Spirit gets it going on. Storm and Ripsaw both going to be falling down, dead, gone out of it, as two of the 3-speed operators off the board. In fact, a lot of good ops coming out here. The IQ and Ash, I mean, certainly some powerful operators, but taken out very quickly. It worked. Again, looking quite nice. Spirit is somebody to watch. Sheba right up there. Sheba looking real good. But it's not quite over yet. NTNS can certainly make something happen. They've still got some great players. However, Lycus has not yet found a frag within those first two rounds. Roberts has found one. Angel, 3-1. The top fragger for NTNS so far is going to look to do a lot of work. Bringing in the Buck. I respect the Buck play. The man hasn't got a lot of love since a while ago. He lost his nades, and since then it has been Sledge as your go-to soft destruction operator. But back in action is going to be the old Buccarino. Roberts looking good with a Zophie as well. However, as time starts to tick down, that man disadvantage of 2 is going to start being more and more noticeable.
Noticeable indeed. As, yeah, you're going to have a very steep hill to climb as Spirit. He picks up the double kill. It seems like It Work is increasingly getting more confident as time does tick down. And in a 2v5 situation, why wouldn't you? Really, that's the question. But Wingmanny will go down to the effective Angel, getting the frag off there. NTNS, they're going to have to work together on this, and it is seeming like that's what they're going to do at the very least, though. We got one player down and another from the hands of Sheba. Sheba.
Man,
Sheba?
it's tremendous job.
Sheba. I just love saying the name. It's
a great name. It really is.
It is a great name. It is a wonderful name. Looking at that round, though, I think the biggest killer of it was, and you said this, the player deficit. 3v5 scenario on your attacking round in Villa, it's essentially a done deal. You need players up, you need the utility up, and more so, you need the ability to drone up more than anything. Regardless if all the players are sitting in the objective, which, by the way, they weren't, you still need to know exactly where they are and how to get those frags. So, you know, your push essentially gets thwarted, or at least stagnated, by having those players down. And NTNS just essentially was not able to deal with that very well. They weren't able to kind of muster together their mechanical ability and the utility that they had left to make a good round out of it. It was more so, you know, they just had to try to pick up the pieces and just was not successful. It was not a successful round for them. However, they're going to be looking to be a little bit more successful on this round, going into kitchen dining. And I think a big tone of this round is going to be vertical play. Everybody talks about vertical play, especially on this objective, because it is so huge. It guarantees you a very lofty post-plant scenario for you, and it guarantees definitely a lot of forcing the defenders out of their normal positions and or frags. So kind of keeping the defenders uncomfortable as much as you possibly can is going to be huge for NTNS to carry out during this round.
I mean, look at the amount of C4 on the board for it worked is a lot of C4 coming out.
Oh,
4 and 5 operators are bringing the bricks of explosive here. Spirit actually downstairs in the basement, which we rarely see utilized ever on this map. Like, if people just pretend it's not there, and I wish there was some kind of meta where it was there. Now, here's Storm making a move. We saw a lot of damage go two ways. Millie's gonna fall to Storm, but Roberts has taken a good whopping as well. We'll see if that's going to make them pay a little bit of the price. Now, typically, this offsite is not as strong, but, I mean, held correctly, it can absolutely dominate Dakshi with the pulse. Now, he's in a precarious situation. You see the Zophia's outline moving just feet away from him. The stand-up comes, and there goes Roberts. He's got to be ready for the move, though. That call-out is going to be coming immediately, and he drips his way down into the cellar, the basement. He's gone. A great job there to stay calm, cool, and collected by your boy Dakshi. Now Spirit ready and waiting. Spirit 5-1 has certainly shown up as a great player. Shiba as well has turned up the heat and kind of put himself up there as somebody to watch. Totally so. However, now Spirit's going to be in a bit of engagement. We'll switch back to his camera's perspective as look at this. Two players holding that same angle from, well, I guess different angles, but holding the same position from different angles. No, that what is that? They're looking the same way from different angles. That I don't know if that works, but
yeah, I'd say it's holding the same position. Holding the same position from different angles. That works. 100%. No, I'm
Aficionado.
Sneakerhead.
Sneakerhead.
Obsession has many names. This is ours. The new Lexus IS. All in on the sports sedan. Experience amazing at your...
Get up to $700 this month while listening to music, or filling out the crossword, or brainstorming what to make for dinner, and help save lives. Become a CSL plasma donor today.
I'm gonna go on to the next bit here, right? We got Library definitely being contested, as well as Astro Stairs. You got Lycos finding the headshot on Spirit and essentially shutting down the defender presence from there. Therefore, now NTNS has the almost entirety of the first floor map control outside of the main art gallery, kitchen, dining, whatever you want to call it, and now they're going to be closing in on it work. Now, this is huge because if you can boa constrictor this correctly, NTNS will have a very easy round for themselves, especially considering that it is a 3v4 at the moment. But if not pulled out correctly, then it can turn into a very messy, chaotic situation that NTNS will not want to find themselves in. So in the last 20 seconds, they're going to have to make a lot out of a very quick, very almost hasty meta. So, NTNS moving in. They're going to pick up one. That's a second one and a third one in succession for them to find the round for kitchen and dining. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Oh, yeah. It was tremendous. A beautiful attack, well executed by Intense, they did exactly what they needed to, and it started off with that epic opening kill, took out Millies pretty quickly, and despite Dakshi finding the refrag and escaping away, it just did not look that great after that. I mean, put them in a tough position, that's for sure. NCNS did a great job attacking. We're gonna head upstairs again to Trophy Statue right now. Last time we were here, we did see a W come out for It Worked. They're going to try to grab another one. So far, there's been a very close back and forth game, and I'm excited to see if that is the way it's going to go here for these two teams. It Worked, have some real fraggers, but we're starting to see the names of a couple from Intense really poke up and say, hey, look at me. We got Angel, Storm, and Ripsaw, all of them doing very well for themselves. Roberts and Lycus lagging behind a little bit, but certainly not terribly at this point. Still pretty early on into the matchup, into the round count. So we'll see how this goes. For It Worked, Spirit and Shiba have been doing most of the work. I mean, 10 kills between them. With the rest of the squad, 3 kills between 3 players. Not the best of looks, but Spirit and Shiba certainly doing a lot of work, and I think we're going to need to see the rest of It Work step up to help those 2 star players out in this matchup. MTNS, they've got a good spread. They're going wide at this point. They've got a lot of operators who are, a lot of players who are getting frags and getting some nice kills, so I think it's going to be important for It Work to really try to focus on the same. Gotta try to win those ones. Don't leave it up to Spirit and Shiba, and I think this is going to continue to be a very close matchup if that happens, but I do feel like Intense playing just a little bit better in some situations.
And that is exactly what keeps both of these teams on their feet. It's the tiny mistakes that each team makes, and it's the tiny failures that come to surmount to a snowball effect, which eventually leads to the round loss. Now, that's the whole beauty of T3, because that's where all of these teams come together, and they fix it. So, getting into this round, I think that this will be a very similar round to the first and the fourth round, where NTNS was very successfully able to roam clear. It looks like It Worked hasn't really changed up all too much with the way that they're roaming, and NTNS is very superior when it comes to intel gathering and being able to act on that intel. So unless It Worked has a little ace up their sleeve, doesn't look like all too much is going to change for them. As I say that though, Shaba, he's going to be killing Storm, unfortunately. Lyco's going to be going down right after. Not down, but definitely not out. You got Wingman. It's going to be taking some damage as well from a very bird's eye view. Spirit getting the kill on Ripsaw, but indeed it was a refrag as you already had Mills going down. 3v4 to be exact. Lyco's going to be picked up there. The diffuser currently is down right now for NTNS, but not out of their sight. You got Angel is going to be holding on 90, as Roberts hopefully will have a secured way going down Classical Hallway. And again, not looking all too good for NTNS. They have multiple players that have lowered health, but It Worked. I guess you could say the same thing for them, although they still do have a player advantage when it comes down to it.
45 seconds left in the round, so there's Roberts going down. Shiba, certainly somebody to watch, absolutely so. Now, Zofia will be able to withstand, but Lycos won't, being shut down by Spirit. These two players are just tremendous. Angel actually going to pick up the Zofia, putting her at 20 HP, rather than what she would be at had she picked herself up, which soon she won't be able to do anymore, if we do see those servers go through. But with time running down, this does not look great for NCNS. It looks like It Worked will take another round for themselves. A good round as well, as we're starting to get close to the switch. Angel, though, might have something to say about it. Wants to say there's someone down there, but there definitely is. Spirit gonna find him. No problem for the triple kill there, and make it a quad, as Spirit wipes off Roberts as well. A tremendous showing from the Wamai player. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better round from Spirit. I guess you could ask for the ace, but by golly, that man can certainly frag, and he did a great job of just eliminating any threat. Just tore it up there, and that's a tremendous showing to what these guys can do. Now, we're going to be heading, it seems, back down to Kitchen Dining, which is interesting because I do believe Aviator Games has just opened up, but they want to try the first floor again.
I think they know that they can perfect the C4 strategy. I definitely think they know that NTNS is going to be going top floor and that they can use that to their advantage. However, as I speak, Caster's Curse, Pulse is going to be 6-picked onto Jaeger, so that's not very much real-time info you're going to be getting other than Valkyrie, and it's a C4 being taken away from your team, so keeping that in mind. I think overall, though, the team composition for It Work is pretty decent, especially when it comes to those C4 kills, but if they wanted to have more of a C4 repetitive gameplay, they definitely should have opted in for the Pulse, so I'm gonna guess that they're making those tiny tweaks to work it out as best as possible. Maybe trying to roam on top floor a little bit better, having, you know, communications and refrags work to their advantage, and maybe they'll just do a little bit more of, or less, I guess you could say, of a very passive turtle strategy. However, we're going to have to be seeing as the time is going to tick down and play out. So now we're going to be engaging in round 6 regulation. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, if It Work takes this round, well, this is it for the half, but they could put themselves in a great position. I mean, a 4-2 certainly respectable, but NTNS making it a 3-3 would be a great position to put yourself into. Again, with Villa, it is in an interesting position right now, and recently it has leaned a little bit more to the attacking side. When done correctly, when done well, the attacking side can really, really dominate just because of the amount of cross angles you can put on the board. Chief loves to talk about this. Having a 360-degree crossfire, as he says, is such a big game plan. And there's Sheba already blasting Roberts into the sky. Spirit just doesn't stop. Dakshi will fall, but it's a big push coming in. Lycus as well will find a kill, but now it's down to a 3v2. Wings finds another. It's Wingman taking down Ripsaw. Angel falls now to Sheba. And Lycus on minimal HP is not in a position to win this one out. Still so much time on the board, but with such little HP to work with, this does not look good at all. Now, I think NTNS is actually, are they a French-Canadian team? Is that what we're seeing? I think I remember
so.
From, but I mean, I guess it's not super relevant. But I mean, it works. It looked like they're gonna tie down the 4-2 here.
And that's something that you want to get, especially on your defense rounds. And like you had said, with Villa being an attacker-sided map, NTNS is most likely going to have a much harder pitch when it comes to their defense rounds. But we're going to have to see, as we will be going into a little bit of a tactical timeout situation. Like, I was going to be watching these two alternative angles, but nothing really to come of it at the moment. He's not taking the opportunity to push in, so kind of supporting the theory that this is going to be a tactical timeout. Now, if you look at that round, I think it was not as informed as it should have been. Not only that, but bullet holes with your advantage. No, not as informed as it should have been, and the attack was unruly aggressive. That's a bad way to put it, but the unruliness of aggression is a better way to put it. You guys know what I mean. In the way that they were pushing in, it wasn't all too informed, it was a little chaotic, it wasn't super organized, the communication wasn't there as well. It's almost like they were giving up that round to Kitchen. I don't know exactly where it fell apart, but you could tell there were a lot of tones there. I mean, you had Lycos dying almost off, or not dying, but being the last one up almost off the bat. So, kind of huge thing to know, but either way...
Oh, look, David. My delivery's here. You got your birdseed bread, your birdseed butter, and an 87-pound bag of birdseed. Enjoy. Whoa. And that's just lunch.
Get more from your neighborhood.
This phone paired with 5G ultra wideband, wow.
The new Samsung Galaxy S21 is on Verizon 5G ultra wideband, available in parts of many cities.
It's ridiculously fast.
Buy Samsung Galaxy S21 plus 5G. Get one on us. Only on
The lasting cologne scent of Old Spice Dynasty helps get you off your couch and into the driver's seat.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, it was a really, really quick round, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
It came in. So, Brad, it was reminiscent of what we saw the last matchup, when we saw Toys absolutely just rush into laundry. But the thing is, we did not see Arial Rise be prepared for that. Whitlock was caught just putting a shield up when they were busting on through. And in this situation, It Worked was ready. They were holding it, and I do think it was Spirit who got a little bit lucky. He was able to take down multiple members of NTNS by holding a pretty precarious angle as they were all just running on in. So, I mean, it did come down to a nice win by Spirit. He's absolutely going off right now, 11-2.
Wow.
It is definitely balls to the wall play by NTNS, but I think it was countered beautifully by It Worked. They had really no issue in shutting that down. Like you said, Lycos just being left alone. But, I mean, still, for It Worked, it has been nothing but the Spirit and Sheba show. That's all we've seen. The other players within 6 rounds that we've seen kills in have 4 combined between the 3. I mean, they're doing well because they're helping out their teammates, certainly putting themselves into better situations. You can see the assists coming out. You can see their utility being used. But when it comes to the kills, when it comes to the real headline, Spirit and Sheba have been tearing this lobby to absolute shreds.
Well, I guess you could say, Slade, that it worked. I think we can I hate myself for that.
Oh no.
I think yeah, it worked. It worked. NTNS though, they're gonna be thrusted to their defense rounds. Not too much of a smooth transition for them so far, as it is indeed a 4-2 scoreline, but let's hope they can get some padding in between their rounds here, as they might be able to get this one. No real engagements are going to be going off, as 1 minute has already passed us. So kind of the roam clear coming in to full swing for It Worked. The hope is that they're going to be able to keep up their pace while being able to maintain good frags and their bodies, I guess, if you want to put it like that. But Attack, they're going to have to make this work. Once again, puns coming out. They're gonna have to make this work by getting a little bit crafty and also being aggressive when needed. So far, it seems like they're playing extremely methodical, which works up until a point where you actually need to turn that into an execute.
And the time certainly is beginning to tick down. We've got about 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. Ooh, Spirit being down dirty and on it. Takes down the Storm. Tremendous shot. Might see the Pulse try to make a move, try to avenge the death of the teammate there, but not going to happen yet. Good refrag from Lycus. Takes down Dakshi. That's a beautiful Vector right there. One of my favorite weapons. It was the first gun I ever got an ace with back on like PS4. It was on Favela with Mira. Great days. But Lycus going to be hoping to get a couple more kills here as well. Taking down Dakshi, not the biggest operator off the board in kills, but certainly the air jabs, if not deployed yet, will be very nice to have off. There's Sheba again, taking down the Angel of Death, who has died a couple times recently. Millie's taking some good whacks as well, but there he is, fighting Ripsaw. Lycus again with a refrag, but there goes another. Spirit fights down Roberts, and once again, Jen, it's just Lycus. This is the second round in a row, I believe, that we've seen this poor man's just alone in such a cold, dark, unforgiving world. Let's see what he can do here. He can die. That's what he can die. That's what he can do.
That's what he can do. He can die. He can very well die. Vector, a beautiful gun, but it does have its pitfalls. Especially if you're not able to shoot that gun before you get killed. Not only that, but speaking of the Vector, it got the 1.5 taken away from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it got the 1.5 taken away, and I think, and I'm not sure if the 1.5 was specifically on Mira and not Goyo. I mean, you'd imagine it be on Mira and Goyo. However, is that a way really to to nerf an operator that is used for their utility? Truly, I have to wonder, is it a way? I don't know.
I don't know. They like to mess around with the sights there. That's for sure. They love sight balancing.
Yeah, they love not utility balancing. Ubisoft couldn't do that, but
man.
yeah. But AVG is gonna be the next site that NTNS elects to go. Of course, they did not win their primary site, which is interestingly enough kitchen and dining, so they're going to choose to go onto a more common primary site, which is indeed AVG. Now Vigil, he's going to be put on the board here and used. Something that is a little bit more common to Villa than it is other maps, I think, with Villa having such a capability for roaming. Not only that, but I know, especially hearing this from players specifically, that there is a very interesting strategy centralized around Vigil, specifically on Villa. I'm not quite sure what it is, but I know that he's used for that. So let's hope that he's actually going to be used for strategy and not just for, you know, simple fragging, because you can use essentially any operator for that. But again, you know, it's all in the way that NCS wants to play this. You know, it is their game, and it essentially is their game to lose. So, Zero, however, he's going to be put on the board here. He actually recently got put into the game. He was implemented, and I'm excited for what waves he can create, because we know that his ability, the little Argus launcher, does a lot when it comes to utility clearing, especially for the defense, and for players like Wamai, players like Goyo, and players like Mute, and Jaeger. So essentially 4 out of the 5 players for NTNS have a utility that can be countered by Zero. So kind of big, honestly. And that'll also help Habana get her way and move through the map in order to get the walls open. So kind of as players, we gotta have that in mind throughout the round.
Yeah, really, really cool operator. I'm excited to see him in play, and already shooting at one of those little wall hacks there, seeing through the wall, shooting things off the wall, doing all sorts of things. He's a cool guy. We'll see if that's going to be a real big play. Look at this move, all on 90. It seems like everybody's out here. C4 could have been huge, actually not going to do that much, but what is going to do a lot is Angel taking a massive amount of damage thanks to his own utility. That Goyo shield, that Vulcan shield, going to blast him under 50 HP. A very aggressive move from it worked, and now they've seemed to kind of fled away a little bit. They're doing some advanced tactics of you hit them and they run away. It's very cool. Spirit and Shiba still the top fraggers out of anybody in this lobby. Spirit has shown us absolute wonders. Has over a 6.0 KD. The dude is absolutely cracked out of his mind. But Millies again gets tagged up as the Ash player. Now does have an access to an extra breaching round. We'll see if that comes into play, but not a lot of HP to be seen here for Millies. Would like to get that utility used up, but here's Storm still on the flanky, having a good time. Let's see if he's going to be able to be a real nuisance as time runs down. Lycos finishes off Millies. A beautiful kill to get off the board. At this point, it worked with this round win. Put themselves in a match point for NTNS. This win would be the first of a long struggle comeback. Ripsaw now being torn to shreds, but Spirit finds another. Shiba as well opens up on the Lycos, but time running down so quickly. It's Angel and Roberts left alone, the Goyo and the Jaeger. Now Roberts gets a beautiful kill on the Doc. She makes it not 2. It's going to be Shiba, but now down to 1. Angel going up against Spirit, the 2 top fraggers respectively, and Angel's going to clear it up, taking the round win, putting his team into a much better situation than they could have been. A phenomenal showing from Angel. Certainly has shown to be the angel of death in many a situation, and I think his team will be happy with how that one played out. A good round to keep yourself in this if you are NTNS.
Right, and as Angel cleans house, we see NTNS propelling themselves 1 round further to being equal to It Worked, or a 5-3 scoreline. Now they only have 2 more rounds in order to be entirely equal at a 5-5 scoreline and potentially push us into either an overtime situation or a 7-5 scoreline. Now that is entirely up to NTNS whether they want to take that liberty or not. However, you got 6th pick from Mute to Valkyrie as we ascend on to our next site, which is going to be Trophy in Statuary. I completely missed that. Just missed the mark entirely on that one. But I don't know. I think the balance between Mute and Valkyrie, I mean, you don't necessarily have any other wall denial operator on your team, so I'm going to guess that NTNS is expecting either an entirely different play from It Worked, you know, being able to roam clear from the entirely different side of the map, let's say south side, AVG area, or they're just going to say, you know what, the wall's going to get opened anyways, might as well not bring any wall denial, and elect for Valkyrie instead, which is almost certainly going to help us when it comes to, especially this round, because of the fact that the roam clear is going to be so huge.
Already a couple seconds into the round, and yeah, the roam clear is going to be an interesting situation to see how it all pans out. Now, Trophy does tend to be a pretty strong site when it comes down to it, but if it worked, can play this correctly, they're still very advanced. I mean, NTNS 2 rounds behind, but it worked, can make that 3 and put them on a match point with a single round win. And that's what they're going to be looking to do. It's still been a lot of Spirit and Sheba doing the work, and unfortunately when they can't do the work, it's left up to Millie's wingman and Dakshi, and they really need to come up here and prove that they can absolutely dominate. NTNS have a lot of great players right now. We're seeing Angel and Lycus kind of stick out the most. Ripsaw and Storm, both of them respectable, with Roberts lagging behind a little bit at this time. Happens, we do have bad games every now and again, but certainly consistency, that's a big hallmark of a great Siege team, and neither of them have found that throughout the squad as of right now, which is always tough to see. Kind of relying on a couple of key fraggers is not the best of strategies to go for, but I'm sure they're going to be trying to get this one over and out, for it worked. NTNS, like we said, a little bit of a comeback story. If they can start winning these rounds, it'd be huge. Roberts on the flank, but with Angel dead, gone, and out of it, Sheba finds a tremendous opening frag.
Tremendous opening frag is that, as we're going to add onto that frag list. Going to be Spirit to take out Lycos. Again, he's actually going to go for the plane. He's going to go entirely all in. Sheba getting this shot off on Ripsaw. Storm being the only player left alive for NTNS. Minus that, it's actually going to be Dox J to kill Storm, and that's a round win. A very easy, or making it look easy at the very least, for it worked.
Yeah, I mean, not a kill in response from NCNS. You have to start wondering if they are falling out of this one. 3 rounds in a row are going to be needed to bring this on back. It worked. Has been a tremendous team. Absolutely so. Just helmed by Spirit and Sheba, but the rest of the boys certainly starting to pull up as well. And Capcan on the board for Ripsaw could be an intriguing operator. Might be 6 picked out, as we don't often see a lot of Capcan in play. There it is, the 6 pick. Capcan onto Capcan. Do it. I don't know who they're going to pick. Okay, it is going to be the Pulse. Very nice when it comes to a nice little dining room defense. You want to have that vertical control, but they're going to need more than just that. They really need to start taking control of the game, as the only way they win this is we head into overtime, and, well, they fight it out there. It is infinite overtime, so a little bit of a tougher one for NTNS, but it worked in a tremendous position to close this out within 3 rounds.
Well, here's the interesting bit, especially from what I've been seeing for the last few rounds played in Kitchen Dining, is that It Work doesn't necessarily elect to go library, or not to go upstairs, but to go library. They choose not to play off of vertical, knowing especially that there's a Pulse on the board, that there's a Mute on the board, that there's a Goyo on the board. They know that already, so why even take the chance of getting Nitro Celled out when you could very much easily still take control of the objective, but essentially boa Constrictor, as Chief says, right around the objective, and get it just as easily. I think that It Worked, being able to adapt and play out that strategy successfully. It really speaks volumes to their skill and, you know, to how they're playing Villa, which is essentially wonderfully, right, on a 6-3 scoreline for match point. But I think also NTNS, they need to switch up their strategy to adapt to that, right? Because if it's just going to be all horizontal play, why elect to take a Pulse, you know? If they're not going to change anything, if It Worked isn't going to try to go for vertical play, why are you still bringing... I mean, yes, Pulse can still work for horizontal play, do not get me wrong, but he's mostly used when it comes to vertical play and for C4s. Not only that, but NTNS, they're playing with a lot of C4s in hand. So, kind of interesting to look at that, but my 2 cents on it, you know?
It's always an interesting balancing act you have to make when it comes down to this. Opening up, that's going to be Wingman dead to Storm, but the refrag from Sheba comes pretty much immediately. I still can't speak enough about Spirit and Sheba. They have been single-handedly just destroying the lobby. I mean, it's unreal. Between the two, 29 kills. and just a death is very nice for them. What a duo. But a good beginning. NTNS getting on the board immediately is quite nice for them. Lycus, again, low on HP, though, just under that 50 mark, is going to have to try to work on out of that. That pool's going to gain some good information. Spots out 2 of them. That's looks like the Ash, and who is that up there? Looks like the Zofia, just based on those lovely silhouettes that we get to see. He's a Nomad. It is the Nomad, huh? That's correct, because the Zofia is dead. Wow. Nice little C4 put down. He's ready to go. Let's see how this one works out with less than a minute to go. Ripside takes out Millie's. What a job.
Amazing job, and I just get completely slammed in my prediction. I said that pulse, why would you bring a pulse? Why is it even, what's the point to bringing a pulse? But there you go. That's the point to bringing a pulse. That gets you an extra kill. That's a nitro off the board, but it's also a huge body off the board for you as well. Millie's not necessarily having the biggest impact on the game, but having that utility up on the board is still absolutely imperative. And with Zofia off the board too, that's a lot of your soft breaching capability just flashed entirely. But Dox J is going to be getting the shot off on Ripsaw to finish off that life. Light goes on the refrag for Spirit, and a flurry of kills going out as the infiltration into the objective has taken place. You got Angel and Roberts still holding up very steady. Nitroself's going to be ripped and pulled off, but Angel will get down. Dox J trying to move into the objective a little bit farther, but he unfortunately cannot as the timer worked against him to give NTNS the round win.
That was a really, really close one for NTNS. They got there by the skin of their teeth, man. The hair on their chin-chins, and I'll take it for them. Absolutely, I will take it. I'm sure they're happy to accept a nice win there. Got so close. We saw Dox just kind of run out of time there, which is always unfortunate, but that is a huge part of this game. Managing your time is so essential. And at this point, we have 2 more rounds that we need to see NTNS really slam it home to take us to OT. But literally slamming it home will be a victory from It Worked. If they just take a single round here within the next 2, they win the series, and that will be a tremendously nice win for them. Let's see if it goes on that way, though. I mean, the defense is looking pretty good. We're heading back upstairs to Trophy, though, and Trophy looks very nice for It Worked. They were able to take that last time we were here. NTNS have got to get something on the board. Now, we are starting to see NTNS kind of get more of those kills up together as a squad. They're looking a little bit more consistent, which is great. Dakshi has as well stepped up. He's now going positive 6 and 5. Still pales in comparison to what Spirit and Chiba has been doing all day. But it's awesome to see that It Works starting to get these players up and at him as well, starting to get those big frags in. It's coming down to where, you have to have everyone up to close the door on this team. NTNS, they're going to scrap. They are absolutely going to fight to the end of this. And I could see this going to overtime. When we saw Toys get Arial Rise and put them on a match point, it didn't feel like they could really have a great chance of coming back to overtime. Here, I feel like NTNS is totally capable. It's going to be hard, but I think they can win the rounds they need to take us to OT.
I agree. I definitely agree with you on that point, but shifting and transitioning points, we're going to be going on to this round specifically. We got, interestingly enough, from NTNS, a very big variation of positioning from them. They're kind of all split up at the moment, but I think that's been working out for them quite often because of the fact that their split roam has been achieving them kills, it has been getting them that, and it has been wasting time for It Worked at the very least. I mean, you saw it work out. Pun definitely meant. You saw it work out last round for Kitchen and Dining when the timer ran out on the Nomad. She wasn't able to get the final kill, and thus NTNS just cleaned house right there. But you got It Worked this time around. They're going to be electing to move into Kitchen for the roam clear / utility clear situation, as Millies will get the shot off on Ripsaw, effectively ending his life. That's a frag for you, a pretty big one, although the UMP isn't the biggest thing out there, the biggest.
I love working for Amazon. Good compensation.
I love working here because of the atmosphere.
They really help everybody out. The health insurance is awesome here.
I love Amazon for the people. It's the culture, really.
In best gun. It is accurate, but not really too big for getting those kills in a one-on-one gunfight. However, Angel, he will be watching those Astro Stairs like a hawk. He's going to be getting a lot of damage down off of Wingman, and so far, technically NTNS doesn't have any players down with damage. As I say this though, Lycos, he will get damaged heavily, and Storm adding on to this. Oh no, he will get downed, unfortunately. So it worked with all 5 players up and only technically 3 players up for NTNS. Not a good situation for them to have. And you got Spirit going down from the hands of Angel, peeking out. And players now ascending into blue, as hopefully this would be a B-type execute. Lycos, he's gonna find one for himself, even being lowered down health like a lot. Master Bedroom player will be going down as Sophia, she's actually going to take the advantage there, getting the shot off on Lycos, leaving up. Angel is the only player left, and It Work will take the advantage there. Dox J getting the shot with the ARX, and got the round win right there. Valk blending in a little bit at the end.
Yeah, I mean, they took the round and the series win. A tremendous show. I mean, that last round it's hard to digest. That was so back and forth because we saw, I think it was Lycos just fragging people out, but all of a sudden 3 lined up in a row for It Work. Yeah, it fell apart from there. So a tremendous game for both teams, but it's gonna go the way of It Work. They took it in a tremendous fashion. Both games tonight, very good. We saw first match was Toys and Arial Rise, a 7-2 for Toys. This time, that would not be the case. A little bit different, making that 7-4 in favor of It Worked. A great series of games. Again, all these teams, I mean, have proven themselves very nicely the previous week, and now 2 of them, Toys and It Worked, starting to put a little bit of a streak together. They're starting to feel a little bit better, a little bit more confident, and definitely well-deserved. Both teams that won tonight worked hard for the win, and especially with this game that we just saw, very competitive. NTNS just so close behind them at every step. I mean, had they...
Hey everyone, my name is Abdul Rashid Jahai. I'm the Chief Business Development Officer for the Unified Esports Association. Today I've got a good friend of mine, Leo, from the Linwood YMCA, one of our community partners in the Community Esports League. So we're going to spend the day getting to know him, getting to know his program, and just diving into what the Community Esports League is doing for these guys over there. Hey Leo, I want to thank you for joining us today.
Hi, thanks for having me, man. Appreciate it.
Cool, man. Well, let's jump right into this.
Let's do it.
So, gotta look way back in your past. Can you remember the very first video game that you ever played?
Man, you're trying to date me, man. It's like how old school is Leo? That's your question.
The watchers are gonna Google it.
You know what? I'd have to say I'm gonna bring it back, man. Believe it or not, it wasn't Pong, but it was Pac-Man. Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man. I used to dominate Pac-Man, especially Miss Pac-Man too. Those were probably my first 2, going to the arcade and just as simple as that. And then it got to the point where it was like Kung Fu Master. I don't know if you remember Kung Fu Master.
Yep.
That's old school, but I got pretty good at that, and I've always liked kind of those kind of games. And again, compared to the graphics now, it's no competition. But I specifically remember those 2 being a little kid, going to the arcade and going from dominating at Miss Pac-Man to Kung Fu Master.
Awesome. Well, yeah. Now that the watchers know your age, tell us a little bit about yourself. What do you do? Where are you from?
Okay, well, originally I am from Chihuahua, Mexico. So I was born in Mexico, moved to Western Kansas when I was 3 years old in Garden City, Kansas, way out in the middle of nowhere. Did my undergrad at K-State, did law school at KU, and I've lived in both coasts, and I've lived outside the country as well, from South America to Europe. And prior to serving as the executive director for the Linwood Y, I was the Spanish broadcaster for the Chiefs. So if you ever heard Reportando en vivo del Estadio Arrowhead, that was usually me, and that was just calling like a incomplete pass, So I mean, it was fun. It was fun. Did that for a couple of years, and before that, I was the director of community outreach for Truman Medical Centers, and that's why now, as running a YMCA, it's a good fit because we have a clinic right next door, the Truman Clinic, and so we do a lot with healthy living, youth development, and social responsibility, and so that's kind of where my history is. I've always been very passionate about the youth and sports and entertainment. My first job out of law school was working for Sporting KC, and that was a blast. And again, I kind of brought it back with the sports Spanish broadcast, but now I'm here at the Y and trying to incorporate that same kind of energy and that drive and that entertainment component to educate our students and our kids and bring that excitement back so they'll have something to kind of look forward to.
That's awesome. Yeah, we've been knowing each other for a while now. I didn't know we had so many things in common for our past. I did my undergrad at K-State too. That's how I know Garden City and Holcomb, and down there in Western Kansas. That's awesome. I was actually born in Truman Medical Center.
What?
Yes.
Dang.
A couple years ago. Not
a couple years ago. Kind of like me. Yeah, a couple years ago.
But yeah, that's super awesome. Super impressed by your career trajectory, and I am honored to work alongside of you over at the Linwood YMCA and the Greater Kansas City YMCA network. So let's kick it back to the games. I know you're super busy, but do you have a favorite game?
You know what? Again, I don't know if this is a super appropriate, but I've always, I remember when Grand Theft Auto first came out, I think it was Miami, or it might have been the Miami one. That I had fun with that. And at the time, my little brother, I think was little, but he was able to really differentiate between reality and fiction. And so, or else I wouldn't have, exposed him to that kind of thing. But that was fun because it incorporated like all the old school kind of classic beats, the Miami sound, and then kind of the excitement and the graphics and so forth. So that was kind of one of my favorite games on that end. But if we're talking about sports, I remember Double Dribble. And again, I know it's old school, man. Double Dribble, that's not quite as old as what the 10-yard fight, which would be the equivalent to Madden now. But I've always liked Double Dribble, being able to dunk on people, all that good stuff. But yeah, I mean, if we're gonna kind of bring it back, kind of more modern, contemporary, it'd probably be like a Grand Theft Auto. I've always been a big fan of those. But the sports have always been a thing for me.
Awesome. Yeah, those some solid picks. So in these unique times, our viewers right now they're all watching this stream live. So
awesome.
They're gonna hopefully you become one of their favorite program directors within the YMCA network. A lot of our viewers spend a lot of their time consuming their video gameplay, if not in person, since couch co-op that being a thing with the time that we're living in. They're watching a lot of esports streamers out there.
Yep.
Have you had an opportunity to spend any time watching any esports streamers across any of the games or platforms?
I am familiar with, I think I've watched Ninja, like Throwdown, at several like festivals where like the focus is on him even during these festivals. So I know he's a pretty big deal. And I've actually worked with some other gamers. My boy Tony Patrick, he's out of New York, and he's a big time streamer as well. But actually, the funny thing is, I have a little brother through Big Brothers Big Sisters, and he's the one that started kind of exposing me to that. And Jose, if I can give Jose Garcia a shout out, he's a little streamer himself, and he's very humble about it. But he's going to be one of our folks here at Linwood Y that's going to help us kind of get it off the ground as well. So those are the kind of the ones that I've kind of been exposed to, and I've always just liked the competition. I mean, it's really, you go from like a live event, but then as someone who used to stay up all night, whether it's playing Mario Brothers, Mario Kart, so forth. I mean, you appreciate the talent that it takes, to be so focused and be so good. And, I remember back in the day, you would find like, secret passwords or secret things to get more men and all that. But, taking it to the next level, it's really cool. So I've only kind of experienced that in a smaller setting, not in a stadium per se, but I have seen it. I guess one of my favorite ones was at Arrowhead Stadium. It wasn't actually at the big stadium, but it was in one of the rooms. It was in one of the, I think it was the Founders Plaza or the rooms, where it was part of a Chiefs event. It was a Madden, and players were actually playing in it. So Tyreek was like playing himself, I mean, it was just really cool to see them in action playing against, other quote unquote, like normal gamers, that would get in there. And so it was to have that kind of experience, really was cool. And you think about it as a professional athlete, and especially during these COVID times, you're kind of hunkered down. And so even pre-COVID, when we would interview players, they would love to play. They were streaming, they were playing, and that was kind of like their outlet, So that's kind of where my experience comes from on the esports side.
That's awesome. Yeah, shout out to the young content creator. Love to hear that you're big and pouring back into the youth in our communities. Not a surprise to me at all. That's the character temperament that I received with you since the very first time we met. It's also really cool to hear that you've been able to share some of the experiences that we do in the large scale events. Can't wait to drag you out to one of our conventions when we return back to doing large scale events across the nation, but also bringing one to the Linwood Y.
Yeah. Well, just on that note, I mean, I know we're right around the corner, but about a year ago, you and I were both on a plane to Miami for the Super Bowl, and I got to experience like the setup over there at the Super Bowl with
Guardians.
Oh my gosh! And again, to see it at that kind of level and seeing what you all do, I was blown away. And I felt like a little kid in a candy store, So it's I really commend what you all are doing and really taking it to the next level and getting it out to kids of all ages and backgrounds and provide those kind of resources and give them that interactiveness. I mean, that was huge. And so that you guys were a big hit there in Miami. So you were not joking when you were saying, yeah, we're going to be doing it at the Super Bowl. I'm like, word, because you were on point, man. So kudos to you all, what you're doing and providing this kind of access to our communities.
Yeah, I appreciate it. A lot of folks don't know this will probably be their very first time hearing about it. But within the Community Sports League, we have community partners like yourself. You were one of the first of two to be one of our approved league facilities. So what we've done on our end, we've taken some of our equipment from our large events and we've donated to your center so that you can continue to serve those youth that you're so awesomely serving already and give them access to these competitive titles without having to deal with the expensive entry barrier of acquiring consoles and PCs. Thank you for the willingness to let us pilot this on you. And so with that, I want to ask you, like, do you have any plans for that equipment that we've donated to your space and outside of the Community Esports League?
Mm-hmm. No, I want to thank you. Because we've been talking about this since we first met. And for those of you that may not be familiar with our YMCA here in Linwood, we're in the urban core. We're one of the only few urban core YMCAs here in the KC metro area. And so we serve a very diverse demographic. And, I've been here for about a year and a half, almost 2 years as executive director. And some of our successful events were teen nights. And I got to say, Abdul, you and your crew, you all made that happen because yes, teen nights involve playing basketball, volleyball, arts and crafts, chess, you name it. But you guys really brought it because you offered that other dimension. And it wasn't just like our community room. It was the hallways. It was kids engaging and really doing it. And then I would see it here in my facility, at our facility here at Linwood. But then when we had festivals and we did events, you bring out your mobile truck. And that was fun too. It's like, wow, man, you guys really get it because you're really connecting with the students. And so now that, we've been fortunate enough to be the recipients of, your generosity with the consoles, the gaming equipment and so forth. We have a teen tech center that we're working on. And that's a huge component to it is the monitors that you've supplied, TVs and consoles and so forth, because it's going to, yes, we're going to have gaming there. We're going to have esports. We're going to have all that cool interaction and competition, but it's also going to serve another purpose. It's going to serve coding. We're going to have coding workshops for kids. We're going to break it down and say, hey, this is what it takes. The game that you're playing now, this is how it was built. These are the stepping stones that you need so that you can further your education, and whether you become a professional gamer or a designer, it's right here. So we're going to do some coding. We're going to utilize it to do resume building, to do scholarship searches, to utilize that technology and that equipment to do. And now with everything, a lot of virtual things that we're doing, we're going to be able to do tutoring there virtually, with kids, like one-on-ones with laptops and the monitors there. So we're going to go beyond, and then we're going to celebrate it with having a league, having an actual league, and getting the kids involved and engaged, and getting them exposed, and really learning from each other, and have a friendly competition both here in the neighborhood, but then with other competing Ys and just in general. And I really foresee our kids really kind of taking it to the next level and competing with people from all over the country.
Yeah, and I couldn't have been more excited when my partners and I came up with the concept to create these approved league facilities. Most don't know I got my start in entrepreneurship under the Local Legends brand, and you guys didn't have to, but you guys took me in under your wing, and you guys really gave me a chance with the Teen Knights. Entrepreneurship is never easy, but you guys were truly one of the lifelines for myself as I was growing my business and trying to scale up to get to the point to where we became part of the UEA brand. I thank you for it. So I know you guys feel like you received more, but I absolutely received more on my end with that opportunity. Gaining the opportunities is the hardest thing for entrepreneurs, and I am forever indebted. So I'm excited.
Thank you.
We've done some really cool things like the Mario Kart tournament over there.
Yes.
Awesome. Got your kids into some league jerseys. So for those at home, stay tuned. There are going to be some really awesome experiences coming in the YMCA at Linwood and across all the other locations.
Yes.
Go back to the the questions now that they kind of finally know what's going on locally here and what we're working on a national level as well. So I know the Super Bowl is probably one of the largest events that you got to go to, and then the event that took place at Arrowhead Stadium here in Kansas City. Do you have any esports events in your sightline that you have interest in?
I'm telling you, Abdul, with your help and this gaming community, I really foresee our new room here, the Teen Tech Center, with the gaming equipment really taking off. And my goal would be to do what you've done in other places and do it utilizing our gym to do like a citywide or some type of tournament where we can do it. I mean, we have the facility, we have the room, and I think once we get the traction and get the ball rolling, I don't see why we can't do it. I know they've done it nearby in Wichita, Kansas. You showed me that video, and I would love to see that, and then eventually, I'd like to see us go and knock on some doors and maybe do it at a couple of these stadiums, whether it's T-Mobile, whether it's where Sporting plays. I mean, we all have good connections there that would love to have us because like you were saying, I mean, this is the thing. This is what was driving people. We're in partnership with colleges and universities. And so hopefully open up some more scholarships for our kids so they can see the light. One thing, I know I'm going to diverge for a little bit, but we have an after school program here, and I was blown away because I think we're starting to really kind of take to the next level, where in the past, when you'd have kids and you'd ask them what they wanted to be when they grow up, and you ask them to write a letter to a college, like an admissions board, that was an workshop that we did. And I was pleasantly surprised that about more than half of the kids, instead of all saying they wanted to be professional athletes, they said they wanted to go into engineering. They said they wanted to do coding. They said that a couple of them said they wanted to be professional gamers, and that's cool. But they really were all about, like, you know what, this is what I need to do. These are my goals. And I admit, I was one of those kids in junior high, even in high school, I think, that I wanted to be a professional basketball player, but I stopped growing like my sophomore year, I wanted to be the first Mexican in the NBA, but it was one of those deals. But then you realize that, you have all these assets, and that's what we're trying to create with this partnership and with what you all are bringing to the table is, yes, the esports, the Mario Karts, the competitions, the tournaments are awesome, but then the greater the greater vision is to really kind of provide the basic skills that kids need to graduate from high school, to go on to college. And we have the facility here, and we have the partners in place to really take it to the next level. And I mean, I'd love to bring in Kelsey and Mahomes, at our gym, and partner with Operation Breakthrough and Mahomes and the homies, and then make it happen. I mean, for me, the sky's the limit. You can probably tell with my energy, but I'm all for it, man. And that's why we're so grateful that we're developing this partnership, and it's finally coming to fruition. It's been a work in progress, with the little COVID action that took place, and now we're starting to kind of see the light. And so I really see us taking it to the next level and utilizing our room and our team tech center and the league and the sessions to get us going. And then once it starts, the word of mouth and we have the support of the gaming community, we'd love to host something here. I mean, how historic would that be? Because I guarantee you there hasn't been one hosted here in the urban core like we're projecting, and I think there's a valid reason to get local colleges and universities involved and go beyond. So we're excited, man.
Yeah, we'll get there. I mean, myself, I grew up going to hot summer nights as a kid.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the kids don't generally have stuff like that in the skating rinks. We can absolutely build it there. We'll be announcing soon some of our great partnerships we've established with our professional ball teams here, which I'm sure they'll be more than happy to work with the YMCA, a trusted brand that they've worked with for so many years from their leagues that they do on their end as well. So we'll absolutely connect them to. Then even on the collegiate side, some of our great friends over like Park University, KU, K-State, UMKC, to make sure that our youth in our community here know about the opportunities that there are in post-secondary education. I mean, I studied computer science as a student at K-State, and I built my first PC in college. I built my second PC, the gaming PC. So there's still that synergy between the two, and we'll make sure that our youth know about that. So I'm excited to work with our youth through your program, to show them the many opportunities they have that we weren't afforded. So while we're talking about your program, of course, I love to talk. I can talk about video games for hours, but I want to hear about the Linwood YMCA. What kind of program that you guys have? I know I'm personally excited to get my kids swimming lessons over there.
Oh yeah. Oh man.
But tell us about what's going on over there.
Okay. Well, we got a lot of stuff going on. A lot of people still ask us, are you guys open? Are you guys closed? And we've been open. We did take maybe a couple weeks off when everything was shut down, but we did maintain our essential care for essential workers in the month of March, April, May, for first responders, nurses, docs, and so forth. So we stayed open. We just weren't open to the public up until the summer. Until June 1st, we reopened again at half capacity, and then gradually we started opening up the rest of the area. But no, we're doing it all. We're not just a gym or swim. I mean, we are that, and we have a real nice one too. Both the gym, one of the largest in the area, and also our swimming pool. Our swimming pool has a retractable roof. I mean, it's nice. It's strategically, that was strategic with the renovation that happened about 4 years ago, before my time. But that was to really serve as an area where, and my goal as executive director is every child that walks in the doors at the Linwood Y gets a swim lesson, and bring on your kids, Abdul, because we want them to not only get one swim lesson, but go through the whole process so they can swim. Because what we're teaching here, I always tell people, like, we're saving lives in aquatics, and teaching kids how to swim. We had a great partnership with Operation Breakthrough this summer. We probably brought in about 200-300 kids to swim. And then we partner with charter schools and KC public schools as well. Actually, I'm about to get the mayor in here to teach him how to swim as well, because our mayor, last time we hooked up, he said, "Hey, Leo, you need to get me in Linwood, and I need to learn how to swim." And that's a perfect example of how, even as an adult, in the minority community, it's pretty prevalent that a lot of folks don't know how to swim. So we're trying to, again, save those lives. And that's just one area. That's aquatics, man. We have healthy living. We have personal trainers. We have weight loss management. We have all those things. We have youth development. Youth development, I mentioned a little bit about our after school programs. Right now, with the essential care, it kind of evolved into almost like a summer camp. And then once school started, since it really technically didn't really start because it was virtual, we wanted to offer the Y Learning Academy, virtual learning academy. So we did that right after Labor Day. Boom. You know what? We're going to facilitate that because we know there's a growing disparity with our minority community in education, because oftentimes we don't have access to all the resources that other school districts may have. And so we've combined essential care, like a child care, with virtual learning and tutoring during the day. So you can walk in here right now and go get your swim on, your gym on, but on the third floor here, we're getting our learning on, because we have our virtual Y Academy taking place from ages 5 to 12. And for this summer and during spring break, we do some STEM work, STEM and STEAM, which you throw in the arts with the STEAM, and that's what the esports is going to be a big part of. That's where we're going to throw in the coding, the math, the science, and we welcome volunteers to come in, and experts, that to come in and teach, the kids here how to, what they need to do and so forth to be successful, because we're just opening that up, man. We're really trying to get to the next level. And yeah, we've had those challenges and those hurdles, but the YMCA, as you mentioned, I mean, it's been around for a long time and we're not going anywhere. But the goal now is to make it better and to really provide more access. One of our 3 pillars is social responsibility as well. And, you name it, we've been doing it. I mean, we live diversity and inclusion every day here. We had the protests, the marches. We're marching every day, in the community, in the area. And so we want to continue to provide those kind of access points and resources to our students and our families. And so, we did a lot of voter registration events this last year. We're about to do some vaccinations as well, COVID vaccinations to serve our community. So those kind of things where it's time, man. We can't just sit around anymore and hope that something happens. I mean, we need to really garner our partnerships and folks with the same vision that we have, and really continue to take it to the next level, because it's not about us. It's about everyone else, our community. So we're excited, man. But like I said, we do it all here. I mean, we do it all. You want to lose weight or you want to get huge? We have that for you, man. We can do it all. And I'm so excited every time I come in. And we have a kid zone as well. So if parents want to work out and their little ones, I mean, we have childcare that we provide as well. And again, those swim lessons are open. We do private and group lessons, but we do a little bit of everything. We have a healthy eating and kitchen that we utilize as well. We have a weekly show. We have a weekly show with that you're going to be on. I think next month you're going to be on during Black History Month. We're going to have different guests every week. But right now it's our healthy living coordinator, Tila, a program director, and Damian Smith. He's a UFC fighter, but both of them are vegans. So they're going to turn you on to not eating meat. And after you see Homeboy, you're going to be like, man, I want to be a vegan, because they both throw down. They throw down live, have a live cooking show, and then it's streamed. And so those kind of things and components where we teach our community, a different way, where you can still enjoy that good food, but mix it up a little bit. And so we offer a lot of programming, and we'll only continue to offer more. But we really want to hear from the community, and this is why we're doing this program, because we listened and said, hey, what do we need? And the kids overwhelmingly were like, esports. We need an esports league. We need to have a place, a safe place, safe haven where we can go and we can play, or we can play from home, but have that kind of access. So we listened to what people wanted, and here we are. So thank you again, man.
Awesome. Well, yeah, I know you've had quite the career in traditional sports, traditional stick and ball sports. And you're a pioneer among the dozen other YMCAs in the greater Kansas City area. How have your contemporaries in the traditional sports realm viewed your interest in esports?
That's been a huge influence. Like I said, I mean, working in those fields, but also being an athlete myself. I mean, I started with soccer, then football, then basketball. I was a little baller back in the day, and I played, video games. So you combine those two things, and then after, going to school and then still being a part of the sports industry and the entertainment industry, it's had a huge impact on me, because, you're able to see that we all have, certain skill sets, and just being in the mix, like whether it's at Arrowhead or even helping build Sporting here, our soccer team from scratch. Because when I started working with them, that was my first job out of law school, and and we were in the process of rebranding and the whole new team and building a new stadium. So back then, we did a soccer specific stadium. So all those different challenges and what was met. I mean, now folks are talking about building esports specific stadiums. I mean, those kind of things that you just got to go with it. And after having those kind of learning curves and seeing how that works, on that end, with live sports and contemporary sports, and then making that switch over. I mean, it's a beautiful thing because it's no joke. I mean, that's where the action is. And I think even, having to press the pause button, with COVID this last year, it kind of reinforced the fact that, hey, man, like people are still going to be gaming at the house. They're still going to do competitions. Let's figure out a way to do it. I've always loved boxing, for example. I've been to a couple of live boxing matches in Vegas. That's awesome. But you know what? It's also cool to be in there and play Mike Tyson's Punch Out. I mean, things like that, where you have a screaming area where it's like you're live and in person, and it's really cool, man. So again, I've been exposed to some of those, but being in that realm in the sports and entertainment, and then bringing it back to the esports, I mean, they go hand in hand. In my opinion, they go hand in hand. So when this opportunity came up, and it still gave me the idea to be able to kind of implement it at our center. It's awesome. And I've had the privilege, actually, even though I may not be the biggest gamer, I'm learning, but I've been in the same room. I've been in the same room with guys that developed Call of Duty, Pokemon, stuff like that, where, I mean, they're killing it. And now they want to give back. They want to give back. They helped design them. They did this, they did that. And now, working with them, it's like, wow, I'm just like taking notes because they've what they've done, and they've, taught me a lot. And I hope to, Christian and Tony, if you're listening and you're watching, hope to bring you out here, from New York, from Seattle, from LA, to come in and do, a spiel on the importance and what you kind of went through to get there. So it's those kind of things that really help me kind of assess and see how vital and how important this industry is. And I'm actually working with another friend that does esports Mexico. And so we're working on how to do the whole lucha libre, the culturally competent, lucha libre and other sports, because we think it's blowing up here in the US. Man, it's worldwide. It's worldwide. So anytime you can get people, that are familiar with the culture and the sports and so forth, I mean, you bring that competition and that knowledge, and it's awesome. I mean, unfortunately I missed the convention this last year because of COVID, but I plan on going next year to Mexico, either Mexico City or Mexicali, where they have their big esports convention like they do in Vegas. There to Mexico, and you're welcome to roll along. I know you like to travel, and we just hop on a plane, Abdul, and
let me know. I'll definitely
do some research, man. So let's do it.
Yeah, so I mean, I get to study the industry every day, so we kind of have our idea of where it's heading. But I'd love to hear what your projections are. Like, where do you see esports in the next 5 years?
Well, I really see, from what I've seen the last couple of years, is I mean, it's almost the augmented reality kind of side of it. I know it's a little more on the technical side, but I see that kind of having a little more effect. I know that's probably going to affect even some of the movie industry, but also the gaming industry. But I really see that. I mean, we've already seen it with schools providing scholarships, majors, in this arena. And I really think that it's going to continue, and we're going to see more e-gaming, esports specific stadiums, for example, where you have the monitors built in, you have the big screens, you're tailoring it to a certain audience. But the component that I like, and I think where I could put the why twist to it, is you have your stereotype of people that are just going to be throwing down junk food and this and that. Well, with the why, our goal here is to say that, hey, you know what? While you game, you can eat healthy, you can live healthy, you can work out, you can just stay active, and I think it's gonna create, continue to create a more of a positive stereotype where, if your mom's yelling at you for staying up all night playing Mario Kart or Call of Duty, it's going to be like, hey man, I'm going somewhere with this, and it's going to involve more discipline and more structure to it. But I really see this continuing to pop up left and right in our communities. And hopefully this is one area here at Linwood in the urban core where we can have more because we need that here in the community. But I really see this blowing up, and I want to be involved as much as I can, here at Linwood, but also to help, with the culturally kind of relevant type deals when it comes to sports, when it comes to action-packed, games. So I really see it, continuing to grow, and with your blessing and your knowledge, I want to continue to be a part of that knowledge and seeing how things work and getting in folks that are experts in the industry to help us kind of grow with it. And that's the cool thing about this project is that we're being innovative, man. I mean, I know there's been maybe another Y or two that have kind of come on board and done some of this, but we want to really take the lead here in Kansas City and then kind of start a domino effect and create it at a national level.
Yep, perfect. Well, for those out there watching, you can check out the Linwood YMCA's esports facility. They're at 3800 East Linwood Boulevard, Kansas City, Missouri. We thank you guys for joining us. If you want to check out the Community Esports League and the 7 different titles that we feature, you can go to www.uea.gg/CEL, and you'll see the 7 different competitive titles across the different platforms that we feature. The league is $25 to play in. It runs 12 seasons a year, so every month is a new league. And we give out over $4,000 in cash and prizes. So for those out there watching, we hope that you guys tap in. Leo, I want to thank you for joining us today. I really appreciate it. I can't wait to come visit the location again. I'm going to pack these kiddos of mine up and get them.
Bring them on. Bring their swim trunks, all right? Swim trunks. We can play a few games, and they can go swimming. We got some great lifeguards and instructors here. And thank you again, man, for this is truly a blessing to have the equipment, donated equipment. And we really, it's going to be one of our pillars. It's going to help us take Linwood to the next level. So we appreciate you and your staff and everyone having that vision along with us. So appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, for those out there watching in, we'll catch you guys on the next interview. Thank you for joining us.
at the bottom of the ocean. I'm at the bottom of the sea. I'm at the bottom of the ocean. Don't know if I'll make it back home.
No matter what I do, I'm stuck on you. I got deja vu. Yeah, I got deja vu. Yeah, I got deja vu. Yeah, no matter what I do, I'm stuck on you. I got deja vu. Yeah, I got deja vu. Yeah, I got deja vu. I got deja. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu, yeah. No matter what I do, I'm stuck on you. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu. I got deja. Stay high, can't lie. I just gotta keep you off of my mind. I just gotta stay on my grind. You get the whole day, I just need the nighttime. I don't wanna fight. It seems like we do this shit and rewind. Seems like you only need some me time, baby. I wish I could freeze time. No matter what I do, I'm stuck on you. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu, yeah. No matter what I do, I'm stuck on you. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu, yeah. I got deja vu. I got deja vu. I know my mind ain't playing tricks on me. Right now everything is moving slow. Yeah. This shit is real. I know it ain't no phony. Yeah. Could've sworn that I've seen this before. No matter what I do, I'm stuck on you. I got deja vu. Yeah. I got deja vu. Yeah. I got deja vu. Yeah. No matter what I do, I'm stuck on you. I got deja vu. Yeah. I got deja vu. Yeah. I got deja vu. I got deja vu.
And good evening, everyone. We are here. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Upsurge minor league broadcast here at the beginning of week number 3 as we are getting underway. My name is Orbital. I am joined here once again with Random Minion Caster. We are here for week number 3 again, like I stated, but it's becoming a regular occurrence. Very excited for that, of course. But Random, how are you doing today?
Doing good. Really excited for this particular matchup as well, because one of the teams was the Wolfpack Phantoms, who we're supposed to cover last week here. So I'm glad to be back in the Cloud division and seeing them go head-to-head now against North Kentucky University's Esports Club.
Yeah, we will be having, like you said, Wolfpack Phantoms versus North Kentucky University. Both these teams sitting at 1-1 in the Ocean Division of the UML. So both of them still battling to see if they will come up in on top and see how they perform here and start differentiating themselves from the middle of that group. And I mean, we've talked about them a little bit, but both of them lost in their week number 2. So both of them are looking to rebound here in week 3, actually.
Yeah, so it should be a fairly close one, at least so the standings say. And, starting with North Kentucky University here, their entire team basically are a bunch of freshmen. This is their first season together here. So kind of a new team. The goal for now, they're not even looking at the playoffs. Their goal for now is to try and finish first in the division, or at least as high as they can go. So should be interesting here. And the Wolfpacks on the other side here, they too are a new team. The organization has been around for a long time. They've played in Upsurge before. They, I believe, won the UML about 2 or 3 splits ago, and last split they really struggled. So new team that's in this time, we can basically treat them as a whole brand new thing. So 2 new teams, 1-1, doesn't get much more even than this.
Yeah, just very standard head-to-head. Take your best shot and make sure to put your best foot forward. Again, this is a best-of-3 series, of course, so you have that 1-game leeway. But, of course, everyone wants an easy night. Everyone wants to go home with that 2-0 win and be able to, take it nice and easy in just a very simple series. Now, taking a look at the roster breakdowns, we took a look beforehand, and I know there were possibly some people, really standing out to you in terms of taking that, that first initiative, making sure that they are the ones that are going to be putting the team on their back and starting to carry that trend into the series.
Yeah, so both these teams actually have a really similar play style, it feels like, in terms of their rosters, where both their top laners here are not the carries. Even despite it being sort of a carry meta right now, both sides do often end up being put on the back foot on tanks, not necessarily put in a great position to carry. Their mid laners both have a lot of potential to pop off, have been sort of doing that here for their teams, but both teams like to look and focus on their bot lane. So while the mid laners have been doing a lot of work, I think we're going to have to look at the bot lane, because that's where the teams themselves are looking at.
Yeah, and once again, we are having the all, original and at this point, a very standard little issue with my camera, so I'm very sorry. We will get that fixed as soon as possible. But like you said, the bottom lane, and I think that's also one of the areas that we've seen a lot of variation with the champion pool that came out, because just about a week and a half ago, we saw that the Samira was a big, playmaker, and then it drastically shifted, right? We saw a massive shift over towards that Aphelios, which really seemed to creep out of nowhere, shoot up in that standing of, hey, this is the type of champion that we want to play. So when you're talking about similar playstyle, I mean, is this going to be the champion that is going to be played more, or are we going to see that a vastly different array of champions other than the standard meta?
Well, I think at this point in time, we have to look at what these players have been playing here, and both of these ADCs have actually been playing kind of similar champions, namely Jhin and Kai'Sa here. So I expect those to be extremely highly contested picks. Even actually for the Wolfpack Phantoms, they can actually afford to throw one early ban at either the Jhin or the Kai'Sa and pick the other one for themselves here. Either that or force North Kentucky to waste another ban to even out the playing field.
Yeah, and we'll have to wait and see for that, of course, because as the blue side, you do get kind of that preferential treatment. You get to decide and dictate the pace of how you want this draft to go. And I think that's something that a lot of people, once you start moving up in those rankings, and what really distinguishes a middle of the pack team to a higher level team, to a team that can really elevate that to the next level, is actually taking draft to that next level as well. How can you mess with your opponent? How do you cheat out a little win in that early stage? And we're starting to see that come through here. Aurelia and Camille taken off by Wolfpack Phantoms here as they are on blue side. On the red side, NKU go ahead and take away the Rengar. Some targeted bans towards some very strong players.
Yeah, sort of almost solo queue-esque picks here for both of these teams. Irelia for the side of NKU's mid laner, who likes to go by Ice here, is something he plays a lot in solo queue. Not so much here so far in the UML. He's been playing more team-oriented picks like the Rise, like the Victor a little bit, but still safest to remove that. And that Rengar for Wolfpack Phantoms, that is definitely something that Griffin likes to play a lot in solo queue. Not so much again in the UML.
Yeah, just let's keep that one off for climbing only as we try and grind through the ranked season. But the Senna is going to be locked away, taking that support utility ADC off the table. But the Udyr, pretty much a staple at this point on red side. If your opponent does a bandit, you have to, or else you will be in a world of pain come the first game.
Yeah, Udyr is that quintessential stat stick here where basically just runs at you and stat checks you, and he's so difficult to kill. Doesn't really take too much skill to execute, so that's why it's become such a staple. But I have seen a counter coming through an international play. It hasn't been winning a lot, but I've been seeing a lot of Dr. Mundo here to counter that, and because of all those targeted bans, Seraphine has managed to slip through here.
Yeah, you want to talk about the pop star in that mid or support role, usually in the support role. Still considered, I believe, S tier. Still always your go-to, huge utility buff. So you gotta love it. First blind pick coming out here, and we'll see what NKU decide to respond with. You talked about it before. Both ADCs like to play it. So if you take the Seraphine, we'll take the Kai'Sa.
Yep, that still leaves Jhin on the table potentially here for the side of Ealer on the Phantoms. And I doubt they'll let it wait till the second round, because if you do, the ADCs do start to get pinched, and there's not that many ADCs in the current meta that you can sort of let that slide through. The Alistar looking to be the hover and the lock into pair with that Kai'Sa. So already a lot of safety and a pinch of engage here for the side of North Kentucky.
Yeah, it's fairly standard. You know, you don't want to give up that engage. And also, a lot of people don't like to talk about it. The Seraphine has a lot of trouble with just hard engage champions. That's one of the ways they can easily dive it, but good way to negate that is a slowing ability of Misfortune. You gotta love the Let's Make It Rain. I believe the E ability just slows everyone down, cuts down the chance that they can get on your support, so they will lock it in. So having engage versus long range harass coming out in that bottom lane.
And already, just with 2 picks here for the side of Wolfpack Phantoms, they've already built themselves an amazing sort of AoE foundation for their team here. If they opt to go, with that Aatrox or the Gnar, in fact, you've got yourself even more engaged. Mega Gnar is great for fighting, but personally, I don't think the NA Gnar is necessarily a safe pick right now.
You talk about NA Jace, NA Gnar is definitely up there as well. And I do have to question it a little bit, taking it directly into an Alistar, which is known to kind of, disengage that one engage option. Another way to disengage is that Hecarim, so that will be locked in for NKU. Great disengage options if necessary, but gonna lock in that heavy, aggressive early game jungler.
And honestly, a little bit surprised they didn't ban the Hecarim, because it's literally all that Josh the Block has played right now. They've played 3 games. Week 1, I believe, was actually a forfeit. So NKU's only played last week, and they played 3 games. In all 3 games, Josh the Block played Hecarim, for better or for worse here. So we know for sure that he's comfortable on this champion.
Yeah, gotta love it. Already seeing the other champions banned away, the Malphite, Aatrox, taking away key playmakers that could be coming out in the second round. I mean, so far, how do you think these 2 compositions are shaping up?
I'm trying to... Well, it feels like for the side of Wolfpack Phantoms, they're trying to remove things that can dive that backline, that can hit that Misfortune and that Seraphine, take them out of the fight right away. For NKU, I think it's a little bit too late here to try and remove sort of those big wombo combos. They do take out the Aatrox, though, which I find interesting, because the Gnar has already come through. So maybe they thought that Exiled Heretic might take the Aatrox, so they're worried about a jungle Aatrox. Interesting choice, because I'm not familiar with either of these players playing that particular champion here.
Yeah, may just be that kind of like quick safety, but the Wukong is going to be locked in. So the Gnar versus Wukong is going to be the matchup in the top lane. I do like this counter pick for Stephman in that top side. Very nice to kind of all around and yet still have that counter pick matchup. And of course, the ever so lovely Skarner is going to be locked in. So, you know, Captain Flower is going to be happy about that if he's watching the UML. Skarner, the crystallized creature, going to be making an appearance here on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, Skarner, okay, so I like both the first picks we saw. The Silas does get locked in. We'll talk about him a little bit later. But Wukong here, we're talking about trying to remove things that can dive your backline. Well, Wukong can do just that. And in lane as well, you mentioned it. Solid counter to Gnar, because Gnar is punishable by any champion that can reliably gap close on mini Gnar. And Wukong can do just that here. Can also escape from the Mega Gnar. So solid pickup here. The Skarner is a hard counter to Hecarim here. Hecarim wants to run around, be fast. If he goes in, well, Griffin can just impale him and either drag him back out or pull him even further in away from the team here. So the Skarner pickup just spot on. And now we do see the final lock-ins for the mid laners here. It will be that Silas and that Rise coming through here. So the Silas, you know, we've seen this plenty of times here, still in that onslaught of shadows, just initiating with that. Or I know that one of our fellow casters, Fury, absolutely hates the Silas Alistar because you just steal that unbreakable will, and Silas will never die. He heals himself. He becomes a pseudo tank, which does tons of damage. So nice pickup there.
Yeah, he goes from pseudo tank to real tank in about 3 seconds flat, and you're just like, I don't want to play against that. I think anyone, like you said, definitely turns into that. And yes, I have gone grainy. I love it so much. But again, these last picks, I love the Silas Rise because you saw NKU actually hovering between either the Orianna or Rise, and I will say I'm very happy. I thought Orianna would have been kind of the worst choice, right? It's such a, I've always hated Orianna as the last pick, but the Rise here gives the Silas even more opportunity though, because that gives a lot of playmaking potential. So looking at this composition overall, Wolfpack Phantoms teams that they have drafted themselves a lot of opportunities to go in. Do you think NKU is gonna be ready with the composition to deal with this kind of oppressive engage or possible wombo combo?
Yes, I do. I actually like both teams' drafts a lot here. Wolfpack Phantoms, you can tell that they've thought their draft through. They got all the champions they want. They've got huge wombo combo. They've got Silas who can flex around a little bit, do a lot of damage, follow in, disrupt, and steal away all the big ultimates. I'm just thinking that Cyclone stacking on top of Mega Gnar, on top of Make It Rain, not Make It Rain, pardon me, Bullet Time, on top of the Encore there. It's just going to be an absolute nightmare. But for the side of NKU, I feel like they do have a lot of tools here to basically counter that engage. You want to engage into an Alistar? Well, he can Unbreakable Will, cleanse himself of all the CC, buy time. Same thing with the Cyclone. And Ice here now, with that Rise, the ability to just realm warp his way around the map. There's a lot of potential for sort of macro plays or trying to get into that backline as well. So I actually, rarely enough, but this is one of those few times, I think both teams are pretty even in the draft phase here.
Yeah, and I honestly, like, yeah, I'm excited, right? This is one of the games that you're actually very excited to kind of watch unfold because it's going to be very telling, right? If both teams are matched up very evenly, then it really comes down to the players. It comes down to how the execution occurs, and that is something that we love to see in these games. It shows that the teams have done their research, but it also shows that the teams have given a lot of thought to it, right? This is going to be all on the players, and if they can't execute, that's how they're going to fall behind. You wanted to point out that the bottom lane is that one to watch. They put a lot of priority for both sides. With the compositions made, do you think we're going to see this, or do you worry now that the focus is going to shift maybe towards that top mid synergies? What do you think we're going to see a lot of priority go towards?
Just based on the draft here, I would actually expect a little bit more mid priority because Ice needs to survive, and Exalt Heretic on that Silas is going to be able to pressure him very, very heavily. So I don't think either team has a choice in that they have to look at that mid lane to make sure it doesn't fall apart if you're the side of NKU, or if you're the side of Wolfpack Phantoms, you want to make sure that you've got control over the mid lane. The bot lane, I think, will also receive some attention because that's what the teams themselves want to look for. But for me as a caster, when we look at this, I'm actually looking at the top side because of the fact that the teams usually put their top laners on tanks, on more sort of supportive champions, and now they have a chance to shine. Mini Gnar and Wukong are not your typical wet noodle fight here. There's a lot of volatility, a lot of potential for action to happen up there. So, yeah, while I don't think the teams will spend that much attention, we'll have to see if they do adapt to that. I definitely want to see who's the better top laner and who in this series can be looked to step up and be a carry instead of just a tank.
Ooh, that's a tall order to fill. You just said it yourself. You know, the tanks are usually in the top side, and they're making so many waves already that I've gone a little bit out there, and I'm excited to see. But with that thought process, right? With that thought, there's a lot of faltering that can come about with that top lane. If they're so used to tanks, how are they going to deal with the possibility that, hey, HP bars aren't fully there? Talking about the junglers with the Skarner and with the Hecarim, which side do you think will make that first impact? Because both these junglers do like to gank early. They do like to, kind of show their surprise, and also the level 6 ganks. Which side do you assume will be bringing that early game aggression early on? Or do you think this is going to be a mostly farm till 6 and wait and see what happens with ultimates?
I would be surprised if they did farm up to 6 here, considering how their lanes are going to go, and the fact that I don't think we're going to see super balanced lanes for the most part. I don't think any of the lanes are thinking of just sitting back and farming. So I do think both will be making moves, and I feel that it's up to Josh the Block to make proactive moves, because if both junglers gank at the same time and we see 2v2s or 3v3s or whatever like that, it will be the Skarner coming up ahead, I feel like, repeatedly in those 2v2s. So I'm looking at Josh the Block to either find the earlier gank or just find gank paths, look to avoid Griffin to try and influence his lanes.
Yeah, I like that thought. I like that possible initiate that's coming out from the Hecarim. You love to see it, and especially taking that ghost. Of course, I know it's very standard, but still seeing it taken means that you hope to use it a lot. It has a lower cooldown, has that possibility of making the big plays very early on, gives you a little extra damage and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to add on to that about the ghost versus flash thing. I know that a lot of times there's people questioning which is better. I personally feel that ghost is more aggressive, flash is more defensive. So if you pick that ghost, you've got to find yourself leads.
Yes, you do, and we'll see if they can make it work as we are here on the Rift for game number 1. On the blue side, we do have Wolfpack Phantom, Hub on the top side, Griffin in the jungle, Exiled Heretic at mid lane, and Eller and Steve rounding out the bottom lane.
And on the red side, it is going to be North Kentucky University's Esports Club with Stefman in the top lane, Josh the Block in the jungle, a whole bunch of ice cubes. It's just ice in the mid lane here. BFR and Irish in the bot lane.
Yep, hoping to be cold as ice. Rise known, one as having probably the most reworks in League of Legends, as well as being one of the most oppressive champions post level 6. I think, just absolutely brutal with the amount of spell slinging you can have. Yeah, and also past level 11, it's the ranged version of the melee era. I want to say, I'm going to get a lot of flame for this, but the Kale, right? This is the other side of Kale, just spell slinging instead of auto attacks.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. I mean, they're both pretty original champions here. I just find it amusing that the two champions named after the founders of Riot here, Tryndamere and Rise. Tryndamere has hardly ever been touched since his first release and has always been a pain. And then you've got Rise literally on the other end of the spectrum, equally a pain, but constantly having to be reworked. And it's so difficult to find a good balance in a champion like that. And he's really run the gamut from like a lane turret basically to the Realm Warp sort of team style champion, and now he's just kind of forgotten, I feel like.
Oh man, I while this is still a little bit of downtime as we do see the junglers starting on opposite sides, I just want to point out probably my favorite iteration of Rise was Machine Gun Rise, where you press your ultimate, all your skills go down on like a 0.5 second cooldown, and you just hard spam. I saw videos in the past, and I did it because it was very, very entertaining. You stand there, your opponent doesn't get to move. You stand about, I want to say maybe like 200 to 300 units apart. Like you can still almost touch each other with auto attacks. And it's just spamming skills. It was the most broken thing I think I've ever seen in a champion.
Yeah, it was like the old Cassiopeia Rise matchup, right? Where you stand there and who can press a button faster? Cassiopeia E versus Rise Q, and just winners, whoever like, can spam that or macro that harder. But that's no longer the Rise we have now. He actually does do a bunch of burst damage instead. He still has fairly low cooldowns though. And that's kind of why I like the pickup into the Sylas a little bit, because yes, you give Sylas the ability to Realm Warp, but at least in the 1v1 matchup, stealing the Rise ultimate is going to do absolutely diddly squat in lane.
Yeah, not much you can do with it. I think I really do like it though for later, right? I think that sets up a lot of outplay potential, or kind of mind games, sending in either Silas, or sending in your Mega Gnar, right? Where a Mega Gnar might be having trouble. So we'll see how they play around that. As we do see a little bit of tagging on the top side as Hub says, all right, back to Mini Gnar. Got a little free damage.
Yeah, surprisingly mid lane here, Exiled Heretic's actually falling a little bit behind in terms of the pressure here. And he even started Corrupting Potion. So he was looking to trade, whereas Ice just picked up the tier here. He's looking to stack. And I guess the tier is doing a lot more. The range advantage perhaps explains some of the difference there. But Ryze able to match the pressure. That's really, really good for Ice here because he wants to scale.
You can even see that in the mana difference. Exiled constantly sitting at about 15%, whereas Ice is pretty happy with about 25%. And I will say that is probably the best mana management I've seen out of Ryze before. Usually, they're much lower. Actually, he's up to 50%. Never mind. All right, he just said, nah, I don't care about your analytics.
It's that tier, man. It really does a lot. And normally, I don't really like it as a starting item for a lot of champions because it doesn't give you that health and that damage, the ability to trade here. But for a champion like Ryze, where mana is really his one biggest limiting factor, it's kind of decent to pick up here as long as you don't get all in on really early. And so far, we've not seen the junglers look to make moves into that mid lane.
I mean, we haven't even seen them visit a lane yet. So either that's great respect to both of them or just both of them being overly cautious, number one, because they have decided that, hey, we want to full clear both sides. Josh, of course, on the Hecarim gets a full clear and then some. No, actually, he went buff to buff and then bottom side clear and is now going back to finish up the rest of his camps, whereas Skarner is going for that full clear up. A little bit of time, so I actually think Griffin is ahead in the camp rotation.
Yeah, and I think part of that came from Josh was looking to get a gank off on the bottom side of the map. We saw him starting top side, but both his bot and mid lanes were actually shoved in here. And I don't think that's what you necessarily expected. A Seraphine MF lane, that's usually a poke lane, a really strong shoving lane. But in this particular case, Ealer isn't running that tier Comet Misfortune that we see a lot. So not quite as much shoving power here. And I think Steve just ran out of mana trying to poke. So bot lane got shoved in mid lane. We already talked about that and just couldn't find a place to gank.
Yeah, I almost feel that might have been an okay attempt at a dragon as well. If Skarner has Aspire, I think he can take dragon fairly quickly. So, you know, being very respectful, right? They don't know where Hecarim is. They don't know where Josh could be. So decide against it with all the pressure that they had bought. However, we're starting to get to that level 6. You know, this could be the time that the ultimates come online. And more importantly for Griffin with that Impale.
Yeah, it's an interesting scenario as well, because usually we watch for those level 6s. That's when big things are going to happen. But in this particular case, your mid laners' ultimates are not going to feel that impactful in that fight just yet. Well, I shouldn't say that, because Exiled Heretic, Silas, when you're 6, you can actually steal other people who aren't 6 yet. So if he sees Josh a block, he could steal that onslaught of shadows potentially here. But he's just constantly getting hammered. This is not how this trade's supposed to go.
It's really... but maybe Ice will think twice about trying to harass now. Half health trade is never fun, especially when you're not the one with the always replaceable potions. So we'll see if that changes anything. But yeah, Ice happy to take that trade, happy to throw down some damage as well, and make sure his lane is constantly pressured in.
And I feel like for the side of Wolfpack right now, they're looking to try and set this dragon up here. As you mentioned, with those spires, they should have an advantage. Bot side, though.
Yeah, Misfortune getting tagged and all in as well. And remember, Steve has no extra summoners. This is all that he is able to do. Allure is taken down. The cow gets first blood, and you just can't milk those.
They have to be careful, though. Griffin is sort of waiting in the wings. Josh is about to arrive as well. So if they go for this...
Yeah, big bait coming out of Steve, and they're going to get the snap and ultimate. But Griffin is actually slightly stunned against the wall. Doesn't get it all the way back. Well done by Irish. Oh, the pin against the wall, saving his ADC. NKU come out scot-free.
Oh, and Irish, the entire play in this bot lane was started by him. The hit but pulverize combo into that hit. But once again, he keeps going.
Yeah, he's getting so much, but now this might be a problem. Silas is coming in, but the call is teleport. Oh, Killer Instinct went in back. BFR picks it up, and the entire squad is down here. A late TP from Hub. Mega is there. Big combo against the wall, though. Wolfpack Phantoms brings the pain. That was it here at 8 minutes into the game. Oh, Random, you wanted action. We got it. Ace 4-3 here in game number 1.
That was explosive here. I was looking to see, the individual laners try and find their little leads, but ultimately they decided they wanted a team fight. They have the compositions for it, and it really shows the mindset for these teams right now that, once we go in, we all go in together. You love to see it, and ultimately it is kind of Wolfpack getting, I don't want to call them cheater backs because they died for it, but really they died, they came back to lane, and that little bit of edge from the items they had really helped to win that fight at the end of the day here.
And I think that ties back into what you're talking about. Both these teams like to play a similar style, and this is what happens when you do like to play a similar style. When you draft something like both teams want to be in that bottom lane, both teams want to team fight, is you can get these explosive beginnings. And even with all those kills, right? It came out 5 for 4 in the extended trade. There are only like 300 gold difference. There's not that much difference between the two. Mountain Drake is actually going to go over the side of NKU, so this could even be called a very even game.
I definitely think it's completely even there. They're trading Dragon for these plates right now and for Herald. That's a conscious decision here by the side of the Wolfpack. It wasn't like, oh, we forgot about Dragon. You can see that immediately Griffin was there, and ooh, that's really good trading from Hub. I said I wasn't impressed by NA Nar so far, but Hub, at least in the first 10 minutes of the game, is making a very good case for himself.
And you can't disagree with that, right? That TP on the bottom lane was a little bit late, but it was with Mega Gnar. It was with that all-important 5-man Gnar against the wall, right? So,
yeah, huge.
I mean, all it took was just that little time frame. I think that's going to be huge, but here we go. Down in the jungle. They are going to get caught out. Ice is going to get impaled, but Griffin is getting cut down very, very quickly. Remember, the damage isn't fully there, and he's going to get cut down. Ice lives with a sliver of health. He is not fully melted, but that's going to be Heretic ready to go, pulling the Wukong Cyclone and dishing it right back. They are able to trade 1-for-1 between the two top laners, and that is a very rough jungle fight for NKU as everyone is dogpiling this mid lane.
Well, Irish is sort of on the side there, but they do have to be careful because Josh is getting flanked right now.
Oh, and he doesn't have ultimate either. Remember, he has no flash, and they take advantage. Oh, this is starting to run away as Wolfpack exiled. Oh, what in the world happened there?
He's trying to keep the game even, man. It really is going super back and forth. Realistically, what happened was he thought he dropped the aggro by walking out, but didn't quite manage to do it. And now Realm Warp coming in. It's a 3v3.
Yep, and bring in a couple minions as well. Griffin only needs one more tag, and a very nice encore from the side isn't going to do as much as they wanted. So a return fire after grabbing all plates and first tower means that once again, gold is stuck at about 1k difference.
Despite the fact that NKU came out with the kill lead on that by about 2, we have to remember that they lost first hurt. They lost all the plates here as well on that. And that's why we're still seeing a gold lead for the side of Wolfpack Phantoms. And ultimately, despite the goal difference, it is still a dead even game. And I have very little doubt we're going to continue seeing team fights come out because the teams right now just have blood in their eyes.
Yeah, I love games like this as a caster myself, because as a play-by-play, you love to see action. You love to see these ferocious fights break out, and especially well-coordinated ones, right? We cast last week and week number 1 as well. And in both of those, the fights were a little bit messy, right? They came very slow, and it felt like everyone was just trying to play catch-up. In these, it feels like both teams are just pressing the gas as fast as they can in a drag race and hoping one guy is able to clutch it up faster, right? Like, it's gonna be a massive and amazing coordination. And thus far, once you get sucked into that pace, it's very difficult to pull yourself back out and actually slow down the pace to come back to a reasonable standing. However, that's going to be a flash on the top side as Hub is down to Mini Gnar, so he's trying his best to run, but gets the second Cyclone knockup, and that is going to be his death.
That's the life of a Mini Gnar, and that's kind of why I like the NA Gnar right now, because Gnar requires a very specific playstyle where you play around his rage bar very, very carefully, and when you don't, easy ganks for days there. So we see the first sign of Hub really struggling a little bit in the lane, but he still is at a decent place right now. He's going to be down CS after that death, but his 1 kill is going to be able to compensate for that. Bot sides where I'm watching now is Griffin opts in.
Yeah, very nice intercept by Irish and an immediate flash over the wall. Lucky timing on there, but well coordinated by Irish, and Griffin is actually winning around. I don't think this is where he wants to be. Oh, a miss on the head, but pulverized. And that's going to be the impale on the Hecarim. They might have found the horse in a rough spot. That is an easy pickup. Allure picks up his second. Now BFR is going to flash over the wall as well. And that is a rough time for Josh right there. Well played by Wolfpack Phantom.
That's going to happen every single time right now for Josh. If he goes in, he gets impaled. If impale's up and they've got nothing better to do, he's still going to get impaled over and over again. That's why the Skarner does so well into the Hecarim. I do want to point out, though, bot lane for NKU right now, both blew their flashes, and Irish is not running the Hex flash rune there, so he will not have that engage capability. He will have to use the hit, but if he is looking to sort of gap close there, so he won't have that available in fights if he's starting with that.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a pain right there for him. As Dragon is up, this is Ocean. So that is the second Drake of the game, and Irish is going to go in. Pops the Unbreakable Will. Ice is here as well, but Irish is just getting burned down way too fast. They call in the early teleport. This time Hub is here, and that's going to force Ice to flash. That is NKU forced out of the Dragon area, but Stephman, he's wanting to look at the health bars. They're a little bit low, and in goes Josh, tags him on the back end. That's going to be the unstoppable onslaught, and in goes the Cyclone. The combo is there. NKU say, we can do it too, and they get the Drake. Oh, such a big win for NKU. They come out with 3 kills to 1 and a Dragon to top it off. Oh, they just took everything and then some.
The sacrifice of Irish was ultimately not in vain. They did manage to draw out quite a few cooldowns at that point there and bought so much time. And that is huge for NKU. Before, they had been trading fairly evenly. Now NKU is significantly in the lead. And all that really, I feel like, came from a top difference. And Hub kind of went from Korean Nar to NA Nar in the span of about 5 minutes there. He shows up. He already burnt Mega. He didn't have any Fury building up. They weren't going to win that fight. They should have just disengaged and stopped NKU from taking it. They themselves should not have been caught in the pit.
I have to agree with you on that point. You have to take check, or you have to take note of, how the opponent is playing, where your stats lie. As soon as they took that kill, health bars were low. Like you said, and excuse me, in volatile matchups like this, you gotta be careful, right? We already talked about it. Big wombos, and we saw it right there, the unstoppable onslaught, onslaught of shadows, very sorry, with the Cyclone combination can delete health bars so quickly.
Yeah, and I feel like no one exemplifies that better than Hub right now, because Ealer and Steve actually didn't get nailed too hard by that combination. It seems like they're really focused on taking up Hub. If that bullet time is not available, NKU's content to ignore the misfortune for now. Good macro moves though. So while Phantoms have lost 2 dragons, they have been the ones to pick up Herald both times so far.
Yeah, Herald is right into Griffin's pocket. Towers are down, at least in the mid lane, so top lane looks to be a prime spot for that Herald to be taken down and, start opening up the base just a little bit quicker.
And one thing I love about these compositions right now is that because we've said how balanced they are, we're not looking at one team and going, oh, they need to win by a certain time. Yes, Rise does become a monster late. Yes, Misfortune does fall off a little bit, but Seraphine scales really, really well. And now we've seen what happens in a single fight. So it still comes down to these team fights. And it comes down to how these teams are going to execute their fights. So far, it really feels like it's all a story of can Hub get that Mega Gnar off at the right time? And that's likely to be the continued story through this mid game right now. When he's Mega, they push. When he's Mini, they need to start falling back.
They really do, as the Unbreakable Wall has been popped. The pseudo tank becomes a big one. Ice is like, what the heck just happened?
Yeah, all those trades. Yeah, you don't win that trade the moment that Unbreakable goes down. He took 0 damage pretty much from that. But mid lane turret, on the other hand, doesn't have Unbreakable, does go down, and NKU find their first turret of the game.
Yeah, better late than never, of course, as they are only down about 400, and it's crazy to think this game has been on such a nice edge that it's only I don't think the gold lead has expanded any further than about 1.3 to 1.4k.
Yeah, pretty much. It did even here, and the items as well. So gold is always one of those stats where we look at it and we kind of go, oh, one team has a lead. But what we've got to remember too is that that's spread out. So 1.2k spread over 5 members really isn't that much at all. That's like maybe 200 and change in terms of gold. That's not even enough for a pair of boots, right? So basically, effectively, the teams are dead even. And then it comes down to sort of that team fight execution we're calling for so far. For the side of NKU, I actually kind of want to see a good Realm Warp to catch them from behind. Because if you can get past them or start a fight when Hub's not waiting or ready for it here, we saw what happened. If there's no Rage Bar whatsoever, even if Exiled Heretic takes that Unbreakable Will, you can still fight around that Silas here.
Yeah, you can actually see Exiled. It looked like he was posturing to wait. He does have the teleport available, so kind of waiting to see if he wants to try and dance that as heavily as possible. Blue buff going the way of the Rise, who is currently sitting on Ludens, surprisingly. I know that's standard, I believe, especially with the Phase Rush build. I still like the Ludens, or not the Ludens, the Liandry's. I love Liandry's on Rise. It is the most annoying thing I think I've ever seen. But Dragon is coming up in just about 10 seconds, and Rifthold has been dropped bot, so forcing NKU to decide where they want to go and trying to catch someone on the flank. This could be big. Flash forward into the Impale. That's exactly what you want. They caught NKU sleeping. Stephman has to run away, and a follow-up flash. Hub gets some revenge from the early 1v2 in the top side. Oh, Wolfpack Phantom and NKU trading blow for blow.
It's absolutely beautiful in terms of the macro play there. Everybody knows, okay, we can drop the Herald to get pressure on the Dragon, but it was how they did it. The fact that they had vision on BFR and Stephman in the mid lane, knowing that they were split. If you drop that Herald there, suddenly not only does somebody need to go respond to that, they need to come into the jungle. They set everything up, and the catch was absolutely massive. Cyclone got blown as well, so even when Stephman comes up, this Baron, he's not going to be able to go in and cause that chaos that he otherwise might have here.
And Wolfpack Phantom, they have Meganar for about another 10 seconds. Ice knows this. They're trying to run interference, so they get the kills, and the Dragon tried to bite off a little bit more than they could chew, but don't pay too heavily a price for it. But the rest of the team is actually going for it. What is this? NKU say, all right, you don't have Meganar, we're going to go.
What is this? It looks...
We're scared. We're scared, Random.
He's waiting. He's got Impale ready to flank.
Yes, he does, and they're dancing it pretty hard. Oh, he found him, but he has to drag him a long ways. That's going to be the engage on the backside. Josh and Iris looking to try and get the backline. Killer Instinct shades the backline. BFR ready to dish the damage. Hub only catches one with that ultimate step in response with his own. The rest of Wolfpack Phantom are running for the hills as a double kill for Josh means the fight is over. 3 for 1 in response at the Baron pit as the Baron dance works in favor of NKU.
That was a good idea to go for Baron for NKU here. Honestly, that last fight was a huge coin flip there. And it was because Ealer got caught out so early that they had a problem. Because Ealer stepped out a little bit and they turned. That ward in that blue buff area was pretty critical to see who was in and who was out. So great from NKU to pick that Baron up. We said up to now we were looking at roughly, only about a 1,000 plus gold difference at maximum here. This is the time for NKU to pull ahead, and a slightest lead when both teams are built to team fight is going to snowball incredibly quickly.
Yeah, and at that point, I was just about to praise Wolfpack Phantom for having what, in my opinion, is probably the cleanest proactive play I've seen. The setup, it was literally, they laid the groundwork. The setup was perfect. You know exactly where they're going to go, and they executed. And then it all fell apart, right? They tried to take a risky play going back at the Baron, and NKU capitalized on that. Griffin tried a good flank and just paid the price as soon as they knew Griffin wasn't there to, stop that flank. It just all collapsed around them. So you were talking about it. NKU have pretty much every single global objective in their pocket except for one Cloud Drake. So they're still in prime position to take over this game later. So if you are Wolfpack Phantom, you've had some success, you've had some failures. How do you start approaching this mid-game play where it's getting very dicey to do just about anything? Oh, we'll have to wait and see. Hub going towards that top side. Does get a little bit of help, as that is going to be a flash backwards. Ice with the style points right there. Oh, and he almost turns it around, but Griffin is ready to go. Remember, no flash on Ice. He might falter right here. Gets a little bit of turn, but the backwards encore. Oh, that's a little bit rough, but in the face, BFR takes down the ADC in a trade. Ice drew just enough attention to force their attention away from the mid lane. So Wolfpack Phantom losing their mid lane inhibitor and their inhibitor tower. Base broken at just 24 minutes into this game.
Play from Ice was huge for so many reasons, because even if Griffin and Steve made it back in time, they blew their ultimates. They used both Encore and Impale, and Ealer is dead. So all their big AoE sort of ultimate combinations there, for the most part, is not available. And now that they've broken that inhibitor here, they can siege up wherever they want. When Dragon comes up in 1 minute here, Phantom's got to make sure somebody stays at home, that those super minions don't go marching in their front door and take out their Nexus turrets.
Yeah. And sometimes you would call this a blessing in disguise if you're super far behind, right? It's a constant influx of gold. But when you're on the precipice of this current soul point here in just about 15 seconds, that's the last thing that you want to have happen. Griffin, Hub, Steve, and Ealer are all prepped and waiting, but the dance is going to be there. We see Exile trying to rush forward, but this could be, might have to be given up here.
Hub's rage bar right now, it is really, really low. He needs to start stacking this. He's got no minions to stack with, so I don't think they take this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's not soul point. You don't have to worry about it too much, so let's go ahead and dance it, but you step up a little bit too close. That's exactly what happens. Mini-Nar just gets sent back to the prehistoric ages. That's going to be Unbreakable Will pop. Griffin tries to draw back BFR, but he gets out. A nice flash pulverize, drags two more right back in. Exiled is trying his best to hold it off. He actually gets killed on the back line. Cyclone on the other feed. This is a heavily split fight. Exiled actually managed to survive for just a little bit longer, but BFR is going to claim that one. And in a brutal 3-for-3 fight, NKU come out with the Drake. They are now on soul point and ready to start opening up this game even more. Oh, BFR just said, all right, no, game's already over. Solo's out. His counterpart, you pointed it out, you called it. BFR putting in work.
Second orbital, I was thinking, how on earth did NKU not win that? They came out even, and that's a loss. And that's why BFR had to go and change my mind there. Had to go pick up that one more kill on the back end. Because really, if he didn't do that, that's a Phantom win right there. Sure, you lose the Dragon, but it's a Cloud Drake. It's soul point. You weren't going to win that anyways. Bad news is that right now, Hub getting caught like that, you don't want to see that. That wasn't even, a great play from NKU to do a flank or anything. That was just the Hub not respecting the fact that Dragon was down. Yeah, Mini-Nar, you're not turning Mega in the next 3 seconds here. What are you doing stepping up so far? Let Griffin tank. Even let Exalt Herald tank as long as he's got the right ultimate. But Mini-Nar should never be in your front line.
Not only that, you should never, I feel as Nar, you should never die that easily without burning flash, right? You should have always leave yourself an opportunity to be able to flash out, be able to get away, but the step up, just that slight overstep, is now going to put him on such like a mind lock. He is supposed to be that one that engages, and now he's going to be way too scared probably to do anything of that sort, especially with Baron coming up. Baron on the table, 30 seconds, got to be the next global objective.
What BFR just bought as well, QSS, the tax is paid. Now Griffin can no longer grab BFR. Who's he going to go for? Stephman? Josh the block? I feel like that's their only targets here. Stacking a lot of fury.
Irish just feels a little bit bad, but that's going to be the pull in that mid lane. Flash pull, not flash pull, and Predator pull. means that BFR is ready to go right back in. Alert! You set them a little bit too far again! BFR says, get out of my face, get out of my game. 929 with a 700 gold bounty. This man is making out like a bandit.
All that NKU needs to do right now is stall for the most part.
Don't even have to stall. They just find all the kills that they want. Griffin gets one in return, but is walking away with shambles. He will now pay with his life. The Cyclone will claim another, and NKU grab all the scraps and turn to the rightful Baron.
NKU was really solid there. That fight was actually a 4v5, and what kicked it off was Griffin aggressively impaling BFR, but we just spoke about the fact QSS was completed. Insta cleanse away, and Ealer, I don't know what Ealer was thinking going up there. There was no CC they could put down. Everybody had walked away, and he tried to 1v1 BFR when we just saw what happened in that ADC 1v1. So that left Stetman just push that bot lane. He didn't get a turret, but he got a ton of pressure. Supers were pushing in, and all NKU had to do was stall. And they didn't stall. They took even more. You gave them an inch, they took a foot, and they took Baron again when it just spawned. Phantoms once again having to play the stall out game.
I mean, I don't even think they can, right? This is not a team that wants to have to be on the back foot, that wants to be stalling, because you're facing off against a Ryze, Kai'Sa, Alice. Like, these are champions that are very happy to continuously shove down a single lane, happy to pressure you in. Whereas I feel Wolfpack Phantom have a team composition that needs that flank opportunity, that needs to utilize that fog of war if they want to be effective.
Yeah, now they do, because when you're playing rock, paper, scissors and all you can throw is rock here, you need to throw a bigger rock. And for the side Wolfpack Phantoms, they don't have that option anymore, so they need to try and bite off a smaller piece of rock to deal with in a way and catch, part of NKU in rotation. We've seen them pull it off before, but now they're struggling a little bit. Their vision is not set up for Dragon, and this is Soul Point right now. This Cloud Drake will be Cloud Soul, and normally I'm not a huge fan of Cloud Soul. I do like my Cloud Drakes, but with a composition like this, Realm Warp to kick it off, that sort of the Cyclone, the Onslaught of Shadows, basically all the ultimates there can be popped fairly early on in the fight, and then they can just kite around you, run you down, and it's going to be so difficult.
Not just difficult, it's nigh impossible. Dragon going the way. They actually Realm Warp it. Oh, I think Ealer just had a heart attack right there. That was just 5 members coming out of the Realm Warp, and Ealer went, wow, that was mean.
Unfortunately for NKU, they kind of forgot the minions, so they actually have to go back to get after the Realm Warp all the way in. They're still going to get there, and they still force Exiled and Hub to get back to base right now. Baroned up 5v5. They could potentially dive this. They've got a big enough lead.
They're just going for it. Nice triple encore into the rain of bullets, but it's just not enough damage. Ealer is forced to flash away, stayed alive. They're actually staying alive for quite some time. Exiled is happy to fight under the tower. They're actually winning this. They haven't lost a member. There we go. They lost 1 after taking 2. So honestly, a well-fought team fight under the tower, and they have the recalls. They have the health bars. They can chase this down. BFR now gets flashed on. Doesn't get slowed, though. Keep running. Is going to try and chase as far as can, but Griffin gets the smite down and is ready to use that impale. He is caught. And what in the world? NKU throw it right under the tower in the bot side.
Yep. When I said that they could dive this, they still needed to juggle the aggro appropriately. Ice was the first one to draw turret aggro, and this is not old school Ryze from season 10 here. We're in season 11 now. Ryze is not tanky at all. He's glass cannon right now, or glass machine gun here, but he does not have much health. There's no Rod of Aegis. There's Embrace no longer gives a shield. He can take maybe 3-4 tops turret shots, but he stood there and he took it. That's not how you want to start it out, and that's kind of why they lost, because they didn't have the damage. It's much needed time right now for Phantoms to come back in. The next Dragon coming up in about 4 minutes will be Elder Drake. It's not so easy to burn down, and much like the Baron there, that is potentially a throw point where a team that is behind can still look to try and catch the team that's ahead, pin them between the Elder, and or just flat out steal it.
Yeah, they had the coordination. You saw that potential wombo combo, and I think that was even without hubs with the Mega Gnar. So maybe if Ealer can get a little bit more damage if he can start outputting just a little bit extra. He might become a much larger threat. You know, Steve landing that 3-man encore blast, and I mean he's been pretty strong with only an item and a half in his pocket. I think sitting on that Moonstone Renewer, that's the only item outside of his support item that he's been able to hold. So let's see if they can make it a turnaround battle here. They're up against a very, very high cliff. Not out of the woods yet. They have some of the climbing gear ready to go.
Yeah. Again, they're lucky that it was the Cloud Soul rather than something like an Ocean or Inferno Soul here. Hubs getting poked down right away here, and the 4-1 split push continues where NKU, they're stronger on both sides of these maps.
Yeah, and you can see the hesitation. NKU, after that tower dive, are a little bit hesitant to do just about anything. They're trying to pick their fights a little bit better. They know that they can get this outer tower pretty much for free. They do take it, and BFR, I think this is very telling. He is the one that's stepping up and making sure that he is in the forefront, because he is 11, 4, and 10, 4.5 items deep. He is the strongest player in this game right now.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And I think he has the confidence to do this also because of two things. One is Irish in his back pocket there, knowing that if anybody was to walk up to him, Irish can just hit butt him from behind as well. And the other thing is that QSS, trusting that if anybody steps forward, that first CC can be cleansed away from, especially since Griffin wasn't there. Now, Baron is coming up in 20 seconds here. We can see on the minimap right now that it's all red. There's no blue vision whatsoever. It's just darkness right now for Wolfpack Phantoms. And they've got to walk through this darkness to try and even attempt to stop this. If they don't, and they give yet another Baron over to NKU, I think all their base is going to belong to NKU.
All their base in just a single game. Baron is up. The Fnatic Bush has been set. BFR is just ready to continue soaking up that CS teleport being called in, because they want to make sure this is theirs. They're spotted out on a pink ward. But again, Baron is the name of the game. Misfortune, though, very late to this fight.
That Kraken Slayer is just shredding that. It's already almost gone.
Yeah. 500 health. It's over. That was about 5 seconds after it spawned. They now have it once again, and the rest of Wolfpack, they might actually be behind. Recalls are very, very slow. Oh, they just found out. This is going to be so damaging. Top lane is going to get broken. What is this? NKU saying, surprise, we're here.
Oh, that was absolutely beautiful. NKU tried to set up a death push, but they just bypassed it, and now...
Yep, the return mirror image is going to be jumped in. Ice is going to go gold, and he's going to try and stay alive. Griffin doesn't get the snap, though. He is going to get zoned out. Stefan is ready with the follow-up. So is BFR. They find the kills. They find the fight, and Hubs falls without even making a sound. 2-0 after a brutal teleport into the enemy base. NKU finish this game in style. Down go the Nexus Towers. Griffin is going to fall as well. BFR is going to pad the stats just a little bit longer. Ice as well. GG, game 1 going North Kentucky University's way.
What a close one, Orbital. You love to see it when the games are close. I know it looked a lot like North Kentucky kind of ran away with it, but we have to remember how balanced everything was. And ultimately, I think it came down to that Nar pick for the side of Hub here. Not that Hub was a bad player. I think he actually was winning the 1v1 for most of the laning phase. The problem was just that with Nar, you've got to time it right. With Wukong here for Stefman, every time they fought, he just has to press R. That's good enough. He doesn't have to wait. He doesn't have to charge anything up. And it just being more available, I think, made all the difference in that game.
Yeah, and I do want to point out early stages of the game, right? This was not so much that Wolfpack Phantom were making these plays and getting rejected, right? Their tower dive didn't fail. They weren't getting caught out heavily in the jungle or anything like that. They were executing their plays very, very well. They were executing at one point very high level, in my opinion, pretty high level macro game decisions that were taking 30 to 45 seconds of prep time, right? These were very well played. It was just a little bit better and cleaner execution by NKU. They were able to hold it off a little bit better, and they were able to find that mid to late game win where they were able to get those global objectives and be able to power through in this game number 1.
So, I mean that's why I'm saying it's so even here in that game. Yeah,
Wipe
overly,
away the pixels. Wipe away the pixels. I'm
I
trying
think
my
we need a
best.
ban Ekrem here because those onslaught of shadows on your camera are just wiping you out. I mean, so going into game two, I don't think there needs to be big changes here. Uh, like I said, I think it mostly just was that top lane difference a little bit. I'm not saying put Hub back on a tank because I think he really doesn't need that tank to be effective. I think the potential he had, the damage he had, was actually really solid. Just maybe something that's not so conditional as the Nara there. And the bot lanes I thought were great. We were looking at where the attention was going to be sent to. I love how we were talking about where the jungle attention was, but the first big attention was everybody going down to the bot lane there. They really focused that bot lane, and it paid dividends because BFR on that Kai'Sa, huge in those later fights. He was the reason. He was just shredding everybody. Mega Nar looked like Mini Nar because of that Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, definitely occurred. And I mean, BFR had a fantastic game. We'll see if that continues into game number 2. However, we will go to a very short commercial break. We'll come back and see if the Wolfpack Phantoms are able to bring it back and force it to game 3, or if NKU will run away with the series. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to game number 2. I am excited once again to bring you Wolfpack Phantom and NKU North Kentucky University. Again, game number 1 was a slugfest of, I would call it more calculated punches, which resulted in NKU coming away with a fast win. However, in game number 2, I'm excited to see a little bit more of what they have to offer.
Yeah, to be fair, I think game 1 was more of a go match than a chess match or a boxing match here. It looked like two people just taking stones and just chucking them around, but really there was a lot of strategy going on under that, and because of that, actually for game 2, I would like to see something other than sort of team fight compositions. I'm a huge fan of team fight compositions. I think that the easiest thing to execute there, somebody presses R, you know to go, but there was a lot of sort of calculated maneuvering, especially that last realm warp, right? Coming through from Arial to bypass the death bush and the traps being set up. That's not something that would just come from teams which only press R and run at each other. That's a thinking man's sort of trick. So I would like to see the two teams maybe try something a little bit different, maybe a pick composition or maybe a global composition.
Yeah, and it gives me hope, right? These are teams that are not going to falter at the slightest mistake. These are teams that are going to rally back, try and make a statement. Again, we did see, like I said, Wolfpack Phantom falter a little bit, but still a little bit coordinated strikes, good early game coordination as well. The picks were there. Maybe a little bit more focus around the Dragon, a little bit more focus around those global objectives, but they were able to get all of the Rift Heralds, so we'll see if they can do that again here in game number 2. Now, like you said, pick composition might be available, but I mean, what champions would you like to see? As you said, the champions and the play styles that a lot of these players like to run are vastly similar. I mean, could they bring something out that could really surprise their opponent?
When I look at the side of Wolfpack Phantoms, and I'm going to start looking at them first because they did lose game 1 here. Their jungler, Griffin, we saw the Rengar ban. He also plays Kha'Zix. He plays the likes of a Rek'Sai, Elise. All these champions are really good at finding and instantly just bursting down a target right away here. And when you look at the mid laner as well, Exiled Heretic, we saw, I believe, the Echo banned against him, but he plays other things at Assassin. He plays Fizz, for one. Zoe's an great pick champion that is in his pool. I'm thinking, or Pantheon, right? Like you've got the global, you've got the great lane dominance as well, because we said that they didn't get many dragons. It's not that they didn't contest all of them. They did try and contest 1 or 2. They just weren't strong enough to do it. So you pick something like Pantheon, you should dominate your lane early, and then you can easily try and take those early dragons as well. So that's kind of what I'm thinking here in terms of more pick-oriented champions for the side of Wolfpack Phantoms.
I like that thought. I like seeing that innovation maybe to try and get around some of the issues that they had before and to really see that happen, right? I want to see him be able to execute it here in game number 2, be able to, even if they do lose, I want to see them be able to keep and have that up tempo style, have that, that mentality of we can still win, we can still make this work. Because again, this game was honestly a very fun one to watch. And now with the side swapped, NKU now have that opportunity to pick up that first pick champion. Maybe not blind pick the Seraphine, right? Even though it did a little bit of work. But we'll see if the Kai'Sa gets banned away this time or not. If it does, then we'll see maybe some brand new ADCs on the Rift.
Yeah, we've seen some other ADCs already, other than just that Jhin Kai'Sa. The misfortune that came through for the side of Ealer, I actually thought it did really well, considering the whole situation there. Was able to get off some really great bullet times, including turning that fight in the bot lane that we kind of thought was a little lost. So I think that's a solid champion. I like the Hecarim ban coming. Let's put Josh on something else other than the Hecarim. We really don't know what else he can play. I know he's got the meta champions in his pool, but at least in the UML, when he's been playing with NKU here, he's only shown that Hecarim.
Yeah, and I mean, at that point, it's like Fudge playing Jax like 2 or 3 games in a row over in the LCS. Just ban it. I ran away in my fantasy league with Fudge for that specific reason. I very much enjoyed it, but that's a little shout out there. But we'll see if they continue this practice, because again, this is a big change up from the previous bans that they had. Still, the Rengar Shen for NKU, they say that's still the necessity, and the Aurelia. So once again, taking away that all-important playmaking champion.
Not looking like I'm gonna get that global composition I was hoping for with the Shen, and the Seraphine ban, I think it's something that kind of slipped through the first round. There were so many target bans here, and we did see Steve able to play that Seraphine to a pretty decent level there. The Encore is just so strong, so makes sense that they ban it. And they've really changed up their strategy. They're throwing 2 bans now at Josh.
Yeah, and once again, I think the Udyr ban is always going to be a red side ban. So really, in theory, you don't have 3 bans on red side. You have 2 plus a stupid one. That's the best thing I can really put it as that does leave the Camille open. They will immediately nap that one up at NKU. But again, Wolfpack Phantoms, they have that possible opportunity. Grab that Kaisa that was highly played last time. Nope, gonna be the Poppy. The listen, we want to stop you from coming in, Scissor Lady.
Yeah, that's kind of a change up in the top lane dynamic as well, because in game 1, Hub and Stefman both had sort of that damage style champions. Hub really did quite well with it, so I'm a little sad to see him put back on tank duty. But then again, if that's what he does best and that's what the team needs, that's what you got to do there. Great disengage options, especially into the likes of a Camille, because Camille goes into the Hextech ultimatum, you just Keeper's Verdict her right back out there. You're in, you get yeeted right back out, he outdoes nothing. So that's a really solid counter choice. In lane, though, it might struggle a little bit. And, it's going to be... I'm actually not sure if the ultimate interaction against Samira is Blade Roll. I think Blade Roll actually stops the Keeper's Verdict.
We got word that it does, but you know what? really won't do anything. It's going to be that Moonlight Sigil. It is Moonlight Vigil. I'm very sorry. We're going to be seeing some heavy ultimate slinging here, which I'm very excited about. That's going to be the Aphelios Lulu bottom lane. Going to be locking in that tried and true bottom lane tactic.
And Aphelios, he's back in meta for a reason. He's just really, really strong. Just pair him up with something that can keep him safe, get him through the laning phase. He does really well, actually, into the Kaisa in lane, which is one of the reasons why we've seen him come back, since Kaisa was basically 100% pick ban in most competitive scenes there. You pair him with the Lulu. I like that. You've still got your jungler, though, that you need to pick through for NKU. And we're already seeing more bans thrown into the jungle there. Lilia coming out, and I guess NKU is going to fire back the exact same way.
Listen, jungles, you just don't get to play this time. Good luck. You will be digging down into the B tier role of champions here. Graves taken off the table as well. Oh my gosh. If this is another ban, that's going to be, I think, 7 total, if I'm not mistaken. No. Let me count, because math is hard on stream. 4. Okay. So it's going to be 6. And then whoever picks jungle last is going to have 6 primaries with 1 shadow ban. Okay, Diana's on the board. Good. It's not 7.
Diana was designed as a jungler initially, so you know what? We can call her 6.5. She's been in the mid lane more often, but she is still kind of a jungler, so we'll go 6.5. And yep, priority now fallen. If we look at what's being played the most, it's Nidalee and Elise here, so it makes sense. Wolfpack picks up the Elise. I like that pick. It goes really well, into a pick composition, which would work with the Kaisa. And normally you want to pair that up with something kind of bursting the mid lane as well.
Yep. Gonna give themselves a little bit of an early game pressure there, but I mean, the response by NKU, we saw how effective that silence was at certain points, and they decided it is their turn. The rise was only a minor step to take care of it, and the Olaf hover. Oh, it is gonna be all right. We get the Ragnarok coming in. I love this.
Okay, I absolutely forgot about the Olaf for a second there, and I mean, Olaf into Elise. Early on, the Elise can burst down an Olaf, but later on, Olaf just squishes that bug. Keep in mind, patch 11.3 right now, Olaf did get nerfed a little bit. His attack speed when low is not quite as high, so can potentially, it was going to be a bit slower. Oh, the Anivia. Oh, I love Anivia, and I love it especially into Olaf, because CC doesn't work, but you know what does, Orbital? Terrain.
That is the rudest last pick I think I've ever seen. That is so rude. There's a reason Heretic was exiled, because he played stuff like this. It was just mean. You see, so the Poppy pick I can agree with. It's a very nice, blocker. It stops people engaging. And then you just pick up the Anivia on top. Wolfpack are running back NKU style. We talked about it before in game number 1. Wolfpack were the ones that went for that full engage composition. They were able to pull it off every so often, and NKU were actually the ones with a little bit of disengage on their side. This is pretty much full disengage, hard stop the opponent, don't let them combo off like they want to, versus NKU now going, all right, we better win laning phase, or we lose in these overall mid to late game team fights if we don't play it pretty much to perfection.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get real creative there. And to a certain extent, I actually have some expectations towards that because of what we've seen from the teams here. Technically, the way NKU can win late game team fights is by sort of getting into the backline, causing disruption, and allowing BFR to just kind of wreck everybody there. They don't really have that solid front line because Camille and Olaf, they're not going to stand there to body block for the affiliates for the most part. They're going to go in. But Ice on the Silas, we talked about the Silas-Alistair interaction. We saw it last game where he takes no damage whatsoever pretty much with that Unbreakable Will. It's available this game once again. Irish on that Lulu as well can very, very effectively protect RFB. And there's not a ton of bursts from Wolfpack Phantoms. You've got the Anivia, you've got Elise, you've got Kaisa, but odds are your Anivia is not going to be close enough to that Aphelios to take him down. If Ealer goes in and Irish is there, that support from Lulu is going to be so much more meaningful than that support from Alistar. So that leaves pretty much Griffin. And I don't know if you've seen what happens when you chuck spiders into flamethrowers, but it usually isn't pretty for the spider.
I don't think it's good either into scissors, into axes, into chains. I mean, like, I don't think anything works well for spiders in this situation. However, we have seen at least a lot of the AP champions have started making a comeback. I think, one of the big ones a lot of people are, or at least I'm very curious about, is that AP Shyvana, getting a huge buff to some of the AP ratios. Evelyn has been one that people have been kind of dancing with. I think she's fallen down into B tier now, but was popular for a very short time in the preseason. And now Elise now coming out, you need that AP, you need to run with that Lilia or that style. And Elise is one of the last few that has everything in the bucket plus damage, right? The cocoon plus the repel plus the execute, or a few of the chunking mechanics, right? Missing health plus max health damage. So we'll see how that one plays off, especially with how important Josh and Griffin played majority roles in getting that early game going in game number 1.
Yeah, and we have to keep in mind too, Elise, Anivia, both of them did receive small nerfs this particular patch here. They were a little bit overtuned. And what they are is, for Elise, they've weakened her late game power a little bit here. So her early game is still going to be as strong as ever, can get her lanes ahead. And the Anivia was sort of the Q damage, which frankly probably was kind of necessary and in line. Her Q was a little bit overpowered, but more importantly, her Glacial Storm cooldown got increased. And it doesn't sound like a lot that it went from 1 second to 2 seconds, but it kind of matters in team fights because you want to be able to reposition that Glacial Storm when the fight keeps moving. And that 2-second cooldown can actually make a big difference. It's a salt pick against the Silas though, because Silas can only steal it and put it down once. And so when the fight moves on, that's a wasted ultimate.
Yeah, it's like a neutered Glacial Storm, right?
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, well, I got it for a little bit. But I want to talk to you about this because I remember you had talked about a while ago. We saw the Anivia hover, I think, or it was actually banned away, I think, in one of the series, and you were like, oh, I'm very sad, or not able to play it. But we both play mid lane, so I want to get your opinion on this mid lane matchup specifically, right? Because we've all seen Anivia in that mid to late game, but to get to that mid to late game, you have to get through the early game. And I feel Silas is one of the strongest picks into an Anivia to be able to get into her, cut down her health early on. What do you think of this matchup between Ice and Heretic, and how do you think it's going to go?
Well, so the matchup's not great for Anivia necessarily. It really comes down to landing that Q, that Flash Frost there. One of the nice things is now that Flash Frost doesn't have a minimum detonation distance there. So when Ice goes in, you can technically disengage right away. It becomes a question of patience. If Flash Frost is down, Exalt Heretic is very vulnerable to just Ice alone. But if Flash Frost is up and available, then Ice actually has to be careful about engaging because he can eat a lot of damage and Exalt Heretic can potentially just walk away. I assume he's probably going to be running Fleet Footwork for a bit more lane sustain. So he should be doing decently, but there's just a lot of potential there to bait and to get in ganks. And I think once you throw in the junglers here, it's Ice who has to be very, very careful because Griffin and Exalt can burst him down, whereas Josh the block and Ice, we talked a little bit about this, Olaf has to get around those walls here. And if, he can't and Exalt buys enough time, he can just constantly walk away from these ganks.
Yeah, just, flutter his way away or just, gently glide away doing the dance as we see. Now let's move ahead towards that top lane. I do want to get your opinions there because that was the first lane that we really saw locked in very quickly.
Yeah.
And, the Camille has been seen played tried and true in just about everywhere, but against the Poppy of all things, this is a champion that is also known to stop, but also take a lot of punishment. I mean, do you see it going one way or another, considering how Hubs and Stefan have played so far?
So generally, the way the lanes go is that when you've got a tank versus sort of a carry here, the tanks win like the first couple of levels, and then the bruisers sort of take over the game from there. I will say that I think Poppy is actually a pretty decent matchup into Camille, just because of that steadfast presence. If you hook shot, it can be blocked going in. You can stop a lot of the engages. So there are upsides to it, but you don't pick the Poppy to win that. I think the top lane, it's just kind of a wash right now. Stefan's probably going to want to farm. Hub is just not wanting to die too much, and that's kind of how it goes. So to me, it's not going to be the interesting point of this game. Won't be a wet noodle fight necessarily, but just look to the bot side and mid lane. That's going to be more interesting.
Yeah. All right, just, have fun in the top side. We'll let you do whatever you want to. Just don't disturb us on the rest of the map, please.
Pretty much.
Even though we have 4 teleports again, we say, hey, we don't want to do all that. We're still gonna see a party in the bot lane. I think it's very smart that we see. We actually have, which is surprising, a substitution here. Monsoon is actually coming in here for the side of, I believe it is NKU. So their ADC was actually subbed out and have a new one in. So the bot lane might not have the same kind of setup that we saw in game number 1.
Okay, that's a little surprising to me, because BFR did, I thought, a really good job in game 1 here. So it's really up to Monsoon to now have to fill those shoes, and they're a pretty big pair that he's got to fill here.
Especially on a champion such as Aphelios. You don't want to look bad on a champion that is well known to output ridiculous amounts of damage for literally no reason at all.
He's got 5 reasons, Orbital.
5 reasons. Oh my gosh. But we will have to wait and see. Again, that is the heal on Irish, so it is completely defensive bottom lane coming out here. Healer is going that Hail of Blades as well. Excuse me. As we do get a very quiet start once again. Both junglers assigned to start on the bottom side.
Yeah, and if you're the side here of NKU, you don't want to invade anyways. Like, you're not that strong, and you're running to an Alistar and a Nivea that's potential for a lot of stuns to come through here. So yeah, I think it's a wise choice from NKU to start a little bit defensively. And for the side of Wolfpack Phantoms, they're down a game right now. If you throw at level 1 here, it's game over for the night. So makes sense for them to just go a bit more passive. They do have the Elise. They can allow Griffin to get the early tempo there. No level 1 immediate rush.
Yeah, no craziness. So Josh deciding that Josh?
What?
Josh, you're playing the game, bro.
Did he okay, I didn't even catch, did he just stand there and take it? What on earth? That has huge implications right now, because every time a jungler dies to a jungle creep, it's already bad enough. You're on stream, this is going to be there forever, and on top of that too, you're getting the least. Now you can potentially get invaded on, and if Griffin finds you, you're dead.
Well, so that's the crazy thing is, so I play in gold, right? I play in gold. I play with silvers and everything. Oh my gosh, ice. Holy crap. But I play in gold and silvers, so I've seen a lot of people die in the jungle, and the only way you can really tell is if you look at the scoreboard. It won't call out a death, obviously, but you'll see the death timer in it, or the death number on their scores. So you can definitely see Griffin knows that he has the possible upper hand, immediately invades on the top side after clearing his entire bot side of the jungle.
Oh, he's hunting. He just ignored the wolves. They walk straight into each other here.
Oh, they do, but that's a level 3 versus level 2. Josh says help teams, but he's Olaf. Oh. Wait, he's Olaf, level 2 Olaf. Another X-Lance Griffin's so low. Oh my gosh, he's gonna get collapsed on. Camille's roaming around the backside. Mikey caught out. Here comes the hook shot. First blood. What is this? Stefan gets knocked into the wall. Hubs is gonna take him down. The Exile is there to help. Wall goes out, flash over the wall. Ice is ready to go. One more auto attack is there, but no mana. Exile took the blue buff. Oh my gosh, what is this? Another stun. Exile wants it so bad, but Josh says no. Get off to that teleport in. What is it? Stefan. I'm so loud, even though it's only 3:45 into the game. But what is this? Josh dies in the jungle. It signals mass chaos, and yet NKU still come out with a 2-for-1 lead.
We're not seeing this right, Orbital. It's the 5-hit play. The death was the bait in the Elise. That is follow up. Elise's back, and now she's in the bot lane.
Oh, all coordination has been thrown to the wind as we just have mass chaos ensuing. Griffin is ganking on the bottom side. That's going to be a very nice cocoon, landing and forcing out the cleanse and the flash heal from Irish. So that's going to be a rough time. But Griffin actually taking quite low in this brutal fight on the backside. Still, very nice gank coming out of Griffin. Oh, and the follow-up, once again, they're just not stopping. Good polymorph means Montoon is able to get away with the flash. And still, big win for Eeler and Steve on this bottom side.
I'm still stuck with that early game with the tournament here, because it really did affect Griffin so much here, and Griffin's now failed gank into the bot lane is going to set him even further behind. So to talk about what happened with the junglers, normally Olaf is actually really hard to invade. He gets low on his first clear, but because he's Olaf, when he gets lower, he gets more dangerous. So not a lot of junglers can invade him necessarily. Elise is actually one of them who can try and burst him down when he's low, but I think Griffin used his skills slightly in the wrong order or suboptimal order here, and that kind of costed him because the Olaf was low, should have died, didn't die. So much time wasted, and that top lane gank went really sideways because they weren't tracking where Stefman came in from.
Ooh, excellent. Yeah, as we're talking, Exile gets chunked out to he's been sitting on about 200 HP I think the entire time. He didn't recall
Pretty much
after that huge jungle fight, so a little bit rough there, but he is going to recall, get a very nice callback. I think he might have enough, but that's going to be a flash forward, and Hextech Flash means they get a catch onto Ice, and he has no flash. He's just dead to Rice. Well played by this WPP squad. Good roam by Steve the Crusader.
And that is straight coordination there. That's what you watch competitive League of Legends for, right? Like if it's just about, the mechanical plays, you can watch that in solo queue, but this sort of coordinated play only happens in competitive there, knowing that Steve's roaming up the teleport, the fact that Ice was flashless, out of mana as well, so simply just could not leave. And we talked a bit about that matchup. The Anivia is becoming a problem. TP into the bot lane. They're repeating this on the bot side.
Yeah, they love having a party, but they know the double TP is down, so they say they want to find it. Montoon has no flash, has no skills available, and that means Eeler is able to pick up that kill.
Disgusting to watch. Just doggy piling onto Aphelios there. Frail little boy, and they throw everything in the kitchen sink. There is an opportunity cost to this, however. Mid lane, they are losing a bunch of minions, and Griffin might get dove in top side.
Oh my gosh, this is extremely well coordinated. Josh and Stefman just say, alright, peace, Griffin.
Yeah. You guys did a 4-man dive in the bot lane. It looked clean. Hold my beer. We'll pull a 2-man at the top side. And you remember how we talked about bugs and flamethrowers, and you said that pretty much scissors, axes, all those things not good for the spider? Well, it's kind of coming true right now, and Griffin doesn't get to play the game.
And I want to reiterate, like, I know this is probably just someone's gonna call me out, say it's not great or anything, but these are probably the most well coordinated ganks, invades, whatever you want to call it, in an Upsurge minor league match. This is something that I normally see in some higher ranked games where these teams are well coordinated. They know exactly how they want to dive the tower. They set it up properly. They don't allow themselves that possibility of dying accidentally under the tower. We won't talk about that death in the jungle for no reason, but it's very well coordinated. I have to say, all things considered.
Yeah, it was. And again, right, like we we joke about that first play there, but even if, okay, it's probably a mistake, but it's just the response to it was so solid, right? Like from the team, like I know in solo queue games when that happens to my jungler, I get tilted. Like, dude, you got one job. It's the first thing. How did you fight to the first gap? But you don't see it with NKU at all. They just literally pick up the pieces and go, okay, we got this. We'll run with it. We'll bait them in. And they played it perfectly there. Now we are seeing a fight over Dragon. We did say we wanted to see Wolfpack try and make sure that they can actually contest this. And they're certainly trying. We just saw Steve sweep everything, drop his wards. Griffin coming for round 2 as well. We might see a big skirmish potentially.
Ooh, and a nice little knock-up catch onto Montoon. Ignite went down as well, but wasn't able to proc the full Kaisa passive. So Montoon is going to be able to stay alive for a little bit longer.
Yeah, and is Heretic trying to set up a bit of a death push? I feel like he is there. Good poke down, and just that poke alone already makes it such that Ice is going to be so scared to try and rotate towards that dragon later. If he gets caught, he might actually just go straight down to the Anivia.
Yep, poking out along that bottom side of the river. Infernal Drake is the first dragon of this game, and that is going to put Griffin directly into that pit. Olaf dancing around the backside, hoping to try and help, but it's very, very low, and that's going to be the grab by Heretic. He's happy to hold on to that himself. Ragnarok ain't going to save you here, and that's going to be a well-held dragon by Wolfpack, and a nice flash by Stefman. And a sweep of the legs means Stefman takes the 1v1.
That looked nasty. That was clean from Stefman in the top lane. And look at the CS discrepancy as well. There's a level or 2 levels now that Stefman just hit level 9 advantage in that top lane. We saw the hub teleport to that bot side, and while that play was clean, that opportunity cost was absolutely massive. Hubs can no longer sit in this lane here. We'll get bullied out in the 1v1, and Josh the Block can always just do a drive-by to pick up a free kill.
Yeah, we're starting to see some patterns. I hate to say it, but we're definitely seeing some patterns of just constant repeat aggression. Yes, it's coordinated to an extent, but these are hard aggressive movements that these teams are just constantly making around the map. It's only 10 minutes, 30 seconds in. We have 8 kills across the board. Teams are constantly battling. Yes, for the first time, we have summoners, I think, on most of the champions.
Yeah, well, I mean, top side, the flashes are blown for the side of NKU, so we'll likely not see any sort of wild plays there. There will have to be proper setup. Stefman will have to set up the minion push just right, but then they can potentially burst it down. Bot side, the Ignite still down from Steve the Crusader there, so again, probably a bit of a hesitation. Herald is up, though, so maybe we start seeing a play there?
Yep. One would hope, as so far it has been Wolfpack that have finally gotten a little bit of a hold as Josh checks with an axe. Cocoon goes wide. He asked about the Ragnarok, but he's still very low. Remember, he has no resistances. He's just going to get run down. Little bit of knock upside the head as the Alistar decides he needs another kill instead of just the one on his belt already.
You couldn't have given that to Griffin. To be fair, Griffin's actually caught up in farm, so he's not as far back as he was in the beginning, but man, I guess Crusaders got a crusade. They got to get themselves some kills.
Doesn't matter if you're the horse carrying the pack or if you're the one riding into battle. You gotta always love whenever the support turns into the carry. 2-0-2,
yeah.
matching the Anivia. The animals run the house right now, as that will be Rift Trail taken by Griffin. Second global objective going the way of Wolfpack Phantom. Nice little knock up on that top side as Stefman realizes that his team is ready to go, as Griffin gets run out by Josh and Irish.
Yeah, but Griffin does manage to pick up the Eye of the Herald there, so that will be in the pockets of Wolfpack Phantom, and it's going to be really good for them. Their game 1, they struggled to get dragons, but they had an iron grip on the Heralds here. Here in game 2 so far, it looks like they are making the sort of better objective plays here, despite struggling in lanes, and I suspect most of that gold differential just sits in this top lane here.
Yeah, if we could actually swing over to the gold very, very quickly, I do have to agree. And that's also a Divine Sunder, Stefman, Camille. And you can actually see, you see right there, it's about 2k right there in that top lane, about 1.9, I'm very sorry. And then the other disparity is actually coming from that mid lane between Ice and Exile. Exile sitting with the 2-0-2, of course, and a heavy CS lead. This is a very nice battle between the solo lanes of each side.
Hey man, you're leaving out the battle cow. Steve was up 700 gold. For supports, that's pretty legit, man. Gotta give the support some love.
I will say 700 gold from a support difference is pretty much a 2.5k difference in any other lane. I will admit that. I will admit that.
Yeah. The exchange rates are pretty brutal down there.
Oh my gosh. Pretty dang close to it, but that will secure a level lead for him on the bottom side. It looks like he actually went for the boots early as well, so committing to that the phase rush style of Alistar build, meaning Monsoon and just about any other opponent will have to be very careful how they decide to advance in these engages. Hubs almost landing that stun.
Oh, I like what they just did with the Herald. Well, actually, I have mixed feelings about what they just did the Herald there. They dropped it into the mid lane as Ice was backing. So they forced Ice into a bit of a bad decision. Does he go back to base or does he try and hold it? He opts to do a little bit of both. He goes back to base, teleports right back to lane. I would have liked it more if Exiled Heretic and Griffin actually stayed around to push it in a little bit and maybe even potentially punish Ice on the return there, but they don't. And so it's just a bit of plate gold into Griffin's pocket.
Just a little indeed. Gold difference at 100 gold to 200 gold. Dragon is up and immediately started by Wolfpack Phantom. This is going to be a steal attempt coming out of Josh. He has a pink board, but that is a flash over, and they're hard committing to this. Big Wild Growth knocks everyone up, but a stolen Ragnarok is going to follow through. Killer Instinct is able to pick it up, so Wolfpack claim first blood in this battle here. Exiled, able to zone away everyone else, but the follow-up from Stefan as the Hextech Ultimatum actually spells his doom. A double knock-up into the back line. Eggy form is the Anivia, and Hubs is ready to save his mid laner. Ice looked at the egg and said, no thank you. Stun whiffs as Hubs runs him out.
Exiled Heretic ain't done.
He says he's not done. Very nice wall. That's going to be a flash out and a follow-up shard of Ice. Oh, big win coming out for Exile. The bird is the word. He even poses for us. He looked down at us. He's like, here, show me off a little bit more. Well fought by Wolfpack Phantom.
And this is precisely how Wolfpack Phantom is going to want to play these fights out. You saw the disruption. Stefman actually didn't get into the fight till the end of it because Hub's one job is stop him from engaging, and he did that perfectly. The wall as well, interrupting Ice, and Josh is just causing chaos, basically, is the aim of the game. And then who do you focus? Do you go for that tank, Hub, that's blocking you? They turned and tried to burn down Exile Heretic, but you just popped the egg form for now. Next time, though, that passive is not available. Maybe they win that fight. But they have to make sure that they take that into account when they start those fights.
You only get so many redos. You only get so many chances to redo these fights and continuously make these mistakes before you get it right. Right now, 2K lead for the side of Wolfpack Phantom, 4-0-4 by the Anivia, who is just bullying the Sylas. Big wall actually whiffs a little bit, leaves Ice to run away. Olaf, though, ready to start chasing down on the backside, and this might be the shutdown that they want. Josh has Ragnarok, is able to pop it up, flashes up as well. Wall able to stuff that engage once again, and we're seeing that champion select doing some work as Irish. Oh no, not the Lulu, no! Oh, even burned the barrier for no reason, or actually that was a shield, I'm so sorry, but oh, that feels so bad.
Well, at least Irish didn't burn the wild growth topside. I hesitate to call this a duel, because they're just poking at each other, and eventually they'll grow sick of it.
Yeah, eventually. Not really, I don't think, I'm sorry. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Actually, we do see Hubs, very interestingly, on this tank pop. He decided to go for the Divine Sunder, not going for any of the Bomby Cinder items or any of the Bomby Cinder mythics. So interesting choice, at least, to actually match the dueling potential of the Camille.
Yeah, I actually like the decision quite a bit here because you do heal from that Divine Sunderer. So in that lane, it does give you a bit more sustain to be able to match that Camille. And both of them are running Grasp of the Undying as well. And in these team fights, it's not about trying to stay alive through the damage. It's about trying to cause the chaos. And if you can kill a target, such as that Olaf, that's another option here besides terrain. Death is the hardest CC of all, and Ragnarok doesn't cleanse that.
Yeah. So let's take stock. This game has been, I feel, a little bit more brutal than the last one. A lot more of uncoordinated fights, kills coming out of nowhere. 18.5 minutes, 5-10, a score that I didn't think we would honestly see this early on. tower, first one of the game, falling for Wolfpack Phantom in that mid lane. Anivia up 4-0 and 5. I mean, were you predicting something of this scoreline when we were coming into this game, Random?
Not quite like this. I did think the Anivia matchup was actually a pretty decent one into the Silas, as long as you could sidestep the chains. And that much has happened, and the Flash Frosts have been on point to stop the engages. So they're in a really, really good spot entering the mid game right now. We've already seen that NKU has really struggled, and this is where I want to see NKU get creative. How do you get Stephman into the fight without getting denied? How does Josh find his way in without a wall just being raised in his face here? And how can you get Montoon into a fight? Because he's 0-2-0. He has not been able to find anything.
He's had such a difficult time going with that Kraken Slayer build as well. It's going to be Alir and Hubs pushing in that mid lane, immediately cleared as well. Ocean Drake. This Ocean Soul threat is going to be the crux that is going to cause a lot of problems here in the mid to late game. Hubs eating a little bit of the Flamethrower. The Infernum doing almost no damage, as that's actually the Moonlight Vigil. A little bit of a wonky trade as Griffin is actually zoned out. 3 members chase on the back line and immediately flashes back to his team. Well fought by Wolfpack, and they're going to force a scramble from NKU. Ice is going to get pinned against the wall. He dashes straight back out, but gets caught. Oh, that wall was glorious. Oh, Exiled and Mad Vlad did it. Pinned the Silas out of that fight. And that is going to be Dragon and 2 for Wolfpack Phantom.
And that was effectively a 4v5. Ealer barely got a piece of that fight in all that action there. Everything was kind of over. And it just feels like we're watching the same fights in the Dragon Pits on repeat. It's like, oh, Dragon spawn, we'll fight there. We lose. 5 minutes later, Dragon spawns again. We'll try fighting in a very, very similar fashion. They lose again. This is not ideal because that gold gap is growing. Game 1 had a very, very close game. Even after Baron fell, the gold gap was still only about 1.5k after the Baron power play. This game, we're getting about a 4k gold gap before Baron's gone down.
To think game 1 was this close, it really makes me appreciate the draft that much more. You don't see games where the draft affects the game this much, right? This is, the way I put it is, some games you see individual skill outweighs champion selection. In this game, I feel these skills are almost very much the same, at the same skill level. It's the champions that are really dictating the outcome of this game, right? That wall was fantastic. How they initiate that fight, you know, the repel from Griffin, immediately flashing towards her team and drawing aggro away from the main opponents. And just the dances done by Wolfpack Phantom here in game number 2 have allowed them to accelerate this game to just an unprecedented pace.
Yeah, and that's one of the big differences here between that Olaf and that Elise. We saw both junglers, you know, try and 1v4, I guess. But Griffin is able to get out because Elise has a bit more escape tools, the repel, buying time, whereas Josh has to just stand there and tank all the damage. Ragnarok does not help you tanking. If anything, it actually makes you more vulnerable. So ultimately, it does hurt a little bit. And, you know, for the next little while, I think NKU needs to have their fill of blood here. Stop picking these team fights. You're not quite there yet. Play a little bit more defensively. Wait to scale, because Montoon right now on that Kraken Slayer is a little bit weak. You usually see that Runans before the Aphelios really starts to come online there. So try your best to stall as much as you can. Stephman and Ice are still okay in isolation in their lanes. Ice will lose to Exiled Heretic, but if you are just playing under your turret, you can hold that for a very, very long time.
I almost want to know what would it be like to send Stephman against Exiled and see how that one plays out, right? With the engage attempts, right? Like, I wonder if that would actually be a better option.
Yeah, I actually think that would be a decent matchup here, but and actually because of the sort of armor that we're seeing Hubs build, it might also be a better matchup for Ice. I don't think though that Wolfpack Phantom is going to allow that sort of matchup to happen. If they catch you doing that, they will probably try and punish you. Send Griffin to back up Exiled Heretic, whichever lane that's in, and you potentially have yourself a kill, or just flat out rotate. So it would just be sort of a constant change here, a lot of rotations and a lot of minions lost. But then again, if you're on the losing end, maybe it's not a bad deal.
Can we just talk about the absolute Christmas tree that has been set up by Wolfpack Phantoms on the top side? 4 pink wards on a Baron that I don't think is even going to be touched by NKU. Just stellar ward control. They have done very well thus far to control the vision and make sure that they have the best opportunity to catch out the opponent wherever they deem necessary.
They're all control wards as well, right? Or almost all of them. 4 out of 5 of them are control wards, so they won't vanish. They can just leave that there and make plays elsewhere because they know that they're guaranteed vision until NKU actually step in to sweep it. And for NKU, they've got 1 blue trinket on the Baron, so they're kind of safe if they are caught in that area. To a certain extent, I don't want to say this, but they kind of deserve it if you blindly walk into that when you know that Baron's not being done.
It's one of those hard moments, right? You're kind of stuck in this lose-lose position. You start to get a little bit antsy and you go, okay, what do? We have 2 options. You either give everything up and try and fight maybe around towers where you have a bit more vision, or you go face check and try and check and see what happens, and you take the one option that you feel is going to give you the most access, as we do see Dragon up in 30 seconds, and immediately Wolfpack Fandom, they do this every single time. They say, let's go mess with the enemy team. They immediately rush in. They give up top lane tower, but I think this is kind of worth. Because this is Ocean Soul. Why wouldn't you give a tower for this?
Exactly. It's such an influential soul, and we have to keep in mind, Teleport does have a channel time here. Within 4 seconds, we've seen it before. 4 seconds is enough to take down a target. It's enough to split the battlefield. And if you know it's coming, you can always set up that wall from Anivia to either trap the person in with you or cut them completely out of the fight as well. So that's why we're seeing the early TP from Ice to rejoin the team.
Montoon ate 1 Q from Exiled and lost a quarter of his HP. That's all that happened there as Dragon. This is going to be a huge 5-on-5 fight. Oh, Alistar ultimate was stolen, and they go in 5-man knockup into the follow-up fight. They're going to try and chance this. No, that's going to be Ocean Soul going over the side of Wolfpack, and they're going to keep fighting this out. This is going to be doomsday for NKU. Ice doing his best to chain off the backline, but he just isn't enough. Griffin taken very low. Montoon is going to be the next to fall. Ice is actually staying alive for a very, very long time. That's going to be the final kill. Steeler getting some revenge on his opponents last time. He gets his Kaisa this time. That's going to be an ace for 1 in Soul. Wolfpack Phantom come out with everything and then some.
We ain't done yet. Baron is still on the table. Only Josh is up right now. Yes, he's the critical person with the smite here, but at the same time, to try and walk through this entire team would be really rough, but it looks like they peel off instead. They're going to play it safe here. They don't want to 50-50 this. And instead, we're seeing the teleport from Stephman to the top side.
I think actually this is an almost deja vu moment for them. Last time Wolfpack Phantom, they actually had Dragon after a fight. They went to Baron, and that's actually where they started losing. I think that's actually what happened. However, this time, they have a bit more of a lead. And when I say a bit more, they have Ocean Soul, 4 Drakes to 0, and about 6k in your pocket. So I think they're, erring on the side of immense caution coming out here.
And as you mentioned, it was sort of that one of those points where they really started losing game 1, and they're not in a rush. They can afford to do this. Yes, Montoon has now picked up the Runan's Hurricane, so he's going to hurt a lot more in the next fight, but it's still definitely winnable here. You have the Collector and Runan's and Gale Force completed for Ealer, so you're up an entire item here on your side. So definitely feeling very comfortable with when your ADC is that far ahead.
Yeah, normally you would take a look at this game and say, okay, both junglers are very, very early game, right? And Elisa's early game and Olaf is very early game. Normally you would say you want this game over by 25 to 30 minutes into the game. In this, you don't have to worry about that. Your Anivia has not died. Neither has your Kaisa. You have all the late game damage that you would want, and your Poppy's hella strong. So now we see that that item has been popped. I believe that is the Righteous Glory being popped in that mid lane. Can't chase anyone down. They do save their mid lane tower, though. As once again, Baron is being postured. This time, it's NKU that have to walk in blind.
Yep, and they can just set up a death bush. They don't even need to do this. But Steve the Crusader, he's been sort of the big initiating force right now for the side of Wolfpack Phantom. I love how aggressively he plays. And unlike Irish here, he did go that Hex Flash. And I think it's been paying huge dividends here.
Just the two teams posturing just remind me, there's a game teams used to play in norms, which is or in customs, which is Gladiator. You farm for 20 minutes and then one by one walk into mid lane and see who comes out on top.
Never heard of this game mode.
Maybe that was just me. Maybe I just had a really weird friend group. I think that's what it was.
It sounds awesome.
Yeah, but that is going to be Baron quickly taken off the board, burned down by Anivia and co. And that is going to be everything that they could ever want to start closing out this game. And they're going to start doing it through topside.
Yep, it's sweet, sweet revenge right now for Wolfpack Phantoms. When we think back to game one, it was NKE who was slowly turning the screws on them here. And one of the really nasty parts about trying to face an Anivia with a Baron buff is that you actually can't clear those siege minions very effectively. You've got to walk into range of that Glacial Storm. And if you clear everything but those siege minions, you eventually get that huge, like, 5-6 siege minions who can just absolutely drop a turret.
Yeah, well, this is pain. Just watching minions, and the minions are like gleefully playing in their little toy cannons. It's just watching those things knock down your base is just the definition of soul crushing. That's gonna be a flash out of Ice as he is forced away from that mid lane wave, and at this point, NKU are pretty much relegated to their towers and base.
Yeah, they still have the small opportunity right now because of the base timings from Wolfpack Phantom. We didn't see them sort of reset and push out as a group here. So because of that, for the next couple of seconds, NKU can try and shove out those waves as far as you can. Get them away from your turrets and try and burn down that Baron timer. It doesn't sound like a lot, but we have to remember, waves spawn every 30 seconds. Clearing a wave is effectively buying yourself 30 seconds. Baron's about a 3-minute buff here. It's 6 waves. You just need to hold up for 6 waves.
Just 6 waves. I mean, you make it sound so easy. Just 6 waves, just another minute or so. But in all honesty, it starts to weigh on you, especially with that Elder Dragon coming up. 45 seconds. That means you can see Wolfpack Phantom. They are wanting to try and end this very quickly. I feel like they want to start trying to break the base before this Elder Dragon comes up because they know Josh wants to take that chance. Whew. Josh playing with a little bit of fire, deciding he wants to throw an axe directly into Griffin's face.
I mean, that is the Grill Olaf skin. If he's not playing with fire, he ain't doing it right. But so far, he's the only thing getting burnt right now. They're just going to siege up this bot lane, and you can see there isn't really a great answer from NKU. They need to look for a flank, and I've been saying this all game long. They need to find access to the backline. They need to find a flank, but how can they? And now Dragon's coming up. This is Elder here. You cannot. This is not a Dragon you can afford to give over. You thought Ocean Soul was bad? That plus Elder is pretty much GG.
Yeah, Righteous Glory popped again, and they are searching for Silas. Ice has been the recipient of constant ganks, and he's done very well to keep himself alive thus far. He's only 1-4-2. I feel it could have been a lot worse. But this is it. This is the one that you're looking at. Monsoon just now has the Runaan's Hurricane, so this is about as strong as I think NKU is going to get for this battle. Double flanking, though. These teams... Oh my gosh, are they actually going to go?
Oh,
Wolfpack just say... Wolfpack just say we're done. Oh my god, what is going on here?
We saw this last time. The last time it happened was with the Realm Warp. They're going to try and do this with the Elder here. And I think Wolfpack realizes this is not a worthwhile trade. It's burning down 3k.
Oh, they go in. That's going to be the full knockup. Is it going to be a spine? No, it's taken. Elder is actually taken by NKU. This is devastating. Oh my god, they're going all the way in. That's going to be the Divine Hammer coming in, knocking Stephman away. But that is... Oh no, Wolfpack Phantom. No.
Ooh, oh no. Wolfpack was doing so well up to this point here. And I understand the decision to try and do that. The problem was that Baron buff wore off. Like, if you had Baron buff and you tried to rush it like that and blitz the thing, it was already going to be super sketchy. But NKU was having none of it. They looked right into Wolfpack's eyes and just went, "We dare you." They burn the Elder. They will give up an inhib for Elder, and it's worth. And now, for the next 2 minutes here, Wolfpack has to play careful, because if NKU gets you low, you get executed. And we've seen that while Wolfpack has been winning fights, there are members who run low.
What happened there? Like, I've been praising Wolfpack Phantom this entire series so far. What happened right there is the very definition of hesitation in League of Legends. You hesitate for a split second and you lose. You cannot hesitate if you are in the driver's seat and are aiming for an objective. That split second hesitation now results in Elder going over to the opponent, mid lane inner tower going to be broken ever so slightly, and a little bit of a reprieve for NKU.
Now, here's the problem, though, with getting the Elder buff versus the Baron buff. It's actually slightly less useful for NKU in terms of pushing. It's great for fights. Oh, when they actually burn the ultimate away from Alistair there. So that's actually really good, the Unbreakable Will. But my point was that with Elder, you can get kills. You actually can't push because Anivia is on the map. And Anivia will not let your minions close enough. And Elder doesn't buff up your minions to resist the Anivia. So for the side of NKU, sieging is not what you want to do. You want to shove everything out, get as much gold as you can. And if anything, drag them to face you 1v1 so that whichever lane Anivia is not in, maybe you find a kill there.
One would hope that they can do that, but again, Wolfpack realized they made one mistake and decide we probably don't want to make that again. Baron this time is coming up. They're positioning directly on top of it. Scuttle was already taken, but that should only be up for another 45 seconds. Elder is now off of NKU, so this is going to be another straight fight for fight, but itemization starting to collect a little bit better. NKU finally hitting that 3-item power spike for a lot of them. 4 items for Wolfpack Phantom, so we'll have to see how it goes. Alistar ultimate taken once again.
Okay, so that means basically Ice is going to be able to survive for very, very long for the side of Wolfpack Phantom. They do actually have to target Monsoon this time with the Infinity Edge, that 3-item power spike you mentioned. I'm starting this off.
Hub deciding he wants to start it off, but now he's cut right in the middle of them. Monsoon ready to just lay down waste. He is cutting it through, and that's going to be the Glacial Storm, cutting them right through and sectioning off some opponents. NKU not willing to move from there.
Big wave pushing the top side right now for NKU. So NKU just needs to stall right now, and they're actually okay. This is another way to take turrets. Remove Anivia from the lane. If you can't get around Anivia, just get Anivia to come to you and away from a lane here. They do have a lot of damage. It does burn down very, very quickly, and as you mentioned, Scuttle Vision's gone.
Yeah, and they're just going for a step in, ready to zone in as much as they can. Very nice stun onto Josh, but the wall misses.
Done.
That does mean Baron goes over to Wolfpack Phantom without that much of a fuss. That's going to be a teleport, though, into the bottom side here. So, looks like NKU had decided if we can't have Baron, we'll at least get some gold.
Yeah, and it's not the worst decision necessarily. You're probably not going to need that teleport in the next 5 minutes. At least for the next 3, you're just on defense duty. The only place you need to teleport is back to base. And that, okay, instead of 4 seconds, 8 seconds, hopefully it won't make a difference. And that gold, I think, kind of needed. We're at 50k or almost a 60k average between the two teams, let's say here. At this point, a little, like, the turret gold is not that huge, but when you're behind like that, when you've got to mount that final fight potentially to fend off that Baron buff, every little bit helps. And if you can get that one completed item or even half an item here, the components of an item, sometimes that can make a difference.
Not even that. I think even potions can make a huge difference in these later game fights. However, I think the more important thing is levels. Ice, level 16, but everyone else on his team a little bit lower except for Stefman. Big one to watch is Monsoon. He wants to hit level 16 before the next major fight breaks out. Hub's taken very little damage right now. And Ice trying to run interference. He went the Leandri's build. So definitely more ability haste and a little bit more burn damage. But Wolfpack Phantom ready to go one more time. Baron up for another 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, they do lose this mid inhibitor though, and it might start the fight here.
Yeah, flash for flash means Monsoon is out. Moonlight Vigil only lands on 1. They're going to go right back to net neutral. Inhibitor tower down. Inhibitor followed as well, and that means first break goes to Wolfpack Phantom.
And if NKU can just hold this particular Baron buff to just that inhibitor, that's already really good for them, because they were definitely not going to be able to hold that. But the bot side's now under siege. There's still Baron for 2 waves here. Oh, did they find Stephman? No, he's going to be okay. And it's fine. As long as you don't die, you can go back to base and get back to your turrets fairly quickly here.
Every time I see them come within about 800 units, my heart's pumping. Because it's been so quiet. We've had so much fighting over the last couple of minutes, and yet no one's really died, right? It's been so quiet, but this might be it. Hubs pulls the Ragnarok out, and they found him. Stefan gets caught mid-repel going up, and Josh is now getting run down as well. Oh, NKU slip up just once, and they are punished extremely heavily for it. A point-blank stun means Hubs is going to get the rest of his team there to help him. It means NKU health bars are down. 1200 Icicle crit secures the ace as Wolfpack Phantom force a game number 3.
And here we go, Orville. We get ourselves a series 1-1. This is the first time since UML started, actually, that we're getting not a sweep here on stream. So that's something to be very glad of. And I just love the way these games have gone as well. You know, game 1, the sort of 2 team compositions running at each other. Now in game 2, I wanted to see a different style. We got to see a different style here, you know, a more methodical, calculated gameplay, and it was a beauty to watch.
It was absolutely fantastic. I say that a lot. You heard it about 15 times over that 40-minute span, and someone's going to get very upset. I've said this so far, but I don't have any other words, right? Again, this is, to me, it felt textbook. There's a lot of instances where we talk about, you know, the champion setup, how certain champions interact with each other, and then the players just blow us away. We get some crazy outplays. We get some amazing flips and reversals, but this one was probably the clearest cut situation of champions outclass the players at that point. The Anivia did exactly what it needed to do. The Kaisa was always in the right spot, and Elise did the right stuff as well. Like, this was textbook Wolfpack Phantom drafted properly and completely shut down the composition of NKU.
Yeah, and not gonna lie, I was actually really scared for this game when we first started, because I was like, the draft is good. We get in. Josh dies. And then you get Griffin going in and just getting squashed. And it was just like a bit of a fiasco in the beginning. I was just like, uh-oh. Like, I've seen these sort of games before. This is not the sort of games that I, as a color caster, enjoy. So the fact that they really cleaned everything up, I really appreciated that. And going to game 3 now with such different hands shown by the coaches, by the teams right now, the picks and bans, I think, for game 3 are going to be very, very interesting here, because there are so many things that need to be kept off the table. You know, the Anivia is going to be a problem. What else did we see banned? The Udyr and Hecarim. I mean, those bans kind of seem to work out. They want to keep Seraphine off the table potentially as well. And with so many different things in mind, I don't know what we're going to see. Maybe we'll see NKU go back to that sort of all-in AoE wombo combo. It worked for them game 1, and for Wolfpacks, they've got options.
Yeah, this is the coming conclusion of this story. We love talking about stories as casters, and I think this is going to be the all-important one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 3 between North Kentucky University and Wolfpack Phantom.
Let's go.
right, and we are back. We are excited. We are ready to get down to this game number 3 between North Kentucky University and the coming back and pushing for a game number 3, Wolfpack Phantom. Again, game number 1, very clean cut from both sides, very well coordinated on both sides. We were talking about it before. I mean, it might be a little bit too far for me to say, but this could have been up in the Contenders League, and I probably wouldn't have batted an eye if I didn't know what league it was.
Oh, definitely not. Like this is really, really clean. If you don't tell me the level of this, I could imagine. Like I cast CBLOL, which is the Brazilian regional tier. This could be that for like, possibly even better with the way the macro is going. So I'm super happy that we get to cast this and going to game 3 now. NKU had told me that they were expecting to take this tonight 2-1, and so far they're spot on for their prediction. Wolfpack, they're not afraid of any team. They didn't really think that there's only 1 or 2 teams in the entire league that they're really concerned about. And it's showed in their game 2 here. Game 1, maybe they stumbled a little bit. It really was that one mistake. And when your comps do the exact same thing, it's hard to come back from that. Whereas game 2 has been spot on. So game 3 now, both teams think they're going to take it. I'm itching to see who actually does.
Well, let's hope there's not another level 1 death by an Olaf, because that was just... It was very entertaining to watch. Don't get me wrong. It's watching an Olaf beat on a Gromp or beat on the blue buff while Gromp is smacking him on the back like, hey, you tagged me earlier. Give me some attention as well. And just it was pain to watch, but they did come back very, very hard in that. But it definitely felt like the compositions so far have really set these teams apart. It's all been about how well can the coaches and the teams play this 5D 60 style of chess here in the Champ Select with the picks and bans. So for you, Random, you called it so far with a lot of these bans, with a lot of these picks and how the matches will turn out. Here in game number 3, what do you think the story is going to be of this entire setup?
If there's ever a time for pocket picks, now would be the time. When I spoke to all these teams, they've mentioned that they had certain secret picks, which might come out, and I'm hoping we see them now, because so far we haven't seen anything too crazy here, and it's been kind of easy to tell what's been happening. So I do want to start seeing some of this craziness come out. I do expect to see an Anivia ban coming out from NKU though, because it really didn't feel like they had a great answer to that. The Silas was actually no, the Anivia was picked into the Silas here, so that obviously wasn't their counter. Maybe they have one, but Anivia is such a safe champion that I think it's going to be very difficult to shut that out. Banning it's probably a little safer here.
Yeah, and I want to point out one more champion that seems to be having such a large influence, and it's one that's been prevalent in every single level of play, that Kaisa. It's not been giving a lot of preference in the first pick. So far, it's been a red side pick only, but it feels like it's just overpowered at points. And there are, I believe, some very minor nerfs possibly coming out for the champion, or that might be coming in the next set. But it's just like this champion feels like it is running away with a lot of these games. It's like it's pretty much the new old Samira, if that makes sense. It is just very powerful if you let it get away from you, if you can't lock it down right away. So we'll see who picks it up, if NKU will get it again, or if Wolfpack decide to actually take it away in that first pick. Still, again, no, all right, so they heard me possibly, and they said, all right, we're done with this stuff. Kaisa possibly hovered, but the Aurelia and Rengar, once again, both these champions not going to be seeing any play here today.
Okay, fair enough, right? Like, it's interesting because Wolfpack Phantoms is blue side, so they could potentially first pick it, and that suggests to me that they've got something else in mind for priority here. Banning it second, I feel like it's a bit risky. I personally have liked to see it ban third instead, so that they can decide, is that something we want to first pick? Because I'm just trying to think back to what they first picked in their games here. It was the Poppy they picked first last time because they were on red side, and in game 1 I believe it was the Nar it was the Seraphine that they picked first pick here. So this time NKU, if they ban the Seraphine and you ban the Kaisa, what's so high in priority that you absolutely needed to pick it?
Well, it's definitely not the Hecarim, I'll tell you that much. That is taken off the table once again. So not allowing any of these top priorities that have caused so many problems. There it is. Once again, your forced third ban on red side is going to be that Udyr. So lots of champions left open this time around. Wolfpack Phantoms have their pick of the litter. to try and lock in and give themselves an edge. Once again, to keep in mind, both these teams are sitting at the middle of the pack in their division. This is their chance to break away and start making a name for themselves as they start moving towards the latter half of the season.
Honestly, the Udyr ban, I get it, but at the same time, I don't know how much Griffin has actually played with it. I feel like you could potentially play around it. Seraphine's available, but Wolfpack looks like they might be considering something wildly different here. The Senna being picked up could be ADC, could be support, and you know what? That doesn't take Seraphine off the table.
Yeah, that was actually banned away in game number 1 against them, I believe. So this is one that they have decided, hey, you left it open. We'll go ahead and take it, and immediately NKU say, we know what you might be trying here. This might be a forced pick because I don't see Misfortune being that high priority to try and almost blind pick it for the bottom lane.
A strange takeaway. Misfortune Senna is not a great bot lane combination here. And I just double checked. It was Wolfpack Phantoms who actually banned the Senna in game 1 here. So they've decided to pick it up themselves. And I'm not a huge fan of Senna. I know she's come back into meta with the Kraken Slayer, with the Rage Blade here. But honestly, when I've seen her, she's been somewhat underwhelming. And to put her up into a Leona Misfortune lane, I feel like is going to be extremely rough. You might survive the laning phase with that Alistar, which is a counter to Leona. But later in those team fights, Solar Flare into Bullet Time has been a tried and true combination.
Nearly as tried and true as the headbutt pulverize from Alistar, except some people forget to press the Q after the E, but you know, we don't talk about that. Maybe I may have even got the buttons messed up on there. This shows how much I play support, ladies and gentlemen. This is why I don't play support. Exiled goes ahead and locks in the Echo. Okay, so I got the producer on my side. Producer's on my side, I win. All right, go next. But Echo, blind pick locked in. Love this champion. Gotta guess though, is it going jungle or mid?
Generally speaking, Exiled Heretic has been the one to play that Echo here, so I would expect it potentially for the mid lane. It is, I believe it was actually banned against him back in game 1 it was banned against him here. So yeah, and by that time the jungle had already been selected, so I have to think it's going to Exiled Heretic. We see the Camille lock-in once again for Stephman, and I don't know how I feel about that because it did really well in lane against Hub, the Poppy there, but after that, it really didn't feel like it had any impact, and that's why I guess we're seeing the Poppy ban immediately come up.
Yeah, listen, it didn't work last time. No, we're just not dealing with this time. So hopefully having a better matchup. However, we'll have to see what Wolfpack decided to take into it. I think one of the old school picks is that Scion in the top side. Just listen, go complete beefcake. Don't even let them try anything. Lilia banned away again. Still, Josh is getting forced into these unfortunate jungle picks, it feels like. If he's put back on the Olaf, I mean, maybe don't die at level 1, have a little bit better game here in game number 3.
To be fair, I think a lot of what worked against Josh on the Olaf was the Anivia, and if that is an Echo being picked up for Exiled Heretic, which could still flex it, I just don't know necessarily if Griffin plays it. It might actually do much better into this particular game, but for now, they're gonna ban the Galio? Sure, that would be a brand new one, and that would leave Graves open here potentially for Josh. And I feel like right now, Grave is such a strong jungler, such a safe jungler that you can barely mess him up.
Yeah, and I mean, it is taken away. They don't want that Galio Camille style combination coming out. So maybe they feel that is the quiet play. And I actually think they might be right as the J4 is hovered. NKU are going all in on the all in. So they're saving their mid lane pick for last. Decide the J4 is a little bit too necessary to lock in here. And Wolfpack might be a little bit worried about what they need.
Like you could pick a Rumble for NKU right now for the ultimate hot combination. Because like...
Oh, they heard you! They heard you!
Wolfpack must be hearing and trolling us right now because, yeah, the Rumble I think would not work for Wolfpack Phantoms. It's not a great combination. I do like the Graves takeaway though on their own side because it does work really well. You've got a tank now. You've got an additional ADC to sort of shore up that Senna in the mid game where she traditionally struggles. And now it's their top lane. What are they going to run into the Camille here? The Gnar would not be a good pickup necessarily. I'm thinking maybe something like the Ornn.
Yeah.
Okay, Malphite works too here.
Yes. I was actually thinking that halfway you were talking about it. The Malphite, which is banned out in game number 2. It synergized very well with what Wolfpack was wanting to go. This time around, though, the Sylas is still open. So yes, this is the right answer. This Sylas has also been the other linchpin for, I think, all combinations. And I mean, you always have to be worried about it. You have to be worried about the hijacker of hijackers popping in last minute, Ice taking it here and possibly running away with it.
This is why I didn't say Malphite at first. Because Wolfpack Phantoms just screwed themselves. with that particular
calling it out right now.
I mean, okay. So the thing with Malphite is that, you know, you either build him tank or damage, right? And when he builds AP, he does ridiculous amounts of damage, but he's super squishy. Sylas doesn't have that drawback. He's got enough sustain that in fights he gets pretty tanky, which is why the Sylas facing Alistar is always such a nightmare for teams. Now this time, sure, you won't be as tanky because you probably won't hijack the Alistar ultimate, but instead you hijack that unstoppable force. And now you get that AP skilling ultimate. Combine that with everything else. You've got the Cataclysm, you've got the Solar Flare, you've got the Bullet Time, and you've got a Hextech Ultimatum. It's circles upon circles upon circles. It's not the Rumble into Cataclysm to Bullet Time hot pot that I love to see, but this is still a different variation of that Venn diagram of death.
Just imagine, because I think at level 16, Sylas has, I think, between 9 to 13 seconds between hijacks. So essentially in a team fight, it could be not just 4 ultimates between NKU and a 5th to follow. You could potentially see a follow-up from a Malphite Unstoppable Force, 13 seconds rolls by, and you start with the Unbreakable Will, follow up with Unstoppable Force, and then a collateral damage to end it. And it's just like, this all came from Ice. That would be so painful. And if I actually see that, that will be it. I'll just be done with the broadcast, and we know NKU took the series. Like, that's just pain.
I've just looked it up. The cooldown at max rank is 40 seconds here. So theoretically, with the way ability haste goes right now, you can get above 40% cooldown reduction. I believe it caps somewhere closer to about 50%, if I recall correctly here. So 20 seconds. So you can technically steal 2 ultimates in a fight. And if I were Ice, Hub every single time, that's going to be the outfit I'm picking to kick things off here, right? And then on the second one, I'll probably steal either Steve's or Exalt Heretics, depending on who's still alive at this point. Or to finish things up, why not collateral damage? Whatever he picks up, it's going to be super rough for Wolfpack Phantoms. And I love this adaptation for NKU because you won with the AoE all-in comp in game 1. You know what? Game 2 didn't work out as well. We'll do it ourselves. Whereas for Wolfpack Phantom, I just don't feel like that Malphite ultimate is going to be quite as big a force here for their team. Their team is not an AoB wombo combo team necessarily, so it's not going to multiply that force quite as much.
It almost feels like it was a forced takeaway, right? Like, this is one of those scenarios where you're sitting there, and yes, you have the Camille on the top side, yes, you have the J4 in the jungle, but even as you said, once that Echo was picked mid lane, the potential to have, I mean, we've seen Set in the mid lane as well, you're scared, and it's that blanket of, okay, the Mega Gnar didn't work out last time, we had issues with the Mini Gnar running through there, so you take the next best thing, you take this Malphite, who you can easily press R and stop it. The problem is here, the very, very big problem, is if NKU have already initiated, your literal only target is going to be Misfortune. Yep. And at that point, that's not the target you want to go for. You better be ulting that 4-man that just dove your Echo, your Senna, and your Graves. But then the Misfortune is going to be there too. So it's just this unfortunate catch-22, it feels like, of no matter what you do, Hubs is probably going to get the short end of the stick.
And normally I'd say that Hubs was caught between a rock and a hard place, but in this case, he is the rock. Now stuck in the hard place, because as you mentioned, he's got a devil's decision to make. That bullet time is going to be absolutely deadly here. I think that the best case scenario is Hub focuses the 4 diving and Exalt Heretic gets onto Pontoon, but it's still really, really dicey. And going back to game 2, it was, I felt like, on NKU, North Kentucky, to make the sort of creative plays here. Whereas now this time, I think it's going to be on Wolfpack Phantoms to figure out a way to let their composition counter this AoE comp, or find a way to simply just never engage them on their terms.
Yeah, and I think I also think a lot of this is going to come down to the Echo. It's a champion that, yes, it seems that Exiled Heretic has quite a few games on, right? I think he has just shy of, or just over 100,000 mastery points on it, so fair bit. But this is the one champion that I think has that ability to stop a lot of that engage, right? With that stasis, with that stunning field, there is potential for him to be able to create that all-important moment for his team to take over the game.
The hard part about Parallel Convergence is trying to set it up, because there is that delay on it. But I guess maybe that's why they picked the Malphite there, so that you set up Parallel Convergence, you get the Malphite ultimate, you chain that into another stun potentially there. But again, when we talk about ease of execution, thinking back to game 1, I feel like adding extra steps makes it a lot more complicated.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll have to see how it plays out. Again, Champion Select has been done. The chess pieces have been laid out, and they are on their own devices. Game 3 on the Rift, ready to go. Teams sprinting out to the starting line.
And are we going to see a level 1 here? I'd be very surprised if we during how conservative the teams have been here. And unfortunately, it looks like I'm going to be right. One time I'm glad to be right.
Okay, you sound like you enjoy the level 1 shenanigans, right?
I do. Just like, I think the one. Oh, are we?
No, just a little tickle.
Yeah, no, because I think that's the one time, as a color caster, I can just kind of go like, oh, who cares about what's gonna happen? All we have to look at is, level 1, who's got what abilities, and they just go at it. So I can kind of just sit back and just enjoy as you do your work over there, Orbital.
That's the ultimate. Listen, I just want to be lazy, and I fully agree with that statement. But I want to ask you, I've never asked this, and I love asking certain questions like this. In your opinion, what is the worst level 1 face check that you hate to run into? Like, what champions do you hate to try and level 1 into?
I've been playing since basically like before season 1, so for me it's got to be the OG Alistar. Walking into the bush when Alistar's in there as 5, that moment when you stare down that angry cow and realize that all 5 of us are about to get shafted. Maybe not, but that fear is so visceral, it stayed with me through 11 seasons now.
All right, I'll give you that one. I think I played recently in the oh man, as we see, a little bit of damage. I recently played in the Clash tournament, and I think the one that I now have an adverse fear to is absolutely Scion. Scion with those just invisible knockups. You don't even see the champion. You're just like, why are all 5 characters in the air and why are we all dying?
True, yeah. I mean, it's to the point now where I've heard the tri-bush in the top side referred to as the Scion bush, because if it's Scion blue side and you're top lane, you always have to be careful getting to lane and walking that tri-bush if you weren't there first. He's probably already in there. It's worse than Garen and bushes.
Yeah, it's just pain. It's just like, no, I don't want to deal with that. And honestly, it's not Garen anymore. It's Darius, right? Darius, I think, takes over as that one champion that you also really just don't want to deal with if you run into in a 1v1 going back to lane.
Power creep, man. There's so many guys up there you just don't want to run into 1v1. I mean,
top lane, just leaving it on the island. We're done.
Why do you think they did it? Nobody wants to be up there, so we'll just PC champions, to their own devices there. We'll go gank, mid lane or bot lane. That's where all the fun them there. We do unfortunately have a bit of a pause, as you could see on screen. Hub disconnected for a little bit, but it looks like he should be back shortly here. And honestly, I don't think it affected his lane too much here.
Yeah, we'll see what's going on. Might just be a short, little problematic issue. But again, let's talk about the junglers, as we always do. Just about everyone does at the beginning here. Quick 3 camp clear on the top side. Excuse me. By the Graves, took it very quickly and then rotated down bot. We saw a 2 camp clear, or buff, Gromp, and then 2 other buff. for J4. Again, very different than we saw last time. Last time we saw full clears, I think, in both games 1 and 2 by both junglers. The J4 definitely feels a little bit out there this time for NKU's side. Do you think we're going to see him look towards that mid lane, try and get that aggressive ball rolling once again that we saw in game 2? You know, just this scrappy style of initiation?
Potentially. That particular clear tells me he's racing towards something there. So most likely a gank of some sort, whether it be mid lane or, you know, potentially in that top lane. That is an option as well. We did see, you know, before the pause that Hubs was being shoved in completely there. So there was a potential there to find Stephman. He was out really, really far, and Camille is a little bit squishy. So you can punish that with that J4. I suspect that's more where he's pathing towards, given where it is, but that assumes Hubs actually gets back and reconnects and doesn't have too many issues when he
Yeah, we don't want another dying to neutral camps or anything like that to happen again. That would feel even worse in lane, especially as a Malphite, right? You have buffed up armor and everything, and you're just like, I died to minions, bro. I died to minions. Like, I would feel terrible about that. But and again, we saw in the mid lane as well. So far, the mid lane, it went from, at least it felt like this, right? The mid lane as well went from farm up as much as we can, influence the lanes later with teleports, to right there at level 1. I think they just started hard scrapping it in the mid lane. Does that mean we're gonna finally see a true 1v1 in the mid lane? Do you think we're gonna see that happen?
No. And actually, the reason why I say no, I feel like, is it's because more than the individual players and what they might desire, it's more that I respect what the teams have brought so far. We've been seeing a lot of sort of careless 1v1ing for the most part. A lot of times when we do see the solo kills, it's more that somebody was put in a really, really bad position and they couldn't quite find a way out. But for the most part, it's been a lot of sort of rotations there. Not even necessarily the mid laners or top laners scrapping it out. In fact, usually we've seen the first deaths happen in skirmishes. Game 1, it was sort of that doggy pile into the bot lane. Game 2, it was that bit of a jungle skirmish because of that bait, shall we call it, from the Olaf. So I don't expect to see that solo kill, most likely. If there is a lane that gets a kill uninteracted, I'm guessing it's probably going to be that bot lane with that Leona, Misfortune, the Alistair, Senna. There's a lot of kill potential down there. Anytime you get Leona with an aggressive ADC, there's just a lot of kill potential. I don't care if you're running an Alistair, you can get poked down. You don't have Unbreakable Will, you're still kind of squishy.
Yeah. It's always going to be that rough time of realizing your health bar isn't as great as you thought it would be. And again, the parties in the bot lane, I think, have definitely been the name of the game. That constant battle over control of the dragons, it's only gotten more prominent between all 3 of these games. You know, first series, I think it was NKU that had that chokehold on it. Second time around, it was obviously Wolfpack Phantom that came out with a clean 4-0 and then missed the Elder by a half fraction of just, like, you know, that hesitation set. This time around, I want to say that we're gonna go crazy, just like this is fun. But do you think we're gonna see a lot more? Do you think we're gonna see a little bit more craziness coming out from this, from these dragon fights? Because I mean, even in game number 2, we saw some craziness coming out of the Olaf flashing in, even when it obviously probably could have just been an attempted axe throw steal.
I think definitely by what we've seen so far, because in game 2, I'm thinking back, and NKU didn't get any of the dragons really, except for the Elder, but they contested to the point. I'm sorry, I'm getting so distracted right now. Or bro, you went from being in that Senna mist, the curse of the black mist, to being, as our producer put it, a Batman villain right now, kind of like some sort of cross between Bane and I don't even, and maybe Joker or something.
I'm just making colors now. Keep going. Keep going. This is great.
Okay, and it looks like Hub has reconnected before Orlo's camera did, and we're right back into it.
Even the game was said he was tired, and immediately we see the level 3 game coming in. John, all of them said we don't want to stare at this caster anymore, and I feel rightly so on that point. Oh no! And again, exiled though, he decided that he wanted to go in, loses his flash as the return gank is very well timed. Josh and Ice burning the first flash of the game.
really solid there. You were right, Orbital. He was looking for the mid lane gank, did pull it off, and he burnt the flash. That is a success there coming through. And pardon me, I actually got Stephman and Hub switched up there. It's Stephman pushing out. So yeah, Josh couldn't have ganked the top lane.
Yeah, but a possible counter gank is always an option. I think J4 is one of the few that you love to see those counter ganks come out, right? That painful awareness of the fact that this J4 is one of the few that from a screen away can pretty much shut you down. And this is a huge jump in. Irish gets a very nice E flash and is going to keep himself safe. So the return fire on the bottom side yields a flash as well. However, Steve losing his.
Again, Irish is not running that Hex Flash rune here, so Steve is going to be happy to take that trade. He'll trade his Flash for yours any day of the week because they can repeat.
Oh, that's a huge play on the bottom side. They get the Ignite down, and Montoon forced into staying away. 200 health, and Irish actually went back in, doesn't have Flash. Might take quite a bit of pain. Again, this is a Leona we're talking about, but that was a fight in a minion wave. Wolfpack Phantom, Alir and Steve definitely putting on the pressure.
I think Montoon Irish not exactly on the same page there. Irish wanted to go in, and you can tell how confident Irish is in the fact that they don't have enough damage coming through from the Senna and Alistar early here. But Montoon didn't want any of it, and that caused that split. Heal had to be burnt to get Irish out, so NKU's bot lane a little bit, on the back foot, and probably will be for the next couple of minutes here.
And I want to point out, we didn't even get a touch on it. I think that's because Montoon actually started that tier, right? Alir and Steve both noticed that and said, hey, they will never take a trade because they're trying to stack up. Why don't we abuse this fact? And they rightly did so.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, that's the common start, right? That's what we expected. It was actually surprising that they didn't run it initially. I believe it was press the attack they ran instead. So this is more normal. This is more common. And frankly, I'm not sure I like it because when you're going to try and poke out anybody, I feel like Senna is one of the worst to try. She's got healing in her kit. Alistar's Triumphant Roar as well as his passive. So they've got sufficient sustain, I feel like, and the ability to poke back.
Oh, but you know who doesn't have that opportunity? Exile just hitting level 6, though, just in the nick of time. And forces Josh actually all the way back out. Dances around. Big damage onto ice. Forces the flash out because Griffin is there. And that level 6 spike means Wolfpack Phantom steal a huge win in that mid lane.
That's a very, very small window. Because Josh lead XP, Exile hit 6. And now, Ice is 6 too. There's no point watching this. We're just going to get baited. Both of them are just going to crawl their way back out of this if anything goes wrong. And because of that, I kind of don't want to bother watching the mid lane for the moment. I feel like it's going to be bait. It's going to be bot lane that we're going to see kills, I feel.
You say that. However, level 5s versus level 5 and 5 again. They just hit level up. So Monsoon and Irish are going to start hoping that Josh can fully help them out. We do see the knock up over the wall. But again, the recalls from Alir and Steve, they're going to go back with some fat paychecks.
They've hit that sort of benchmark, the 1300 that a lot of ADCs look for to pick up that first item, usually the Moon Quiver here. So more than happy to, but I like this from NKU. They recognize that, hey, they left, they backed. Let's just go straight to Dragon. It's almost 7 minutes here. It's been a bit of time, and they pick up the first Drake for themselves. Mountain Drake, not the most impressive, but personally, I think the most annoying when there's a Leon on the team.
Well timed. 7 minutes, 10 seconds. Second one will be a Cloud. So, I mean, the Soul this time around, rightly so, for game number 3 will be the all-important Infernal or all-important Ocean. Fire and Water taken over. So we're going to see a lot of hectic engages around this bottom side.
Yeah, now Dragon stacking really matters here because we already saw what happened with the Ocean. So it's absolutely disgusting. Even with Elder Drake, it's so hard to kill them.
Exile. The bop stick doesn't reach that far. I'm sorry. He tried to get the 3 stack off. Bopped a minion on the head instead, so the chains don't take too much pain. However, the CS lead for Ice is very, very small. He is keeping himself fairly in line with this Echo.
Can dash out, should be fine. But right now, Ice is trading life for minions. he is losing out on a lot of these trades, is burning through his corrupting pot right now to try and stay even. And I guess this was why they banned the Echo in the first place, because they were a little bit concerned, and apparently rightfully so here. I do think that jungle attention will matter a lot, but for now it's looking like Exiled. Yeah, he's warding really far out. Feels like he's just trying to be really, really safe. Doesn't want to get caught by the jungle when he feels like he has a winning lane.
Ooh. Good little tag, and again, Ice is a little bit worrisome with how much pressure they're putting in, but they're going to go all the way in. Good flash right back out. Exile said he's having none of that today. But this is a heavy camp going down on Josh in I feel a lane that is probably the most difficult to gank.
Part of it's where else does Josh go here? Into the top lane right now? That's a Mel fight. It's going to be very difficult. And there you go. He'll just unstoppable force his way out there. Doesn't even have to burn flash. If you look down, to try and gank the bot lane, I feel like right now Montoon and Irish are like, it's okay. You don't have to gank us. Wait till we're 6 and then we'll try and find something. Jeez, do they find Ice?
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for it, and yeah, the immediate follow-up, Hubs, you're just a walking boulder, and they pick up first blood. The stun comes out, they pick up Josh in return, but first blood has occurred. It's gonna be an extra little bit of gold, but the Herald will go the way of Wolfpack Phantom.
Flashbacks to game 1 here, Orbital, where the teams were so easy to match. If you kill one person, I'll take someone else, and then the objectives were trading back and forth super evenly as well. But for now, they only looks even because Wolfpack Phantom haven't dropped the Herald yet. Undoubtedly, they'll drop it before 14 this time and try and get some plates, and that will be a nice chunk of gold in their pockets.
Yeah, happy little trade, but that's going to be the first stickler this time around, I think, because last time Hubs played the same style. It was the Gnar in game number 1, right? That champion that you have to work around a certain timer. And I feel Malphite is very much the same thing, right? Without that ultimate, you're pretty much just a walking HP soaker. And Steve?
He was just hex flashing to assert dominance there, Yeah, that was him trying to T-pose, but
I don't think that was a hex flash, though.
Was it his actual flash?
I think that was his actual flash, because I didn't see him wind it up. Producer and observer, tell me if I'm wrong, but yeah, I think that was his actual flash, and now Alir burns his as well. I'm not sure that's what they wanted, but that's gonna be a jump in. Immediate flag and drag out by Josh. They don't want any of this as they have lost Solar Flare. That's actually a lot of damage that they brought on Irish, and oh my gosh, they're bringing the teleports. Dragon is coming up in a minute, so this is a very early TP call. Hubs is now down here, so I think they're just going to try and force this out. Griffin does have the Rift Herald, but wow, lot of just, I feel anxiety coming out from them and nervousness.
This might actually be, I feel like, the first major macro mistake that NKU has made this series here, because that was a late TP from both teams, and Exalt now has a TP advantage. You can see the mid pressure he gets, Herald as well here. And even the Dawning Shadows to come across. This should be first turret.
They should. Shotgun 1, shotgun 2. Tower goes down and a flash right back out, but Ice goes right back in. Almost secures the kill, but the healing from Griffin is huge. In comes Steph. Man, he is going to pick up that kill. Exiled is now running for his life. Flash forward into the kill. Ice claims his first as well.
And again, the back and forth. Game 1, first turret goes down. We find kills on the back of it to try and keep things even. Good response from NKU to make sure they don't lose too much after that missed teleport there. And Exiled Heretic, if you're wondering why he didn't chrono break there, it's because it didn't matter. If he chrono break, he'd have just gone right back into Stephman. So just holding it there, maybe he'll get better use out of it next time.
A little bit rough, but you do keep it for the next time. And now Alir says hello to Monsoon, but the heal was enough. And remember, Alir has no mana, so might try and turn around flash for flash from the ADCs, but the Ignite is going to claim the kill. Irish picks up his first of the game as well.
All summoners blown in the bot lane there after that big exchange. NKU had to burn more, but a kill is a kill, and being able to shut down that Senna for now is always a bit of a solid pickup, just in time for Dragon as well, as Cloud Drake is up and the fighting continues.
Yeah, remember, no solar flare for Iris, no flash either. So that's going to be the parallel convergence, snatching 2 in its grasp, and Griffin is here to try and finish it off. Well-timed combo means Exiled finishes it off with a little bit of style.
Be a little too low now to actually try and do Dragon, despite picking up that kill there from Wolfpack Phantom. I think NKU trying to take advantage of the mismatch hub. No teleport available, no unstoppable force for this fight.
Yeah, 1,000 health, and yeah, rightly so. They leave it off. They say that's not the all-important, and the ones that are will be the Infernal, as that is going to be the soul that everyone will be battling over. And I mean, I couldn't ask for a better game to have this in.
Yep. I mean, here's the thing. When you've got Ocean Soul, it's very powerful, but it's not as visible here. It doesn't make the game as exciting. It actually kind of counter.
Oh, this is what's exciting though. Support on support and mid. That's going to be the Alistar getting chopped up, and an immediate solar flare forces the chrono break, but they caught Griffin. Hextech ultimatum out of nowhere. Stefan makes great use of his teleport.
That chrono break he saved definitely was much better for him this time, but I think Griffin got a little baited by that. He was trying to save Exalt Heretic, and Exalt was like, no, I got this. The turnaround though.
Oh my god. The 2-inch flash on Hub said, all right, screw it.
Well, this is only going to get worse because of the Inferno Drakes. Like, the damage is going to go up. You throw an Inferno Soul on, and right now, we're barely catching the fights because they're literally over in a second.
I love it, honestly. That just means that these Wombo combos coming out will be that much more impactful, right? One person gets caught out, parallel convergence lands on 2. Those members can be gone in a blink of an eye, and we will get to see, for the first time, I think, the reactivity from these two teams, right? This pure, while you're faced with a situation, you don't have any time to prep, good luck.
Yeah, it's less about the chess match now and just straight about your reaction time. Can you flash out fast enough? Can you dodge things? And Ealer, oh no.
Oh, yes. If you are NKU, CC'd for a day and a half, Solar Flare locks his death down.
I feel like that was a little bit of overkill. They probably didn't need to burn everything there. But you know what? They're probably not going to fight on the bot side for the next 2 minutes. Herald is on top side. We haven't seen the teams rotate too much for it so far. And Hub.
This is pain. They just go for it. Scissors definitely beats Rock right there. Stefan gets a bit of help from Ice, and they are cleaning up around the house. NKU moving to an 8-3 lead in kills.
Continue to try and get the objectives there. They gave up first Herald, but everything since, they're going to get second Herald. Exalt's in the area, but I don't think you take this one. There's no smite here. At best, you find a kill.
Yep, but remember, that's going to be Exiled realizing he bit off more than he can chew. He goes right back with his ultimate, but he dodged the all-important unstoppable force. He's going to stay alive for a little bit longer, but it's really just delaying as Stefman was the only other member available.
I mean, Ice Cream won't know there, but really, we knew he wasn't getting It was just watching that whip. It's that visceral reaction, right? When the unstoppable force misses, the bait goes down, and Griffin.
These, at this point, it's baits. Ice throwing down a little bit of damage, and Wolfpack Phantom biting at it.
As the game has accelerated in the pace here,
you are not going to get a chance to talk, my friend. They are fighting 24/7, and Aaliyah gets the Q to the face. Alistar runs away, but the double teleports are in. Hubs says hello and might say goodbye. He has the unstoppable force available, but gets CC chained all the way through. Thankfully, locks down Iris, but they're going to dive. They have the double, but the triple knockup is enough. They catch him on the back end. That's going to be the ultimate cut through their health bars. Pops the Unbreakable Will, but I think it is much better on Ice mid lane. Gonna be chunked out by Josh, but massive fights by NKU are flipping this game on its head.
It's super rough right now. The Wolfpack right now is struggling with the tempo of the game. Before this, they could play chess, but now that we're playing speed chess, they are really struggling to come up with the right answers, with the right move. And this bot lane, this Senna Alistar, where Senna is so squishy, is starting to feel a little bit exposed here. With that Gale Force, Steve is not really did not, at least in that last fight, successfully peel. And I feel like it's only going to get worse as these fights draw more and more people in here.
Draw more and more is definitely the best way to put it, as keeping, you know, a very light tracking on the teleports has been the name of the game, right? Whenever Hubs doesn't have his teleport, we see NKU forcing in as quickly as possible. And now that they gave themselves that much of a lead, 4K at 18.5 minutes, they are free to punish wherever they wish to go. Dragon up in just a second. That's going to be free for the taking by NKU and put themselves on Soul Point.
Like clockwork, NKU, after that first delay on that first Drake, they've been constantly watching this, making sure they're there on time to prep for it, set it up. And I feel like we're going back to some of the problems that we noted in draft here right now for Wolfpack Fan. Team composition, not as cohesive this round. They don't necessarily want a team fight. Their pick potential is not super great either. And I feel like they're just looking to skill, and they're surrendering a little bit too much early in this game to try and skill up later.
Yeah, it hurts to see something like that, right? With games number 1 and 2 being this back and forth battle of precision and tactics, to watch it all kind of fall away here in game number 3 kind of shows the lack of confidence, or just that mental breakdown, right? They were doing so well in game number 2, and this one, it just seems they were caught on the back foot ever so slightly in the first 5 to 6 minutes, and they just have not caught up mental-wise.
They do still have options to come in. The game isn't over yet, though. It feels pretty bad right now with initiative on the side of NKU. Oh,
that's just an immediate ultimate in and a quick E out, as Exiled shows extreme practice on this champion. That's going to be Unstoppable Force in the catch too, and they're going to follow up with a few more, but he follows through with the flag and drag to his own. An immediate Dawning Shadow doesn't do anything, though, as Griffin gets his ultimate flash. That is such a huge play coming out of NKU as they are cleaning up on the backline. Hextech Ultimatum signals down the last few members. That's going to be the stun as Exiled and Steve are chasing through ice. Goes Golden. I think he's going to try and get the W. He actually does. Gets snapped on with the second proc of the Time Winder. But I think he's okay with that. 3-1 is that battle score, and NKU come out with a tower to boot.
Confidence of these mid laners as well, both Exiled and Ice. You know, the poise they have to hold their ultimates. Ooh, the flank coming through from Exiled here. Should get one kill.
Yeah, and no one sees it as Monsoon says, oh, my health bar is gone. He is going to be the one to start turning this game around if they can. Irish gets quick Q off, but you can't really outrun an Echo. I don't really think that's feasible as a Leona, so we'll get the 2 kills. But again, they finish their primary objective of getting that tower.
And I need to add a mage tag here to Misfortune, because that was a neat magic trick. Oh.
And a neat magic trick as well as the double knockup. Hub said, I can do this. Josh said, I can do it better.
Yeah, the confidence in the skills, man, from these players right now. There's just a lot of mechanical skill, I feel like, in this game 3. If game 1 and game 2 was a feast for the mind here, this is a feast for the senses and the way these champions are playing out. You know, for Wolfpack Phantom, though, this is an opportunity. The more chaotic the fights are, if you can answer back when you're behind, it's always worth it to trade kills 1 for 1, because it's worth that much more. And as the game goes on, as there's more gold, the discrepancies matter less and less.
Yeah, but I mean, another point to that is you really got to spread that gold out. Looking at the scores going down the line, right? Evenly spread across NKU side, 4-0-2 in the top side, 3-1-5 in the jungle, 7-2-6 in the mid lane, and then 2-1-5 in the ADC role. Take a look where all the kills are for Wolfpack Phantom. I mean, everything is pretty much on Exiled Heretic. You know, 2 on Griffin, but he's 5 deaths in. And then you have your top Hubs 0-4-2, Healer 0-4-0. I mean, this is going to be rough if they start if they want to try and start training 1 for 1.
Oh, definitely. And the one you can't trade here is Exiled. You can trade anybody else, and it's worth it. The fact that actually all the kills are on Exiled right now, I think, is actually a good thing, because normally, yes, you want to spread it out, but because when you're behind, the way for you to find the kills is you have to put it on a burst champion. If you were to put all the kills on Healer right now, I might just call it GG go next, or there is no more next. Like basically, for Wolfpack Panthers, putting it on Senna would be very, very difficult. She doesn't have enough burst. But you put on Exile, you saw what happened. Monsoon vanished. Irish, who's a tank, doesn't really survive that either in extended trades, and it gives him the advantage in this specific 1v1.
And Exile just stat checking his 7-2-6 mirrored opponent there. I don't know why you'd stat check someone that is drastically higher level in the, or actually not higher level as Exile is up in levels, but itemization wise, a little bit of pain as very nice Kingslayer nullifies a lot of that damage.
Actually, this top right now is slightly Exiled favored.
Oh, slightly favored, but forcing out the ultimate means Chrono Break is just in Ice's hands. We do see Griffin. Yeah, Griffin waiting off on the wings. A little bit of a bait there as Ice does go in. He realizes he has to fight or flight. Goes right back into the waiting arms, but no damage from Griffin. That's going to be Steve saying, I need to help my team. And Exiled once again claims that kill, but Dragon so crucially, Soul goes the way of NKU.
Trade 1-for-1 champions. Dragons, not so worth. But to be fair to Wolfpack Phantom, they didn't have a choice. If they show up to that Dragon, it would have been a massacre. They do not win that at all. They already have to throw 3 people to confirm that kill on Ice. Not ideal, but at least you get something there. You don't just lose Dragon and get nothing for it. The lanes weren't getting shoved either. So all in all, as bad as it looks, I actually think that was the optimal play for Wolfpack in that particular setting.
Optimal it may be, still you have to contest with the fact that that is an Infernal Soul at only 25 minutes. Elder up at 30 minutes. Baron on the table, you are staring at a ridiculous, or I wouldn't say ridiculous, a fairly large gold deficit right now. If you are Wolfpack Phantom, how do you approach the next series of objectives?
You don't want to fight at the objectives. You want to be there first, and you want to catch the side of NKU in transition. You don't have a ton of poke, unfortunately, with your comp. So instead of trying to set up for the team fight, I think use that unstoppable force. If you see anybody on their own, Ice on their own, Montu on their own, even Irish for that matter at this point, you burst them down immediately so that the next fight at least will be a 4v5. You don't need to do the Baron, you just need to stop them from doing it.
Play that distraction game as best you can. Keep filtering gold into the members that you wish to have it in. On NKU's side, they are so far playing it nice and slow. Again, you have a lead everywhere else. Divine Sunder and Titanic Hydra, I believe, completed for Stefman, so he's happy to continue split pushing against Hubs.
Yeah, and they've cleared out the vision here. They can force this. NKU is the stronger team right now, and they have Infernal Soul, so that's something that doesn't show in the gold, but is absolutely massive.
Yeah, and actually, that was a call as a level 3 difference. Stefan says, all right, I'll run the interference, force Hubs back. They're actually going to go. Monsoon gets forced directly out of the fight. One more jump in as no, the kill doesn't go through. Exile is going to get jumped on. Good flash out as Steve tries to go for the overhaul. That's going to be a trade of blood as they lock horns in this deathly battle. But NKU with that Infernal Soul are absolutely going to take the fight. They sacrifice their jungle and take the team slides.
Credit to Wolfpack there. That fight was played about as well as they could hope there. They separated all of NKU. We didn't really see the Venn diagrams of death quite come through there because they did get split up and it wasn't optimal. But that's what happens when you're down, 5,000 gold, everything stacked on Exile. As you mentioned, that's the risk of stacking all your gold on one person. And they lose that fight. They lose Baron. And because NKU wants to be so efficient, they actually sent Ice to pick up a turret while they were at it here. And so the next push is likely going to be pushing in towards their base here. It's going to be a battle at the inhibitor turrets.
Well fought so far from NKU from start to finish. Usually after a loss in the second game, the momentum is in that team's pocket. But NKU say game number 3, no, we're taking control back. A couple bans were thrown left and right. Didn't get the Hecarim, didn't get, I believe it was the Kaisa. So they pick up the J4. It has worked extremely well for them. So far, 3, 2, and 10. Showing that Josh can have an extreme amount of effectiveness no matter what champion he decides to play, except maybe Olaf. I will keep bringing that up. I am so sorry. It is my favorite thing to do now. However, the solar flare is going to land. Griffin is caught in the big mess. Unstoppable Force lands and delays. That is still going to be the jungler falling his 7th death of the game.
They're just going to push in right now. You've got one member down. It allows you to split push and make sure that you always have a sort of good advantage here.
Oh, but this is, I feel the last ditch attempt. They go all the way in, but the Cataclysm is going to lock up some very healthy opponents. Ice dives straight into the backline as the rest of Wolfpack Phantom are crushed down to the very ends of their lives. Ice dancing it through, has to go golden under the tower once again. I think he might actually die. Might get snapped back. Yes, he does, but it doesn't matter. Rest of NKU are pushing into the enemy base. Exiled Heretic is going to get chased away. Oh, is he going to get away? No, he goes down. That feels bad, but that is going to be NKU taking the Nexus Towers. They will take the Nexus as well and take the series in 2-1 fashion.
North Kentucky predicted it. They called a 2-1 victory tonight. They got it, and you know what? Wolfpack Phantoms didn't actually predict the victory tonight. Unfortunately, I didn't actually talk to them this week. I spoke to them last week for it, and they said that they weren't scared of many teams. North Kentucky wasn't one of them, so they weren't wrong either.
They were not, and we saw a healthy progression from really stoic team fighting to just all-out brawl, and how well can you react to a lot of the moves that we're making. And honestly, North Kentucky, even though they were at 1-1 before, now moving up to 2-1 in the standings, are starting to look like a team that everyone has to watch out for. These are guys that know how to play almost 3 separate styles. They can play the all-in aggressive, they can play the defensive, disengage, re-engage, and now they can play a run and gun early game composition.
So definitely somebody to keep your eyes on, and they're a new team, right? So a lot of people didn't have time to prep for them. We'll have to see if this continues to work for now. I will say that some of their players were a little inconsistent. Stefman, we saw him on the canoe, I believe, twice there. And while he won the lane both times, his performance against the Poppy, not so great. His performance this game against the Malphite was on point. I don't believe he died at all, actually, that game. So that was absolutely massive coming through from Stefman. I want to see North Kentucky get a little bit more consistent here, because when they are good, they were really good. As for Wolfpack Phantoms here, just little things. And I think, honestly, game 1, game 2, great. Game 3 got a little bit away from them there. And again, they too are a new team. The org has been around, but this particular team, they're built around their bot lane here, and as their foundation, pardon me. And this particular game, it really felt like the bot lane was what crumbled. So given time, I'm sure they'll improve, but I do think they can work a little bit, on these high pressure situations, making sure that they still remain coordinated there.
Yeah, and I mean, on Wolfpack Phantom's side, they did hold their own to a fair extent, but unfortunately, they do fall to 1 and 2 in the standings. We'll have to see if they can make it up and make it into the playoffs coming through. I mean, taking a look overall, I mean, where do you see them kind of working on and trying to make it a little bit better? I mean, we saw some glimmers of hope, but obviously that last game, a lot of things went wrong all at once, it felt like.
Yeah. Like I said, for Wolfpack Phantoms, it's working under pressure, making sure that they work that together, because otherwise they look really good. For North Kentucky, consistency was what I pointed out, but I do think also their bot laner Monsoon didn't look as impressive as BFR. And I don't know if that's because, BFR just played really well that game, but if not, then I think Monsoon, maybe that Aphelios game shows that on more passive defensive sort of ADCs, maybe could do a bit of work, but that Misfortune though was really solid.
Yeah. We'll have to keep track of both these teams moving through the rest of the season. But again, congratulations, North Kentucky University, moving up to 2-1 in the standings. Now, with that, we will be closing out the broadcast here on the Upsurge Minor League stands. So thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Orbital. I was joined here by Random Minion Caster, yes, and Hypertension on the production. Thank you so much for tuning in, and have a fantastic evening.